commending Royce Arjan Hava Fantillan for ranking first in the April 2026 pharmacist licensure examination. By Representative Ang.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Resolution 1028, resolution supporting and declaring the annual national observance of International Lead Poisoning Prevention Week, ILPPW, every last week of October in the Philippines, and adopting it as a national child protection mechanism against lead exposure. By Representative Galang.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Resolution 1029, a resolution congratulating and commending the West Visayas State University College of Law, Vox Populi Moot Team, for emerging as first runner-up in the 30th Stetson International Environmental Moot Court Competition. By Representative Ang.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Resolution 1030, resolution congratulating and commending the University of San Agustin College of Law, Bulacan Prize Team, for winning the World Championship at the 2026 Prize Media Law Moot Court Competition Global Rounds. By Representative Ang.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
Communication, letter dated May 13, 2026 of the BSP Bank Officer 6, Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, transmitting to the House of Representatives duly certified copies of certain BSP issuances.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Committee reports. Committee report numbers 314 and 315, submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development on House Resolution numbers 1035 and 1036 respectively. Committee report numbers 316 and 317, submitted by the Committee on Local Government on House Bill numbers 2486 and 9348 respectively. Committee report numbers 318, 319, and 320, submitted by the Committee on Basic Education and Culture on House Resolution 1038, House Bill 9358, and House Resolution 1039 respectively.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we resume consideration of the House Bill number 8389 as contained in the committee report number 143 submitted to the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms. And for that purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 8389.
House Bill number 8389, an act prohibiting political dynasties in national and local elective offices.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move that the chairperson, Representative Zia Alonte of the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms, be recognized.
The gentleman from the Ditsan Ramain, Lanao del Sur, is recognized.
Mr. Chair, Mr.
Speaker.
May I request for a roll call? Ang tingin ko po
Session
wala
is
pa tayo
suspended.
100. Thank you po.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend consideration House Bill 8389.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the consideration of House Bill number 83889 is now suspended. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to resume consideration House Bill 9305.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 9305.
May I request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill?
Please proceed.
House Bill 9305, an act institutionalizing a national emergency response and resiliency framework and granting emergency powers to the President of the Republic of the Philippines, creating for the purpose of the Kalinga program to ensure economic stability, energy security, and continuity of essential services.
Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Miro Kimbo.
The Honorable Attorney Miro Kimbo is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend for a few seconds.
Session.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw my motion.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, because of the request of our DS J. Konghun, I would like to acknowledge his guest, the officials and members of Barangay Treasurers of Olongapo City. We would like to acknowledge Mr. Miss Jerpy Camille Ann Pioquinto of Barangay Mabayuan, Mary Jane Tamanyo of Barangay New Banikain, Jacqueline A. Vernes, Barangay New Kababae, Rachel Akimatang, Barangay New Asinan, Eloisa Florentino, Barangay Pag-asa, Adora F. Gada, Barangay Old Kabalan, Debbie Ann Gura, Barangay New Kalaklake, Romenlita M. Del Rosario, Barangay New Ilalim, Jerica A. Avillado, Barangay New Cabalan, Rowena C. Rufino, Barangay Santa Rita, Mary Ann Marty Heronila, Barangay Gordon Heights, Jonelle Austria, Barangay West Bahak, Army Denilia, Barangay Barreto. Mr. Speaker.
To the guest, Honorable Deputy Speaker Jefferson J. Konghun of the 1st District of Zambales, the officials and members of the Barangay Treasurers of Olongapo City, welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, I would like also to acknowledge my personal guest from the Lone District of Iloilo City, my partners towards making Iloilo City one of the most livable city. I would like to acknowledge Miss Mary Ann Matiling, Mr. Charles Matiling, and Mr. Michael Siervo.
To the guest,
Welcome to House of Representatives, my
to the
friends.
guest, Honorable Julian Jam Barunda of the Lone District of Iloilo City, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the chairperson on the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms, Congressman Zia Alonto Adyong of the 1st District of Lanao del Sur, to sponsor the measure.
The Honorable gentleman from the Dichan Ramain, Lanao del Sur, Zia Alonto Adyong is recognized.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Speaker.
Mr.
Mr. Speaker, Your
Mr.
Honors,
Speaker.
I am now ready.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to withdraw the motion.
please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill
You have to
8389.
suspend. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to resume consideration of House Bill 8389.
You need to suspend first the Kalinga. The consideration of House Bill number 9305 is now suspended. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill
It's already
9305.
Already suspended. Please proceed.
All right. Mr. Speaker, I move to resume consideration of House Bill 8389.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 8389.
House Bill 8389, an act prohibiting political dynasties in national and local elective offices.
Majority Leader.
Status is under period of sponsorship and debate, Mr. Speaker. And with that, we would like to recognize the representative Zia Alonto Adyong of the 1st District of Lanao del Sur.
The Honorable Zia Alonto Adyong is recognized.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader, Mr. Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. I'm now ready, Mr. Speaker, to welcome and respond to questions and inquiries on the floor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize the Honorable Percy Sandanyas for his interpellation.
The Honorable Percy Sindanya of the Bayan Party List is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As the distinguished sponsor already expressed his willingness to respond to questions from this representation, I'd like to go to my first question for this afternoon. Sa ngayon po, maraming nanonood sa atin sa buong bansa dito sa House of Representatives kasi nga po excited sila kung ano ang kakahinatnan ng panukalang batas na ito na matagal na nating hinihintay at matagal na nating pinapanawagan. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, ano po ang tingin nyo dadahilan ng ating mga constitutional framers sa paglalagay ng probisyon sa ating konstitusyon na pinagbabawal ang political dynasty?
Well, unang-una po, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, is iniiwasan po yung monopoly ng power ng bawat munisipyo, bawat local government units. Pangalawa, yung para ma-promote po yung check and balances and accountability para hindi po magkaroon ng concentration ng sinasabi pong domination, concentration ng power ng isang pamilya na maaaring maging sanhi po ito as collision na mag-interfere po doon sa internal resources ng isang local government unit, Mr. Speaker. Among other things, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, during the 1987 Constitutional Commission's debates, si Commissioner Vicente Foz proposed and suggested a specific provision banning political dynasties. Also, during the deliberations, he said, the idea of prohibition against the rise of political dynasties is essentially to prevent one family from controlling political power as against the democratic idea that political power should be dispersed as much as possible among our people. In short, reading into the remarks of Commissioner Vicente Foz, the constitutional framers included this provision to prevent the monopolization and concentration of power within families. Sa Tagalog po, ayaw nila ng swapang at ganid sa kapangyarihan. Mr. Speaker, sang-ayon po ba ang ating kagalang-galang na sponsor na kung may magkapatid na nakaupo sa magkaparehong posisyon, ay nagmo-monopolize po ito ng kapangyarihan? For example, kagabi po sa isang tweet, nabasa ko Bakit kasi dala-dalawa ang Cayetano at Villar sa Senado? Pilipinas forever maghihirap. Again, that's an actual tweet that was posted last night. Again, the question is, sang-ayon po ba kayo na kapag magkapatid ay nakaupo sa magkaparehong posisyon, ay magmomonopolize ito ng kapangyarihan, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, let me go back to since ang aking kagalang-galang kasamahan na minention po a transcript ng deliberation ng 1987 Philippine Constitution, doon po sa mga diskusyon nila nung kailan po dina-draft itong Constitution sa Ligang Batas na po ito. Gusto ko lang pong ipahiwatig also that yung sinasabi po ng ating mga framers na prohibition, it's actually according also to Delegate Ms. Noledo, and he has repeatedly mentioned this during their deliberation on the proposed insertion of the anti-political dynasty in the Constitution, that the constitutional provision explained that the prohibition does not actually mean as it is, but rather it's only a regulation. So ibig sabihin, maglalagay po tayo ng regulasyon para sa tama po yung sinabi ng ating kagalang-galang na kasamahan na magkaroon po ng decentralization of political power within locality na maaaring maapektuhan yung check and balances at yung internal revenue na po pwede pong mapaglagyan at maserbisyuhan ang ating mga constituents. Now, secondly, Madam Speaker, tunong sa katanungan po niya, magkaiba po yung lugar and constituency because our government structure was designed in such a way that each local government unit also has its own constituency. Then wala ho akong nakikita, halimbawa po, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, na interference from one locality to another locality kasi bawat isa po ay una, mayroon po silang sariling internal regulation. Ang mayor po, following example ng isang munisipyo, ay hindi po automatically nag-i-intervene sa isang munisipyo na karatigbayan po nito. So it depends on the question, Mr. Speaker, of the good gentleman from Akbayan, because it does not mean that since the same family members would also occupy the similar offices, can actually would be tantamount to actually using these powers in order to gain their own personal interest, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. In many cases, Madam Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, hindi po ganon ang mga experience, hindi po ganon always po, Mr. Speaker, ang resulta. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we'll go to that particular part of the discussion later on different localities. But let me focus first on the Senate, for example. Dito po ba sa ating version ngayon na anti-political dynasty na pinag-uusapan na nakasalang dito sa plenaryo, pinagbabawal po ba ang ganitong pangungopong ng kapangyarihan? Halimbawa, mula sa isang pamilya, magkapatid, mag-ina, mag-ama?
Mr. Speaker, ang konteksto po ng katanungan, kung hindi ako po nagkakamali, pasensya na po kung hindi ko po nasagot diretso po ang katanungan natin kagalang-galang na kasamahan, kung sa Senado ba ito. In most cases, Mr. Speaker, minsan magkakaiba po yung plataforma at advokasya ng bawat isa sa ngayon, Mr. Speaker. It does not necessarily mean that since they are part of a legislative branch, they can automatically also reflect the same advocacy. Minsan po, sa mga nakikita po natin na trend ng botohan, nagkakaiba-iba po sila. So be that as it may, Madam Speaker, Mrs. Speaker, Your Honor, rather, ito pong sa Kongreso, ibig sabihin sa Senado at saka sa House of Representatives, ay ang ating trabaho naman po dito is legislation. It's a policy making body po ang ating trabaho dito. Wala po tayo doon sa direct na control over certain resources as being enjoyed by local government units, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So again, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, going back to my question, in the current incarnation of this bill, papayagan po ba ang magkapatid na uupo sa Senado?
Doon sa katanungan po, ito po ay may sa batas po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, hindi na po maaalaw yung within second degree of consanguinity and affinity na maluklok sa isang position, isang locality. In the case of the Senate, halimbawa kasi na-classify siya under national office, ay within second degree of consanguinity and affinity, hindi na po pinapayagan na manilbihan sabay yung magkaparehong apelido or magkamag-anak within that second degree of consanguinity and affinity, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ibig sabihin po, kung ito ay maaprubahan at maisa sa batas, ang ating kasalukuyang bill na pinag-uusapan ngayon, Ibig sabihin, hindi na pwedeng maupo ng sabay ang magkapatid na Cayetano at Villar. Example lang naman po yan, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Sa proposal po na Akbayan Party List, which was eventually, as far as we believe, not integrated fully into the current version, ipagbabawal natin ang pagtakbo at pag-upo ng mga magkakamag-anak hanggang fourth civil degree sa local at sa national. Sang-ayon din po kaya ang kagalang-galang na sponsor na kung tumakbo at manalo ang galing sa isang pamilya, kahit sa magkaibang distrito, probinsya, munisipyo o barangay ng sabay-sabay, ay nagmamonopolize pa rin sila ng political power sa bansa. I believe the Speaker has already, Mr. Speaker, the good sponsor has already made mention of an example in this particular point. But again, just for the record, I'd like to ask the question on the issue of the monopolization of power kapag ang isang pamilya, magkapatid, mag-asawa, mag-ama, mag-ina, ay tumakbo sa magkaibang distrito, magkaibang probinsya, magkaibang barangay ng sabay-sabay. Ito po ba ay tinitingnan pa rin ng ating good sponsor as monopolization and concentration of political power?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, babalikan po natin kung ano po yung mga constitutional provisions, kung paano po binibigyang halaga yung kapangyarihan po ng bawat distrito at bawat constituency na pumili at tumuklok po sa kanilang nararapat na ihalal bilang isang lingkod bayan, Mr. Speaker, Your Honors. Again, I've been also mentioned this to the previous interpellators, Mr. Speaker, na kailangan mo natin balansehin kung ano po yung sinatawag po nating decongestion of power with that of the sovereign rights of the people to elect their own leaders, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Ito pong pinag-uusapan po nating different constituency, it's based po, I've also, and pardon if I have to keep on, using this as our legal basis for us to determine that there's no actual concentration of power. For example, if two representatives elected with the same family name, elected simultaneously in two different districts, wala pong, para sa akin, wala pong monopilya of power dyan. Dahil unang-una, ang trabaho naman po ng legislation ay, ang trabaho naman po ng membro ng Kongreso ay legislation at wala pong discretionary or any resources that is actually within their disposal as compared to other LGUs that is now being enjoyed by, say for example, local government units heads. Ang sa atin po, nakikita naman po natin, may mga magkakamag-anak po dito sa Kongreso pero magkakaiba po ang kanilang pananaw sa buhay. Minsan, ang kanilang boto po sa isang piece of legislation ay hindi po magkakapare-pareho. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. And this is a legislative decision-making body. One or two members cannot entirely affect the outcome of the collective wisdom and collective decision of the entire institution, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, one or two members cannot affect the collective wisdom or decision of a legislative body. Hindi po yan na nakita natin sa Senado nito mga nakarang araw. It just took one or two members of political dynasty to alter the course of history. Just put that on the record, Mr. Speaker. Siguro po, mukhang hindi talaga tayo magkakasundo dito sa reading natin into what we mean by concentration of power. Kaya let me proceed to my next question about the consequences. Ano po kaya ang consequence kapag ang isang bayan ay hawak ng iisang pamilya lamang? Halimbawa, si Mayor, tito niya ang Vice Mayor kasi that's third degree, hindi covered ng kasalukuyang bill that we are deliberating on. At yung mga konsihal naman, pinsan niya sa fourth degree. Parang ang lalabas po, family group chat ang kanilang meeting sa konseho, di po ba?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, but as to the degree of consanguinity, again, we always go back to the decision. We always go back to the previous committee hearings that we conducted, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. The reason why we're settling this on second degree of consanguinity and affinity, it's because it would be easier, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. It would have been then be easier for the COMELEC to actually assess and actually review lineage and affiliations between and among individuals who are actually running or seeking an elective office, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. As to whether or not there will be a ban on the certain degree of consanguinity, again, we always remind our colleagues, Mr. Speaker, and Your Honor, that in the case of the 1987 Constitution, Mr. Speaker, in fact, it was admitted, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, by the framers of the Constitution that the original draft and proposal is actually to limit it to say first degree lang po, hindi second degree. The reason why we're doing this is also is also based on the Pamatong versus Comelec as ruled by the Supreme Court, since the Comelec said that it would be a logistical nightmare for us to even expand the degree of consanguinity to third or to fourth degree of consanguinity in every time that we hold the election. And the Pamatong and versus Comelec ruling of the Supreme Court, logistics is actually one of the basis for Comelec to consider para po ma-ensure natin na may orderly, may efficient, at may safe na election po. Mrs. Speaker, Your Honor. And that is why, Mrs. Speaker, Your Honor, we are limiting this to the second degree of consanguinity and affinity, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, just another illustration of the consequence. Halimbawa po kung maisabatas ang panukalang ito, ang isang halimbawa pa na nakikita ng ating mga kababayan ay kung halimbawa isa kang kongresista, tapos yung tito mo naman ay congressman din sa kabilang distrito, tapos may isa ka pang tito naman na congressman naman sa kabilang probinsya. Parang ang lalabas po kung kanina, family group chat yung konseho, ito naman pong sa kongreso, maaring ang lumabas ay maging family reunion ang ating pong asembleya. Given po na maaari pang magkaroon ng party list naman na kinatawan mula sa inyong pamilya. But that's for another discussion, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Let me go to my last question. Kasi po, laging pinag-uusapan at isang source ng tension sa marami pong usapan dito sa usapin ng anti-political dynasty, yung usapin po ng degree of consanguinity at affinity. Nagtataka lamang po ako kasi yes po ang sagot nyo doon sa tanong ko kanina about the Senate, kung saan bawal yung magkapatid. Bakit po hindi pa natin i-extend ang anti-political dynasty bill sa third, fourth degree sa magkaibang distrito at sa local at sa national ng magkasabay?
Again, Mrs. Speaker, the way it was structured our government and based on district direct representation per district, per constituency, Mrs. Speaker, each district has its own specific constituency, each district has its own unique needs and unique concerns, Mrs. Speaker, Your Honor. And yung pag-alaw po ng ating pag-alaw po na tumakbo, kasi kailangan dalawa po yan eh. Running does not necessarily mean winning an office. Running does not necessarily equate to occupying an office. Kaya nga po, parati po nating sinasabi sa ating mga kagalang-galang na kasamahan, kailangan ho natin talaga balansin itong prohibition with the right to suffrage because we are a Republican state and democracy, Mrs. Speaker, Your Honor, resides within the will of the people. So sila po yung namimili. In fact, Mrs. Speaker, Your Honor, marami pong cases wherein political dynasty have already been outvoted, Mrs. Speaker, Your Honor. So ibig sabihin, we need to balance it out between the intention of the Constitution, which is to regulate political dynasty in order to decongest the monopoly, decongest power, or avoid the buildup of power, and as well as to caution us, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, of balancing it out with the right to suffrage. Because if we actually do something that would, trample down the preferential right, which according to many international treaties, the right to suffrage is actually a preferential right. It's the foundation of a Republican state. So we need to balance it out. Since our government is designed per constituency, Mrs. Speaker, Your Honor, as also very much well reflected in our local government code, Mrs. Speaker, Your Honor, talagang babalansihin po natin yon. Inaalaw po natin na tumakbo, pero hindi po nangangahulugan na kahit tumatakbo ito is automatic mananalo. Kaya yun po ang gusto nating i-explain sa ating mga kababayan that running, seeking an office, which is actually a primordial right because the right to elect and the right to vote and to be voted upon cannot be appreciated separately. It has to be appreciated as a whole, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. And so that right must also be protected and must also be balanced with the intention of the Constitution, which is to decongest the monopoly of power that may be exercised or enjoyed by a certain family within a specific locality, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I'd like to go back to the prior point on the issue of concentration of power. And I'd like to end this exchange with a good sponsor, again, by reminding us of what Commissioner Vicente Foss said during the deliberations. Sabi niya, the idea of a prohibition against the rise of political dynasties is essentially to prevent one family from controlling political power as against a democratic idea that political power should be dispersed as much as possible among our people. Kami po sa Akbayan, hindi namin nakikita na itong current version will measure up to these ideals mentioned by the good Commissioner Falls. And Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, if I may, just for a closing manifestation, tandaan po natin, ito man nangyari itong nakaraang linggo, lalong-lalo na yung nangyari sa Senado, kung walang political dynasties, di sana naiwasan ang Senate primetime bida. Lahat po yan, may elements ng drama, betrayal, action. Ang starring mga pamilya nagkakampihan para sa posisyon as lead characters. Imbes na napilitan ng buong bansa na manood ng teleserye live action sa Senate last week, natalakay sana ng Senado ang mga mahalagang panukalang batas na mas kinakailangan ngayon ng mga Pilipino. Mr. Speaker, nagiging volatile ang isang democratic institution kagaya ng Senado kung nakabase ang rigidon ng kapangyarihan sa iilang apelyido lamang. Hindi sa tunggalian ng prinsipyo, hindi sa integridad ng mga politiko, at mas lalong hindi sa kapakanan ng taong bayan. And after this process, Mr. Speaker, sigurado po ako, kung ito man ang pumasang panukalang batas, our people will still yearn for a real and truly meaningful anti-political dynasty legislation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor.
Maraming salamat po sa ating kagalang-galang na kasamahan, Congressman Percy.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Antonio El Tino of Party List ACT Teachers for his interpellation.
The Honorable Antonio Tino of the ACT Teachers Party List is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, magandang hapon po sa kagalang-galang na sponsor. Ilang mga katanungan po. Mr. Speaker, marami na pong nasabi tungkol sa mga problema sa nakasalang na bill, no, na hindi ito yung inaasahan ng mga kababayan natin pag sinabing anti-dynasty bill. No, dahil again, marami nang nagpaliwanag na pinapahintulutan nito, may pinagbabawal na tipo ng dynasty pero may pinapahintulutan din, no? At tama po ba, Mr. Sponsor, Ginoong Sponsor, sa esensya ay yun na nga, katulad ng sinabi ng marami, pinapahintulutan nito ang tawagin natin extensive dynasties. Dahil pwedeng sabay-sabay sa ilalim ng panukalang ito, sabay-sabay ang isang pamilya o isang magkakamag-anak na sabay na umupo sa national at sa local, at kung sa local man, pwedeng sabay basta magkahiwalay ng governmental unit. Hindi po ba ganon, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor?
Yes po, Mr. Speaker, hindi ho natin tinatanggal yung kapangyarihan ng bawat LGUs or jurisdictional component po ng subdivision ng ating gobyerno na humalal o maghalal ng mga kandidato, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Pwede po bang maipaliwanag ng sponsor kung ano yung rationale or thinking behind this proposal? Kasi marami pong ibang mga kasabay na proposal nito na umabot sa committee. Ang pinagbabawal, hindi lang yung pagsabay-sabay na magkakamag-anak sa loob halimbawa ng isang LGU, halimbawa sa isang munisipyo or sa isang syudad, pinagbabawal, no, na magsabay na maupo ang mayor at saka halimbawa konsehal na magkakamag-anak. Bawal yon. Pero bawal din na mayor sa isang bayan, mayor sa kabilang bayan na magkamag-anak, sa ibang bill bawal yon. Pero dito sa bill na to, hindi bawal. Ano po yung rationale? Ano yung explanation kung bakit ganito ang inaprubahan at nire-recommenda ngayon ng komite sa plenaryo?
Well, una po, meron pa po tayong legal na basihan tungkol po dito. Nandyan na po sa ating konstitusyon. Parati ko pong nami-mention ito sa ating mga nauna pong mga interpellators. Unang-una po, nandyan po yung sa nandyan po dun sa declaration ng state policies ng ating saligang batas na nagsasabing lahat po pagdating po sa issue ng human rights, dahil ito pong right to suffrage ay hindi lang po civil and political rights, ito po ay issue ng human rights. Pagdating po sa human rights, lalong itong issue ng suffrage ay human rights, at ito po yung basihan kung bakit natatawag po natin ang ating bansa na demokrasya. Dahil malaya pong pumipili yung ating mga ating mga electorate na pumili ng kanilang magiging pinuno. Yun pong isang basihan. Ang pangalawang basihan po, Mrs. Speaker, Your Honor, is that ang pagka-structure at pag-design po sa ating gobyerno, struktura ng ating gobyerno, ay magkakaiba-iba po ng constituency at magkakaiba-iba po ng jurisdiction. May isa pong subdivision ng isang munisipyo na hindi automatic maaaring mag-intervene ng ibang munisipyo. So ang sinasabi po natin dito, yung rule ay yung principle na right to elect and to be elected, alam naman po na ating kasamahan yan, ay supreme po ito. Na supreme po ito po yung sinasabi po nilang preferential right. In fact, sa Constitution, meron pong specific na artikulo dyan sa ating saligang batas na nagsasabi yung right to yung suffrage po. Ibig sabihin, yung inaalaw po natin, yung mga electorate, yung mga kandidato na tumakbo na magkakaiba-iba ang kanilang jurisdiction na wala namang intervention, one jurisdiction over the other, dahil ang issue po doon actually is the right to be elected upon and not the actual occupation of an office, Mrs. Speaker, Your Honor. Ang sinasabi po naman talaga natin dito ay hindi dapat magkaroon ng monopolya ng kapangyarihan within locality at na to a point, Mrs. Speaker, Your Honor, na po pwedeng matreten po, Mrs. Speaker, Your Honor, yung sinasabi nating check and balances ng isang LGU, isang jurisdiction, na ito naman po taliwas doon sa sinasabi nating principle na accountability, Mrs. Speaker, Your Honor. So simple lang po yung nais po nating ipahiwatig dito sa ating mga kasamahan na ito pong anti-political dynasty version po nitong panukalang batas na ito ay para tugunin po yung sinasabi mo nating monopoly of power within one particular locality, Mrs. Speaker, Your Honor. Again, balancing it out with the right of an individual to elect and to be elected upon, Mrs. Speaker, Your Honor. Dahil paulit-ulit ko na lang po in-explain, pasensya na po sa ating kasamahan, na yung seeking or running for an office does not necessarily equate into an actual occupancy, Mrs. Speaker. Depende na po yan sa kapangyarihan o right ng mga kababayan po natin, mga tao, na ihalal kung sino po ang sa kanila ay nararapat po na manungkulan sa kanilang particular na LGU, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you sa paliwanag. So ayon po sa ating sponsor ay kaya nilimitahan ang saklaw ng prohibition on dynasties sa mga specific jurisdiction, di ba? So bawal ang dynasty sa loob ng isang LGU o kaya sa antas national, no? Pero kung magkakatabing LGU 'yan, pwede ang isang dynasty. Pwede ang isang angkan, in other words, no? So kung gayon, sabi nga, no? Pero sabi nga ang magiging epekto nito ay pinahihintulutan ang isang tipo ng dynasty habang pinagbabawal ang iba. Diba? So in this case, the terms I will use will be something like extensive. Pwede yung mga extensive dynasties. Ibig sabihin, kalat, malawak. Diba? Province-wide, pwedeng magkaroon ng isang dynasty. Samantala, yung mga intensive, ibig sabihin, nakakonsentra sa isang particular na LGU, for example, hindi pwede. Parang ganun ang magiging epekto niyan. Tama po ba?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, these are hypothetical assumption, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Kasi pwede naman po may possibility po na mangyari po yan kasi nga po meron talagang kapangyarihan na tumakbo at iboto ng ihalal ng bawat mamamayan sa particular na LGU at distrito. At meron din pong possibility na hindi mangyari yan. Ang sinasabi po natin dito, ang clear po na, na hindi posibilidad ay yung mawala yung concentration ng power. Yun po yung very clear dito. And also, Mr. Speaker, kasi kanina po babalikan lang ko lang po kung yung katanungan ng ating kasamahan, kung ano yung naging basihan. Minsan po ginagamit din po natin yung transcript ng pag-uusap at deliberasyon ng mga CONCON delegates po na bumuo nung ating 1987 Saligang Batas. Ito po si Delegate Noledo po. Isa po siya sa naging proponent po na ma-insert yung phrase ng anti-political dynasty sa Section 26 Article 1 of the 1987 Constitution. Ang sinabi po niya dito, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, ito quoted from the transcript. Mr. Noledo pointed out that the term prohibition does not actually mean prohibition, but only regulation. Ang sabi po niya. And he went on further. On whether he would agree that the right of suffrage should not be abridged and that the right to vote and to be voted upon actually derives from the same concern, Mr. Noledo agreed that the law should not infringe upon the right of suffrage, that the right to vote and to be voted upon should not also be abridged. So, ibig sabihin po, Mr. Speaker, alam po ng proponent nitong anti-political dynasty na itong sinasabi prinsipyo na may the right to elect and to be elected upon ay iisa po yan at hindi po natin po pwedeng iputulin na i-apply natin separately. So, yun po yung pinanggagalingan ng basihan kung bakit inaalaw po natin yung pagtakbo ng bawat district, bawat different LGUs po, Mr. Speaker, nung mga kandidato, whether they share the same family name or do not share the same family name, because of the right of the will of the sovereign people, which is through an election if they should decide to elect a specific candidate or not. It does not necessarily mean na pag ganito po yung mangyari, i-allow po natin sila, ay automatic lahat po sila mananalo. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in previous elections, marami pong tumatakbo na magkakamag-anak na magkakalaban, na hindi naman po sila talagang magkakasundo. In fact, different po yung kanilang partido. So, Mr. Speaker, experiences would also tell us that these hypothetical assumptions could probably happen. But what is clear, Mr. Speaker, is based on this proposed version of the anti-political dynasty, klaro po na wala na pong monopolya ng pamilya sa isang lugar, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the points made by the sponsor, gusto ko lang pong i-point out na sa actual, hindi naman po hypothetical yung mga sitwasyong binabanggit ko. Dahil meron na talaga tayong ganung mga tipo ng dynasty sa ngayon. Di ba? Yung tinawag kong extensive. Ibig sabihin, meron tayong mga political dynasties na matatagpuan mo sa ang magkakamag-anak sa halimbawa sa isang buong probinsya, no? Na nandiyan ang governor, tapos mga kamag-anak niya, mayor sa iba't ibang mga bayan, kamag-anak din yung kongresista, tapos maaaring meron pang who knows, meron pang senador. Hindi hypothetical yon, no? May mga ganyan na tayong tipo ng dynasty. Pero syempre, mas marami yung mga dynasty na nasa isang lokalidad. Di ba? So, actually, doon nagsisimula yung maraming mga dynasty, di ba? Let's call them the startup dynasties na makakaupo ang isa, tapos eventually yung asawa, magkakaroon na rin ng posisyon sa, let's say, sa LGU. And eventually, yung mga iba pang anak, kamag-anak, and so on and so forth, may also occupy other positions. And then, expand later on. Pwedeng ganon. Pero hindi hypothetical yan. Meron ng mga ganyan sa konkreto. Kahit sa kapulungan ito, meron. Pero syempre, hindi na natin babanggitin. No? Pero alam ng publiko kung sino ang mga tinutukoy natin. In other words, it's not a hypothetical situation. Real ang mga ito. Ang pinupunto ko lang kanina ay pag napasa ang batas na to, merong mga dynasty na yung mga extensive wala silang problema, hindi sila maapektuhan o very minimal ang epekto. Samantala, may pagbabawal yung mga sinabi nating intensive, yung nakakonsentrate sa isang lokalidad, let's say, sa isang LGU, for example, or governmental unit. Okay. Hindi, ang gusto ko lang ipunto rito ay ganun ang magiging epekto niyan. And I will relate that to the economic factors, no? Na yung mga political dynasties naman, ultimately, nakadepende rin, no? In order to sustain and for a dynasty to thrive, may connection yan sa economic resources, di ba? No? And of course, mas mahirap na mag-sustain at mag-maintain ng dynasty sa isang buong probinsya kumpara sa isang lokalidad lamang. Hindi po ba? No? I mean, in terms of campaign expenses alone, obviously, mas malaki ang kailangan. No? Kung marami ang pamilya mo ay maraming kandidato sa iba't ibang lokalidad. No? So, gusto ko rin lang i-point out yon na the effect here will be, let's say, the law will have the effect of favoring families with more resources in general. Parang ganon. No? So, hindi po ba? Don't you agree, Mr. Sponsor, na merong ganong epekto dyan?
Mr. Speaker, again, yung katanungan po, these are all possibilities within the realm of possibilities. At ako po ay I agree na meron din pong mga pamilya na sa ngayon, sa kasalukuyan po, ay nag-elected to different offices and jurisdiction. Tama po yan. There's no debate about that, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Yung katanungan po ay would that favor, Mr. Speaker? I think yung bebasihan po natin that we want to explain na ang ating explanation sa ating kasamahan, ang pinifavor po natin dito is yung karapatan na sinasabi naman po ng ating batas at yung mga proponent po nitong anti-political dynasty nung oras po na ito po ay pinag-uusapan nila sa CONCOM, yung kapangyarihan po ng mga taong bayan na umelect ng kanilang leader. Yun po yung actually yung natin, no? Pinagbabasihan po natin. Very clear na po 'yan, na-explain ko na po sa ating kasamahan, no? So, yung katanungan po niya whether or not may possibility, of course, again, there's a possibility. But there's also that possibility that it will not happen. Kaya nga po sa election, anything can happen po, Mr. Speaker, no? Okay. Wala ho tayong actual na result na po pwedeng mangyari. Pangalawa po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, parati po natin sinasabi ito, na itong panukalang batas is just one of the many solutions to the electoral related concerns and problems that we are facing, this country is facing, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Halimbawa, kung gusto po talaga natin ma-overhaul ang ating political landscape, yung mga electoral issues, Mr. Speaker, hindi lang ho ito masusolba ng anti-political dynasty. Kailangan din ho natin pag-usapan yung campaign finance, Mr. Speaker, because this will provide an equal advantages between and among candidates. In fact, mayroong panukalang batas po dyan regarding the strengthening of campaign finances. Pangalawa po, strengthening our political system, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Dahil unang-una, hindi po yung pamilya ang nagbibigay ng nomination sa isang kandidato. Ang nagbibigay po ng nomination ay yung partido. Ito po yung certificate of nomination and acceptance. So, meron pong mga cases, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, na mga magkakapamilya but member of a different family. So, wala naman pong intervention, wala na pong influence of one family over the other, over a particular party in order to secure, Mr. Speaker, certificate of nomination and acceptance. So, ang punto ko lang po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, dito is that the anti-political dynasty directly addressed the monopoly of power, while other issues, Mr. Speaker, related to reforming the electoral process, that can also be discussed with other proposed legislation. anti-political dynasty should be paired with other electoral reform advocacies or other electoral reform measures, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker at ginoong sponsor. Well, ang siguro ang pinakapunto lang at hindi na naman na kumbaga natalakay na ito sa iba pang mga interpellation ay kaya maraming nakakapusan sa proposal na ito dahil nga napakalimitado lang na o may isang tipo lang ng dynasty na may pagbabawal dito, no? Ito yung dynasty sa lokal, no? Parang ganon sa esensya.
Meron po, Mr. Speaker, if kung mamarapatin po ng ating kasamahan, meron po na may level of prohibition and restriction yan. Apart from yung sinasabi po nating degree of consanguinity and affinity, meron din pong vertical restriction sa national, sa local, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. So, yun po yung gusto nating ipaiwatig na it's not only about limiting within the second degree, but as to the level of offices as determined under this current draft, yung national offices and local offices, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
We understand that, pero even then, yung sa vertical ay meron pa ring nagbubukas ng pagkakataon because of the jurisdiction, di ba? No, so pwedeng walang problema kung magkapatid ay parehong governor ng isang probinsya, ng isang rehiyon, sa isang rehiyon, for example, di ba? Ganun din ang mga kongresista, no? Basta magkaibang distrito kayo, pwede na 'yon. Hindi po ba ganoon? No?
Again, Mr. Speaker, palati po nating inuulit itong sabihin, and I know that I tire.
Yeah.
I bore my good friend, Mr. Speaker, with this explanation, but the only explanation we can provide you is that running versus actual occupancy is not are mutually exclusive. Hindi po parehos yan. Ang inaano po natin, mayroon pong karapatan kasi na bumoto at iboto yung ating mga mamamayan. At sinabi naman po yan sa ating saligang batas, sinabi rin po yan sa mga batas sa saligang batas at mga batas international na ina-accept po ng ating
naintindihan natin. Ang usapin naman
So,
dito ay pagbalanse ng right of suffrage, which, as explained by our sponsor, includes not just the right to vote, but also the right
Tama po. That's correct po.
essentially to run.
Yeah,
Diba?
tama po.
Okay. So, binabalanse yon sa isa pang mandato ng konstitusyon na malinaw din, prohibition on political
Yes, pero-
dynasties. Tapos, ang sabi ng ating sponsor, binasa niya ang mga transcript, sabi niya, yung prohibition actually means regulation. Para tong forthwith, Mr. Speaker, no? That forthwith may not exactly mean that. Ganun ang sinasabi. Okay, sige, noted na po. Nasa record na yung mga
Pero
ganyang punto.
yes, kung mamarapatin
Ang debate natin ay nasa pagitan ng pagbabalanse nga, di ba? Sa version na ito, dinidiin ng ating sponsor, mas matimbang talaga at kailangan protektahan yung right of suffrage, which includes the right to be
voted
voted
upon, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Meron lang po akong dadagdag.
Ang gusto ko lang para kumpletuhin lang, yung sa mga panig naman ng mga ilang nag-interpellate na narinig ko, nagbibigay din doon sa mandato rin ng konstitusyon na ipagbawal ang political dynasty para mabigyan ng lahat ng pagkakataon, which is also an infringement of the right of suffrage. No? Yun po ang punto natin. Ginoong sponsor. Tayo rin. Yung mga critical sa provision ngayon. Actually, pinaglalaban din naman ang right of suffrage. No? Kasi nga, the framers also included that provision with the view that dynasties actually infringed upon the right of suffrage. Nalimitahan ang choices, no? At nalimitahan din yung pagkakataon mong makatakbo, no? Dahil merong mga dynasty. no? So, yun ang punto natin, Mr. Speaker, na actually, sa ating advokasya, para maging mas mahigpit ang political dynasty, no? Hindi actually ito paglimita sa right of suffrage, no? Kung hindi pagsuporta sa right of suffrage ng mas marami para mas marami ang makatakbo. Hindi yung ilan lang ang makatakbo at makaupo na siyang resulta ng ating sistema ng eleksyon at gobyerno ngayon. So yun po, in other words, Mr. Speaker, wala pong monopolyo ang isang panig sa pagtatanggol sa right of suffrage. Dahil tingin natin, consistent sa mandato ng konstitusyon, yung, of course, pagkilala at pag-uphold sa right of suffrage as one of the fundamental constitutional rights, consistent yan sa mandato para ipagbawal ang political dynasties because nakakalimita ito sa pagkakataong tumakbo ng mas marami. Ganun po, Mr. Speaker. No?
Yes. Okay, Mr. Speaker, allow me to attempt at least respond to few of the points na nabanggit po ng ating kagalang-galang na kasamahan. Tama po yun na meron talaga pong constitutional directive na kailangan may anti-political dynasty na maisabatas ng Kongreso, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, we also recognize na meron naman po talagang principle under the Constitution, the right to suffrage, to elect and to be voted upon. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the reason why kung bakit po natin ito binabalanse is even mayroon pong ruling dito ang Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker, the way we approach and interpret our Constitution. Under Civil Liberties Union versus Executive Secretary, Mr. Speaker, ang sinabi po ng ruling sa Supreme Court is that no one provision of the Constitution is to be separated from all the other. So, meaning to say, you cannot interpret the Constitution in parts, but you have to read it as a whole. So, ibig sabihin, we balance the anti-political dynasty provision with that other provision in the Constitution, which is the right to elect, to vote, and to be voted upon. So, ang balanse po na ginagawa po natin to appreciate all these constitutional provisions and come out with a balance, Mr. Speaker, allowing the decongestion of power in one locality while also enjoying the freedom of others to elect and to run and to elect and to be elected upon. So yun po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ang basihan kung bakit binabalanse po natin ito. Pangalawa po, Mr. Speaker, binalikan po namin yung transcript po nung discussion ng 1987 framers of the Constitution. In fact, 17 versus 18 po. Isa lang po yung kanilang difference at naging basihan kung bakit na-include na po yung anti-political dynasty dahil 17 po sa ating mga framers na ayaw. Kasi sabi nila, bakit tayo gagawa ng isang bagay o isang policy na magtatrample doon sa karapatan ng tao na tumakbo at ma-elect, no, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Ang sabi po naman nila dito is, in fact, Mr. Speaker, ang intention talaga nila is to decongest, binalikan po natin ang transcript po nila, ay para mawala po yung monopolya ng isang pamilya sa isang locality kung saan po pwede pong ma-threaten yung sinasabi po nating check and balances at po pwede pong mag-collide, may collision. Ang sabi po doon nila is a probable collision because of the proximity in terms of blood relation. That collision may probably happen to the detriment of the general public which they serve. So, yun po yung ating basihan dito, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, tungkol po doon sa mga points na ra-raise ng ating kagalang-galang na kasamahan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sinenyasan ka na ni Deputy Speaker, no? Pero, so, let me just close this point by reiterating, no, na actually, tama kayo, dapat ang pag-interpret ng Constitution ay kabuuan. Hindi yung dinidiin ng isang probisyon na nadedihado naman ang iba pa o yung kabuuan. At precisely ang sinasabi ko nga na yung mga katulad namin at ilang mga kasamahan dati dito na nagtutulak ng mas masaklaw na prohibisyon sa political dynasties. For example, instead of second degree, fourth degree of consanguinity, instead of allowing simultaneous holding of positions provided in different administrative or governmental units, sa halip nito ay ipagbawal talaga, no, ang sabay na pagtakbo, no, ng mga political dynasties. Actually, ang ganitong posisyon, yung fourth degree at mas mahigpit, actually, yun ang mas magpapayabong, magpapaunlad at poprotekta sa right of suffrage ng mas maraming mamamayan. Yun po sinasabi natin dito. Dahil magiging mas malawak at bukas ang partisipasyon ng mga ordinaryong mamamayan sa eleksyon. No? Mas marami ang pwedeng tumakbo at mas marami ang pwedeng manalo. No? Hindi lamang ang ilang mga pamilya. So hanggang doon na lang po sabihin ko. I think nagkalinawan po tayo ng pagtingin dito. No? So in other words, yung ilang version dito ng anti-dynasty law, no, ay hindi dapat ituring na paghihigpit o restriction sa right of suffrage. Maaring prohibition or restriction on the right of suffrage of a few, pero mas na protektahan naman yung right of suffrage ng mas marami. Ganun po ang ating position dito. No? Now, let me move on to my other point and probably my final point in this interpellation. Kaugnay po sa elective positions as defined in the proposed bill. No? So binanggit po rito, President, Vice President, Senator at the national level, and then members of the House of Representatives representing a legislative district, and then number 3, Governor, Vice Governor, etc., down to the punong barangay level, no? Okay. Mr. Speaker at ginoong sponsor, conspicuously absent from this is with regard to Roman numeral 2, members of the House of Representatives. Ang nakalagay lang po rito, representing a legislative district. Alam naman natin po sa Kongreso, meron tayong members representing districts as well as party list representatives. So the very glaring absence in this bill is any mention whatsoever of party list representatives. I myself am a party list representative. No? So, bakit po wala rito ang party list? Bakit hindi nag-a-apply yung anti-dynasty bill na ito sa party list? Gayong, kung tatanungin natin ang publiko, ay isa sa mga pinaka-obvious para sa kanila na manifestasyon ng paghahari ng mga political dynasty ay nakita nila yung district representative nila. Ayan, nakaupo. Tapos yung asawa niya nasa party list. No? Ngunit, bakit ang bill natin ay tahimik? Parang as though walang party list at all. No? So, hindi po ba napakalaking kakulangan yan?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, maraming salamat po at na-brought out po. Actually, napag-usapan na po ito ng mga previous katanungan ng ating mga previous interpellators. In fact, isa po si ating kasamahan, kagalang-galang na Representative Tinio, na isa sa may akda ng Reform Party List Act. Ito po yung isang bagay kung bakit ang ninanais lang po natin is to set definition as to what constitute political dynasty in terms of determining the degree of consanguinity and affinity. Yung sa party list, Mr. Speaker, issue, Mr. Speaker, I agree with him na kailangan talaga pong magkaroon ng usapin pagdating po dito sa extension ng sinasabi, no? Extension could be an extension of power from one family to another by virtue of a party list representative. Pero ito po yung separate discussion po na maaari papag-usapan po natin. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, kasama po yan sa LEDAC priority nitong administration na ito. At part po doon sa pag-uusapan natin, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, hindi lang ho to strengthen, to reform the party list, including probably, Mr. Speaker, yung sinasabi pong political dynasty component that can also be addressed once we tackle, Mr. Speaker, the Anti-Political Dynasty Reform Act, Mr. Speaker, which again, the good gentleman from the teachers party list is also one of the authors, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay. So parang ang sinasabi po ng sponsor, Mr. Speaker, ay, well, isang tabi na muna natin yung usapin ng party list
Hindi
when
po
it
yun.
comes to political dynasty.
It's not-
Pag-usapan na natin, hindi naman, pag-usapan na natin doon sa party list law reform
Yes,
bill.
kasi Mr.
Parang
Speaker,
ganon.
Mr. Speaker, medyo komplikado po yung,
Opo.
yung pinag-usapan po natin ng party list. Ang gusto po talaga natin as yung ma-reform at ma-improve po yung party list, including that of the concern of the good
Okay.
gentleman from
Okay, I understand that view. Pero pwede rin naman, dahil nga ang sabi rito, this is a bill on prohibiting or regulating political dynasties, pwede rin namang isama rito.
Mr. Speaker, Your
Lalo
Honor.
pa at para hindi nakatali yung, kasi pwedeng mangyari, halimbawa na isa batas to, pero hindi na isa batas yung party list, di paano yan? Meron pa tayong meron pang butas, di ba? At sasabihin tuloy ng taong bayan, ano ba kayo? Nagpasa na kayo ng anti-dynasty law. Iniwan nyo pa itong butas na to. So in other words, will the sponsor be open to already including party list?
Mr. Speaker,
In the definition of elective positions, in other words, including it in the coverage of the bill.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, again, I do respect and I understand the position of our dear colleague, but the reason why we have to separate the discussion and intensively discuss about the reform party list proposal, Mr. Speaker, is that in the case of the party list, it is not the electorate directly electing a particular candidate. It's the party that chooses their nominees, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. May mga experiences po tayo na hindi natatapos yung nominee ng party list ang panunungkulan niya sa Kongreso. In fact, Mr. Speaker, just recently, meron na pong napalitan. Kasi depende po yan sa pinapaupo ng organisasyon, party list organization, kung sino po yung papaupuin nila sa Kongreso, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. So yun po yung isang nuance or isang anggulo na tinitingnan po natin, Mr. Speaker, kung bakit Mr. Speaker, yung usaping party list, Mr. Speaker, ay tutuunan natin ng pansin at bibigyan po natin ng focus, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Para po sa kasagutan at assurance din po, Mr. Speaker, sa ating kagalang-galang na kasamahan, Congressman Pino.
Well, noted po yung sagot ng sponsor, Mr. Speaker, pero sa totoo lang, noted no, na ang kaibahan ng party list ay hindi sila direktang, yung nominee hindi direktang hinahalal ng electorate kung hindi nominated nga ng party. However, yung mga nomination, nakabatay at sumusunod din sa kanong tinatakda ng batas. At kung itakda ng batas na ito, na kasama sa mga prohibition yung party list na hindi pwedeng magsabay, sa Kongreso, ang magkamag-anak, kung meron na sa district, hindi na pwede sa party list, and vice versa. Kung nandun na yan sa batas, hindi na sila manonominate in the first place. Yun lang naman po. Ang punto natin, wala pong nakasasagabal at mas mabuti pa nga na isama na sa bill na ito ang party list. No? Para ma-address yung isa sa mga matagal nang puna sa party list system. No, na parang sinabi nila, nako, supposedly, para mabigyan ng puwang sa Kongreso ang mga marginalized sectors, pero ang nangyari ngayon, naging backdoor or extension ng mga political dynasties. Yan po ang one of the foremost criticisms of the party list system. You know? So, ito na po ang pagkakataon para ma-address yun. Kaya, again, mariin po nating inihahapag at iminumungkahi sa sponsor na isama na dito ang party list.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, kaya nga po kung mamarapatin po ng ating kasamahan na pag-usapan po ang kanyang panukalang batas, Mr. Speaker, mas para po sa akin, mas maganda po na magpa-provide po ng other solutions when it comes sa mga issues na mention po niya. Unang-una, Mr. Speaker, kaya nga po kailangan nating i-reform ang ating party list at yun naman panukala at kasama sa LEDAC priority. Makikita po natin doon, Mr. Speaker, yung regular, kung may facility ba itong mga party list organizations, kung meron ba talaga silang duly constituted members, Mr. Speaker, kung how long and how often do they actually convene as a party list organization. Kasi doon po natin makikita, Mr. Speaker, kung ano po yung legitimate na party list organization na kung saan ang kanilang pong mga nominee ay talagang representante ng kanilang advokasya na isinusulong, Mr. Speaker. These are the things, Mr. Speaker, which I believe that can actually address possible extension of one particular nominee that has a relative sitting in the Congress simultaneously, Mrs. Speaker, Your Honor, serving under a particular Congress. So yun po yung tinitingnan po natin isa po ito sa mga possible na mangyari at solusyon sa mga problema po na nakikita ng ating kagalang-galang, issues na nakikita po ng ating kagalang-galang na representante from Congressman Tino. So kaya nga minarapat po natin to have a separate discussion on this para po mabigyan ng enough attention po yung adhikain ng ating kagalang-galang na Congressman Tino na alam po naman natin na party po ito sa LEDAC priority ng ating Pangulo.
Well, maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Nagpapasalamat ako sa sponsor sa very patient na pagpapaliwanag niya sa mga nire-raise nating issue. Gayunpaman, bilang pangwakas, nais ko lang pong sabihin na para sa atin, ang tunay na pagtataguyod at pagdepensa sa right of suffrage ng bawat Pilipino ay ang pagpasa ng isang tunay at masaklaw na anti-dynasty bill. At ang ibig sabihin nito ay kailangan talagang ipagbawal ang sabay at magkasunod na pag-upo ng mga magkakabag-anak sa pwesto sa lahat ng antas. Lahat, from national to local, kasama ang party list. At hindi po ito paglimita sa right of suffrage kung hindi pagtiyak na magkakaroon ang bawat Pilipino ng pagkakataon na makalahok sa eleksyon bilang kandidato, hindi yung ilan lamang at pare-parehong mga mukha o pare-parehong mga pangalan, kung hindi maraming mga pangalan ang maaaring lumahok at maboto. Yan po ang totoong pagtaguyod at pagtanggol sa right of suffrage ay sa pamamagitan ng pagpasa ng anti-dynasty law na magbabawal sa monopoly sa pagtakbo at sa pag-upo sa pwesto ng iilang pamilya lamang. Hanggang doon lang po, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po sa sponsor.
Maraming salamat po sa ating kasamahan na Congressman Tino sa kanyang mga katanungan, Mrs. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate, I move to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to terminate the sponsorship and debate. There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments.
There is a motion to open the period of amendments. There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move to proceed to consider individual amendments.
There is a motion to consider individual amendments. There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Deputy Speaker of the 1st District of Iloilo, Janet Garen, for her individual amendment.
Deputy Speaker Janet Garin from the 1st District of Iloilo is hereby recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished colleagues. Thank you, Majority Leader. If the honorable sponsor is willing to yield to some proposed amendments.
Yes, Mrs. Speaker, Your Honor.
On Section 3, page 1, line 9, replace the phrase incumbent elective with elected.
Mr. Speaker, we accept the proposed amendment. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
The House say.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
There is motion to approve the proposed amendment. There is objection. Chair is none. Motion carried.
Mr. Speaker, on Section 3, page 1, line 9, insert the word "the" between the words "as" and "spouse."
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
There is a motion to approve the proposed amendments. There is an objection. Chair is none. Motion is carried.
On Section 3, still on Section 3, Mr. Speaker, page 1, line 17, insert a comma between the words "Vice Mayor" and "and."
Mr. Speaker, we accept.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
There is a motion to approve the proposed amendments. There is an objection. Chair is none. Motion carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on Section 3, Item C, page 1, lines 19 to 20, strike and delete the entire item, subparagraph 5 under Section 3C.
Sponsor, say.
Mr. Speaker, we accept the proposed amendment.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
There is a motion to approve the proposed amendments. There is an objection. Chair is none. Motion carried.
Mr. Speaker, on Section 3, Item D, on page 2, line 4, insert a hyphen between the words "common" and "law."
The sponsor say.
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to accept the proposed amendment.
There is a motion to approve the proposed amendment. There is an objection. Chair is none. Motion approved.
Mr. Speaker, let me withdraw that motion. Instead of
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we'd like to recognize the Honorable Janet Garin for her proposed amendments.
Mr. Speaker, if the Honorable Majority Leader and the sponsor would agree to withdrawing the previous motion.
Okay.
And for my subsequent proposal that on Section 3, Item E, page 2, line 4, insert a hyphen between the words "common" and "law."
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
There is a motion to approve the proposed amendment. There is an objection. Chair is none. Motion is carried.
On Section 3, page 1, line 19, delete paragraph 5, which states punong barangay and members of the Sangguniang Barangay at the barangay level.
What does sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker, the
Majority
amendment.
Leader.
I move that we approve the proposed amendment.
There is a motion to approve the proposed amendments. There is an objection. Chair is none. Motion carried.
Mr. Speaker, on Section 4, page 2, line 5, add a hyphen after the word applicability period.
Majority. What does sponsor say?
We accept the proposed amendment.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the proposed amendment.
There is a motion to approve the proposed amendment. There is any objection? Chair is none. Motion carried.
Mr. Speaker, on Section 4, page 2, line 6, remove the word thereafter.
What does the sponsor say?
May I, which section 4, line?
Section 4, page 2, line 6.
Okay, we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to accept the proposed amendment.
there is a motion to approve the proposed amendments. There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
Mr. Speaker, in Section 5, page 2, line 10, remove the comma after the word spouses.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept the proposed amendment.
What does the majority say?
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
There is a motion to approve the proposed amendments. There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. DS Garin.
Mr. Speaker, on Section 5, page 2, lines 10, 12, 14, and 16, replace the term second degree with second civil degree of consanguinity or affinity.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment.
What does the majority say?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the proposed amendment.
There is a motion to approve the proposed amendments. There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
Mr. Speaker, still on Section 5, page 2, line 12, replace the phrase running as member of with the phrase holding membership in.
What does the sponsor say?
Mr. Speaker, accept.
What does the majority say?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the proposed amendment.
There is a motion to approve the proposed amendments. There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. DS Garin.
Still on Section 5, Mr. Speaker, page 2, line 18, delete subsection E, which states that if a person is an incumbent or candidate for any elective barangay office, the spouse and the above relatives are prohibited to simultaneously hold any elective position in the same barangay.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker, the proposed
What does the
amendment.
majority say?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the proposed amendment.
There is a motion to approve the proposed amendments. There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. DS
On
Garin.
Section 7, page 2, lines 35 to 37, and page 3, lines 1 to 12, replace the entire section. The entire Section 7 with a new section that reads as follows. Section 7, effect of political dynasty relationship. In cases where the elections result in a political dynasty relationship, the COMELEC shall suspend the proclamation of covered relatives and decide based on the following. A, when two or more relatives are elected to positions with multiple seats within the same political unit, such as senators and members of the Sanggunian, the candidate obtaining the highest number of votes shall assume office. Semicolon. Or B, when two or more relatives are elected to distinct positions within the same political unit, the candidate elected to the higher office shall assume the same. And on the next paragraph, the rules on succession shall apply, if applicable, semicolon, otherwise, comma, the candidate who obtained the next highest number of votes shall be proclaimed and assume office. On the next paragraph, Mr. Speaker, nothing herein shall preclude any elected official from voluntarily withdrawing their candidacy as the case may be. Period.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment.
What does the
Mr.
majority leader say?
Speaker, I move that we approve the said amendments.
There is a motion to approve the amendments. There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No further proposed amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you, DS Garin. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Leandro Leviste for his proposed amendment.
The Honorable Gentleman from Batangas is hereby recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I propose that we amend Section 5B within the same legislative district or as party list representative.
What does the sponsor say?
We reject, Mr. Speaker.
What
Mr.
does the majority
Speaker,
leader say?
I move that we divide the House.
Mr. Speaker, may I ask that the sponsor explain his objection to the amendment
We
to include party
Point
list
of order, Mr.
in the
Speaker, I don't
anti-political
need
dynasty
to,
bill.
I don't need
Mr.
to
Speaker, I
explain
move
my
to-
objection.
Session
Mr.
has been
Speaker.
Move to
suspended.
suspend.
Oh. Kasi magulo na eh. Yeah. Oh. Pero pag reject ni session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, may I just reiterate what is the proposed amendment?
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there has been an objection to the amendment proposed. I move that we divide the House.
Mr. Speaker, so that we know what we're voting on, can we just reiterate what is the proposed amendment? It is to add at Section 5B, or as party list representative, so that the anti-political dynasty bill will prohibit relatives within the second degree of consanguinity for both running for a seat in a district of the House of Representatives and as a party list representative.
What does the sponsor say?
We do not accept.
What does majority say?
Mr. Speaker, there being an objection to the amendment proposed, I move that we divide the House. An aye vote will sustain the amendment, while a nay vote will defeat the amendment. The majority solicits a nay vote.
There is a proposed amendment rejected by the sponsor, and we now move to divide the House. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against, say aye. The nays have it.
Mr.
The
Speaker, can we
proposed
ask for a
amendment
roll
is
call
hereby
vote?
rejected.
Mr.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session.
Mr. Speaker, can we have a
Session
meeting of-
suspended. Kasir, ikaw na dyan. Pwede magulo na. Hindi magulo ako.
Okay.
Klaro lang natin. Parang
Para,
kanina.
session resume.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority
may I
Leader.
propose my next
Mr.
amendment?
Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Leandro Leviste for his additional amendments.
Honorable Reviste, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Para matupad ang pangako na ipagbawal ang political dynasty sa Pilipinas, nais ko pong i-propose na i-amend natin ang Section 5 sa A, B, C, D, and E, nakalagay second degree, at ang aking amendment ay palitan ito para maging fourth degree.
What does the sponsor say?
We don't accept.
What does the majority say?
Mr. Speaker, there being an objection to the proposed amendment, I move that we divide the House.
Mr. Speaker, may I move for nominal voting?
Majority Leader,
Mr.
there's a motion to divide the House. All those in favor of the amendment, say aye. Those against, say nay.
Nay.
The nays have it. The proposed amendment is now not accepted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, is there a further amendment from the good representative from Batangas?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to manifest my disappointment that we are
Well, Mr. Speaker,
not
point of order.
passing
There is a period of
true
amendment. We
anti-dynasty
don't
bill.
Majority
accept.
Leader.
But that being
We don't
said,
Mr.
accept
Speaker, I move to
manifestation, Mr.
suspend
Speaker.
session.
I will yield
Session
to
is suspended.
the next member.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other amendment, I move that we close. Mr. Speaker, I
Motion
move
to
that we
suspend,
recognize the Honorable. Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session.
Session is suspended.
Kailangan niyo po yan
Session resumed. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Leila de Lima for her proposed amendments.
the Honorable Laila de Lima is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished sponsor, will the distinguished sponsor accept the following amendment? I wish to insert a new Section 8. Section 8, punishable acts. The following acts shall be punished as an election offense in accordance with the provisions of the Omnibus Election Code. Letter A, willful concealment or falsehoods made in the sworn statement required under Section 6 of this Act. B, submission of spurious, forged, or falsified documents required under this Act. C, malicious or frivolous filings to trigger the anti-political dynasty prohibitions contained in this Act. D, using, threatening to use, threatening to use, or causing the use of force, violence, coercion, intimidation, or extortion to compel the filing or non-filing of certificates of candidacies or any agreement made in accordance with Section 7 of this Act, whether or not the offender shall have attained their purpose. E, resigning an elective office for the purpose of enabling a spouse or relative to assume or seek such position in contravention of this Act. And F, any other willful act to allow the existence or perpetuation of political dynasty relationships as provided under Section 5 of this Act. So I ask the distinguished sponsor to admit this new Section 8, subject to style, after Section 7 found on page 3 of House Bill 8389, and the sections below it be renumbered accordingly.
What does the sponsor say?
Mr. Speaker, we thank the honorable lady from ML Party List for the improvement of the current draft bill of this measure. We accept, Mr. Speaker, the
What
proposed
does
amendments.
the majority say?
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
There's a motion to approve the amendment. There is an objection. Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other individual amendment, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
There's a motion to terminate the period of amendment. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading on House Bill number 8389.
There's a motion
As
to approve.
amended.
There's a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 8389.
As amended.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 8389 as amended is now approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session.
Session is suspended. Hindi kasi yung... Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the guests of Speaker Faustino Bojiti from the National Youth Commission of Mindanao. They are ASEC Bianca Patrice Go, ASEC Juanquin Carlo Racho, Gerber Nisi Valderrama, Eliza Ann Cabisuelas, and Faith Grace Diocampo.
To the guest, Honorable Speaker Faustino Bojidi III, the National Youth Commission in Mindanao. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
session is suspended.
Ryan, okay na? Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the proclamation issued by the Commission on Elections declaring Pinoy Workers' Party List as winner under the party list system in the national and local elections of the 12th of May 2025, and to entitle its nominee, Carl Joseph F. Legaspi, to sit as its representative in the House of Representatives of the Congress of the Philippines. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the aforementioned proclamation, I move to allow Carl Joseph F. Legaspi, representative of Pinoy Workers' Party List, to take oath in open session.
There any objection to the motion? Chair is none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to call the representative of Pinoy Workers' Party List to take his oath before this body. May I request all members present and even those in the galleries to please rise to witness the oath-taking of our new member. May we also invite our Speaker, Faustino Bojidi III, to the rostrum to administer the oath of office of Representative Carl Legaspi.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, please state your name.
I, Carl Joseph Fernandez Legaspi,
Of
Pinoy Workers' Party List,
having been elected as representative,
having been elected as representative,
hereby solemnly swear
that
I will well and faithfully discharge
I will well and faithfully discharge
to the best of my ability
the
duties of my present position
and
all of others
of all others
I may hereafter hold
under
the Republic of the Philippines, that I will support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I will obey the laws, legal orders, and decrees promulgated by the duly constituted authorities of the Republic of the Philippines, and that I impose this obligation upon myself voluntarily without mental reservation or purpose of evasion. So help me God. Congratulations.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, to allow for our members to congratulate our newest representative, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to acknowledge the guests. Your guests, sir, Deputy Speaker Bambi Amano and Representative Lordan G. Swan and Representative Attorney Karen Lagbas. They are guests from the Department of Trade and Industry, Region 10. They are the following: Honorable Princess Emano, Dr. Ruel B. Paklipan, Jesusa Tutang M. Aber, Charisse V. Kabasag, Maria Lourdes Michelle V. Kinompot, Anthony R. Abutanmo III. Mr. Speaker.
To our guests from the Region 10, Board Member Princess Emano, Provincial Director Abear, ma'am, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we would also like to acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Marlesa Doc Marley Hofer Hasim from the 2nd District of Zamboanga, Sibugay. They are young athletes who are qualified to represent the Philippines in the upcoming Pony International Pinto 8U Baseball Classic to be held in Illinois, USA from July 9 to July 12. They are the following: Bumatay Julian Harvey, Casabuena Ethan Lucas T. Casabuena, Alonzo Miguel G. Chan, Lucas Gabriel G. Chan, Marcelo Sebastian B. Cruz, Nathaniel Thomas R. Ginto, Ethan Gabriel D. Montaner, Theodore Manuel C. Pablico, Alejandro Ponferrada, Ethan Christoph C. Samaniego, Ruiz Isaac D. San Diego, Maverick Greg C. Uy, Kyle Pele C. Zulueta, Coach Herbert Bonifacio, Coach John Paul de los Santos. Mr. Speaker.
To the guest of Honorable Marlesa Doc Marley Hofer Hasim from the Zamboanga, 2nd District of Zamboanga, Sibugay, young athletes who have qualified to represent the Philippines in the upcoming Pony International Pinto 8 Under Baseball Classic to be held in Illinois, USA. Young gentlemen, Coach, welcome to the House of Representatives and good luck. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we also recognize the guests of Deputy Speaker Raymond Democrito C. Mendoza from the TUCP party list, and they are the following: Ms. Medina Manto, Ms. Marivic Lopez, Ms. Marisa Gonzalez, Jillian T. Roque, Ms. Cereline A. Pastolero, Ms. Annie Enriquez Geron, and Mr. Miguel Maga Jr. Mr. Speaker.
To the guests of Deputy Speaker Attorney Raymond Democrito Mendoza, Mr. Medina Manto, Ms. Marivic Lopez, Ms. Marisa Gonzalez, Ms. Jillian Roque, Ms. Cereline Pastolero, Ms. Ann Enriquez Heron, and Mr. Miguel Maga. Sir, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 9305.
There is a motion to resume consideration on House Bill 9305. There is no objection. Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize for his interpellation the Honorable Robert Nazal of Bagong Generacion Party List.
The Honorable Nadal is recognized. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to my idol, Bina B. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. We are ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Distinguished Gentleman. On Section 15 of the proposed bill, yung nakalagay po na temporary moratorium on transport-related loan payments, I just have a question. Pwede po ba natin isama yung, kasi it is limited to registered public transport drivers, operators, transport cooperatives, and TNVS operators. Sana po, baka pwedeng i-include yung mga logistics companies, shipping companies, all companies which are heavily dependent on fuel, such as MSMEs that are in the business of FMCG. Also, kasi syempre, ang ina-address lang po natin dito are yung matigil po yung biyahe. Pero sana, the bill and the law eventually will also address potential risks for inflation, inflationary pressure, and currency protection. Kasi marami pong industries na heavily reliant on fuel na matitigil po dahil pagka sumobrang taas yung fuel or nagkaroon ng rationing.
Mr. Speaker, I think we may have had some shortcoming. I don't think we were able to provide you with the latest version because the latest version on Section 15 in fact incorporates the very amendments that you proposed by the very exact wording. So Section 15 now reads, as presented for deliberation, is a temporary moratorium on loan, rental, and utilities payments. It no longer covers just TNVS or transportation related. In fact, using the very proposal that you said, if I may read, all banks, quasi-banks, financing companies, cooperatives, and other leading institutions shall grant, subject to the evaluation of borrower capacity, a moratorium of not less than 30 days on principal and interest payments on all outstanding loans, including salary, personal, housing, agri, MSME, and transport-related loans falling due during the effectivity of the declared national energy emergency. And I wish to put on record that the previous provision, which only tackled a small segment of the transportation sector, was correctly pointed out by Congressman Nazal as being incomplete. And that's why we have made the temporary moratorium no more expansive to cover those that are related to transportation in general.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. That makes me very happy. My next question is on Section 30, appropriations and sources of funding.
May Section
30. On letter A, rationalization of non-essential MOOE. If I may, dun po sa provision na yon, all departments, agencies, bureaus, I'll just go straight, no? The executive department shall adopt economy measures and shall identify and rationalize non-essential maintenance and other operating expenses in an amount not less than 10%, but not more than 20% of the covered line items, and in accordance with its applicable guidelines, circulars, and issuances. Ang question ko po dyan is, aren't we, by setting a compulsory 10% floor, creating a dangerous statutory contradiction? Kasi if there are agencies po na mas mababa yung kanilang non-essential MOOE at hindi umabot sa 10%, paano po yun? Will they have to go through the essential? Kukunin po ba nila yon para ma-meet nila yung 10%? Kasi parang the bill will allow them, parang sineset natin yung minimum at 10%. So not less than. So if ever, pwede po ba natin tanggalin to?
The recommendation of DBM on why 10% was placed as the minimum is based on actual utilization over the last 2 years. So in terms of non-essential, let's not forget that what we are considering is a period of emergency, a national emergency as declared by the President, as supported by all the cabinet secretaries. In short, there is something that needs to be urgently done and addressed. So it will require extraordinary activities on the part of the executive, including the generation of savings, so that we could use that to help and carry out immediate relief activities so that we can cure or we can limit the effect of inflation just in the transportation sector. So based on their experience, 10% is easily achievable. In fact, they expect it to be 20%. They wanted it 20%, Mr. Speaker, but upon exactly the points that you raised, they limited it to 10%.
May I ask, Mr. Sponsor, how much do we intend to raise from the MOOE?
On this particular item is 21 billion.
21 billion.
That is what we are advised by the DBM, Mr. Speaker.
Magkano po ba yung...
Mr. Speaker, my apologies. They've just recomputed. It's 11 billion.
Magkano po ba yung total non-essential na MOE? Non-essential MOE.
While they're generating it, the 11 billion is actually based on the submissions of the different agencies in relation to the budget circular.
So 11 billion covering all departments?
Yes.
Just specifically on non-essential?
Not yet all. 80% have already submitted.
80%?
Yes.
But the total is 11 billion for all?
No, for the 80%.
For the 80%.
So not all agencies have yet submitted. There is a deadline that they have set by the end of May to be able to do that. But right now, 80% of the agencies have already submitted. And 11 billion has been the amount offered.
Huh? Mr. Sponsor, while they are still computing, may I move on to the next question?
Yes, we undertake to provide you with that information as they compute it.
So on again on section 30, letter B, discontinuance of programs, activities, and projects. So I'll just read the portion.
Before the gentleman continues, may we request order in the plenary?
So under the FY 2026 General Appropriations Act, whether released or unreleased, where the corresponding allotments remain unobligated, or where such programs, activities, and projects can no longer be effectively implemented during the emergency period. Nakita niyo po yun?
Yes, that is line 16 and 17 and 18 on page 26.
Yes. So may I ask, what does or where such programs, activities, and projects can no longer be effectively implemented during the emergency period mean? Does it mean na kahit obligated po, pero can no longer be implemented, can be discontinued?
Yes, yes. Obligated, but discontinued. Pwede, Mr. Speaker.
Pero doesn't it contradict yung second paragraph po in letter F sa release conditions? No amount shall be made subject to any funding action under this section if the same has already been validly obligated.
If it pertains if you will look at the second paragraph of release conditions, that prohibition really refers to salaries, not to all other items. So this is actually serves as a qualification. If you look at if it pertains to salaries, wages, pension, and other fixed personal benefits. That is our understanding, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Hindi ho ba delikado yung yung stating when we stated na or where such programs activities, isn't it parang too blanket, masyadong blanket, too much of a blanket statement?
One-minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, upon consultation with the Department of Budget and Management, your position is correct. Your position is correct. Insofar as items that can be discontinued, if they are obligated, you cannot touch them anymore.
So can we remove that phrase? Yung or where such programs, activities, and projects can no allotments remain, yung where such programs, or where such programs, activities, and projects can no longer be effectively implemented.
That is in relation to line, what line is that, Mr. Speaker?
Line,
We're in page 26?
line 22. Line 22 and 23.
Can we just reconcile? I think we have different items. I'd like to request 1 minute suspension.
Session
We'll give
suspended. Session resumed.
The point is well taken. What we only ask is, what we want to express clearly on the floor is that discontinuance of PAPs will only refer to unobligated. So a correction will be made at the appropriate time to follow where the corresponding allotments remain unobligated. Instead of or, we can actually just put a comma, meaning where such programs, activities, and projects can no longer be effectively implemented, if only to stress that it only refers to unobligated, instead of or.
Can't we just delete that whole phrase altogether? But kasi specific naman, if it's unobligated, then go ahead.
I think the reason for which it is stated, Mr. Speaker, is only to emphasize those are the mechanisms by which savings are declared. So you're correct, it's a surplusage. We will consider the suggestion at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr.
But it is
Speaker.
clear that we're only referring to unobligated. So thank you for that correction. Yes.
Mr. Sponsor, what about items under FISARO or for issuance of SARO? Are these considered unobligated?
If it is for issuance of SAROS, then it is unobligated, according to the DBM.
So it is considered unobligated if wala pang for issuance of SARO?
Yes.
Okay. Kahit na po alam natin na ang pwede lang na naka-FISARO ay lump sum or those with conditions?
Yes, that's correct.
How about paano po yung mga naka-FISARO na hindi na right now under the 2025 budget, for example, 2026 budget, paano yung mga naka-FISARO na hindi naman siya considered as lump sum? Naka-line item siya. Wala ring conditions. Marami pong ganun.
Well, they are still considered as unobligated, so they can be included as part of the general sphere where the President can exercise his discretion.
That is where we have a problem. Kasi right now po, di ba, after the President signed the GAA of 2026, 46 billion pa lang ang na-issuehan ng SARO. Pero ang naka-FISARO is the whole budget of DPWH.
I need to also stress that in terms of the appropriation, we have already specified that no portion of capital outlay, if it refers to physical structures, can be included as part of, as a source. So when you talk about DPWH or... Totally. Or even in the other departments, as long as it is a physical structure, it cannot be the subject of expansion by the executive.
Can we include that in the provision?
It is here. In page 26, line 29,
26.
Starting with line 25. For this purpose, discontinuance may include capital outlay PAPs that are not immediately necessary for the delivery of essential public services or for the implementation of emergency response, etc. Under the act, provided that buildings and structures outlay, infrastructure outlay, public infrastructure outlay shall be excluded from the coverage of such discontinuance. So your fear, although founded, is supported by this limitation. In fact, the limitation again is placed because when you pointed it out during the hearing.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Sponsor.
Tama na.
Okay, for pool savings, under how much do we intend to raise capital outlay po for pool savings?
We don't have that data yet, Mr. Speaker. Only non-essential MOE has so far been generated. Wala pa po tayo doon.
Is it 10 or 20% of the total capital outlay?
We don't have a floor there, Mr. Speaker. We don't have a minimum savings. But certainly, that will be very much limited considering the limitation on
But do we have a
the
target
items.
in terms of how much we intend to raise?
They don't have that data yet at the moment.
For 2026 po kasi,
If I may, while Mr. Speaker, while the interpellator is, I think what needs to also be stressed here, Mr. Speaker, is this is not just for 2026. So effectively, what we're trying to do, in the same way you were arguing in the past, that we want to create a framework. So,
yes,
be that as it may, unfortunately, we don't have the data yet relative to other savings that can be pulled today. But what we want to just establish is a framework within which what the limits of the executive discretion can be, which you've pointed out on numerous occasions and we have accepted.
So basically, Mr. Sponsor, thank you for pointing that out. What we intend really to point out is once we've raised, once lahat po ng 10 and 20% ng MOE tsaka ng capital outlay ay naipon po natin, are we leaving it to the executive department to choose or to determine kung saan po mapupunta ito? Kasi this will probably amount to the billions, and if we look at the previous experience doon po sa Bayanihan Law, we cited specific amounts for specific programs. Naglagay po tayo doon ng specific amount for each specific program na inaprubahan po ng Congress. So, hindi po siya blanket authority. It is not, ngayon laging issue po yung sa Supreme Court yung unprogrammed funds. If we allow this to be pulled, and then just give DBM or the executive department the right to determine kung anong programs ang paglalagyan at kung magkano, hindi po ba natin tinatanggal yung power of the purse sa Congress?
The purpose for which, certainly we are very mindful of the decisions of the Supreme Court relative to DAP, relative to unabated discretion given to the executive. So the limits within which the Supreme Court decisions have been made are embedded here, meaning on various paragraphs, you will see that in consonance with current DBM circulars, as well as in consonance, consistent with the provisions of the Constitution on Article 6, Section 25, Paragraph 2, as well as decisions of the Supreme Court. So basically, the limitations against which the President can exercise the discretion is that, unlike with the DAP, it is only within the executive. You cannot cross borders, meaning from the executive to the judiciary. Second is that it can only be used effectively to augment an existing program. It has to be there. So if the item is in fact not in existence, you cannot fund that using the savings. So the fear, which I agree with you, needs to be taken care of, is already being addressed by these various paragraphs and limitations on the discretion of the President.
If we go back to the DAP decision po, no? So for this purpose, in Araulo versus Aquino, it is the President who proposes the budget, but it is Congress that has the final say on matters of appropriations. So for this purpose, the appropriation involves two governing principles, namely a principle of the public fisc, asserting that all monies received from whatever source by any part of the government are public funds, and number two, a principle of appropriations control, prohibiting expenditure of any public money without legislative authorization. So, kaya po naging declared na unconstitutional yung DAP kasi po wala pong specific legislative authority. It was like a blank check. So, ganun din po yung unprogrammed appropriations. Ganun rin po ang nangyayari. So, ito po, sinasabi, Congress has the final say on matters of appropriation, and there is that principle of appropriations control. So, if we allow this, na walang specific na program, walang specific na amount, aren't we, like I previously stated, giving a blanket authority to the executive pertaining to these savings?
I disagree, Mr. Speaker. I disagree because the matter that is taking place here is far different from Araulo, because that took place when they took up the Disbursement Acceleration Program, or the DAP. What we are doing here is a constitutional precept on delegation of power during an emergency situation. So that is the limit, again, or that is the atmosphere under which this power is given. So, Congress, as the Constitution says, may by law authorize the President to carry out functions that are exclusively within the legislature, including appropriation. So, for a limited time frame, within limits set by Congress, and by law, Congress can validly delegate it. So, that's the huge divergence between DAP and Araulo and Kalinga, as well as Bayanihan.
I agree with you, Mr. Sponsor, but in Bayanihan, for example, it was also a case of emergency. So we are giving the President a statutory framework to work on para meron po siyang elbow room, no, to move. But in the same way, similar to Bayanihan, nabigyan din po natin yung Presidente ng elbow room to move, pero doon nakaspecify po yung amounts, nakaspecify din yung program. So yun lang naman po ang gusto sana natin siguraduhin, gusto natin ilagay, ipasok dito sa ating bill, kasi pwedeng-pwede naman po nilang lagyan kung anong specific programs, lagyan nila ng limits, di ba? And then kung kailangan, total na ipon po naman nila yung pera, pwede naman pong dalhin sa Kongreso at magpasa po tayo ng supplemental budget or an appropriations bill that will help the President without removing the power of the purse from Congress.
You're correct. You're correct. But there's delegation of legislative power does not only take one form. It could be as specific as you want. What the Supreme Court nearly requires are two things. It must be complete. It must be sufficient. So Congress from time to time will make this delegation as limited as it can by putting in all the necessary conditions, yet giving the trigger or the discretion to the executive. Or Congress can sometimes be, in a sense, for lack of a better word, Mr. Speaker, can be liberal. Meaning as long as it falls within the limits, as well as the decisions or the guardrails set by the Supreme Court, that will still be valid. And in this case, what we are creating is a framework. We cannot at this point in time yet set aside specific funds for specific programs precisely because we don't know yet how much money will be available. So it is not a surrender. It is a valid delegation. There is a sufficient standard. The test is it is complete insofar as what triggers it, or within which, for what purposes, for what programs as specified, but we don't put the amounts because we will leave that to the executive. But if only to assure you also, Mr. Speaker, is that the executive is required to regularly disclose to Congress how disbursements are made, and Congress may, at any point in time, withdraw this authorization when it decides so. And like I said, it's an extraordinary situation requiring or giving the President the necessary elbow room.
In my proposed bill, Mr. Sponsor, we set, the bill I proposed set an amount of 100 billion. Can't we at least set a ceiling or set a limit on magkano yung ibibigay natin na appropriations sa executive?
At the moment, we don't feel the need to do that because we don't know what the extent will be on any situation in the future. Meaning, probably today we feel more at ease. If we had passed this 2 months ago, all the more we would have felt that we could not put a ceiling because we did not know how long it will last. Again, I go back to the fact that this is a framework. So we cannot put a specific limit on a framework because we don't know what the situation will be each time an energy emergency takes place.
We already did it, Mr. Sponsor, during the Bayanihan na nag-set nga tayo ng limit in the framework.
Because, Mr. Speaker, the biggest difference with Bayanihan and today is Bayanihan was a one-time activity. In fact, we had to pass another Bayanihan to supplement. So, because of our experience with Bayanihan, we want to, instead of having a cyclical coming back to Congress, and we want to create that framework which the executive will have, under which we can constantly review, instead of having a one-time activity. So, it's a different approach, learning from the Bayanihan experience.
Kaya nga po medyo mahirap rin kasing magbigay lang tayo ng just a total blanket or a blank check or blanket authorization. Kasi if we do not set a limit, paano po ang safeguard dito? What if the savings, let's say for example, amount to 500 billion or 1 trillion? Ano pong gagawin natin? Can that be, aren't we giving the executive a blank check?
No.
Para po siyang para siyang unprogrammed funds uli.
No, absolutely. Absolutely, I cannot conform to that, Mr. Speaker. It is not a blank check because, in fact, the limits or the area within which they can generate savings are already very, very limited when we remove public infrastructure. So the amount of savings today that they can, just based on even on a maximum basis, cannot reach those amounts.
So more or less po, Mr. Sponsor, we have an indication kung magkano ma-raise nila.
At the moment, not yet. At the moment, not yet. But like I said, is that we need to give them the necessary framework to be able to carry out these urgent actions.
Meron naman, kasi they can do projections. And if they are saying that, for example, this war or the crisis will last for around 1 year, if it lasts for 1 year or 6 months, ganito po yung ma-generate nila. Pagka lumampas ng 6 na buwan, ganito. Siguro, why don't we put a time frame? Hindi ba? If the war will last, if the energy crisis will last for a certain period, ganito ang probable na ma-raise natin, ilagay po natin yung possible amount, yung projected amount. Pwede po ba yun? Why don't we do that?
Well, there is a limit, no? In so far as when the emergency can take place, meaning there are very, very specific triggers. It goes through a set of steps before it actually takes place. It has to go through 11 cabinet secretaries. There has to be a factual determination by the Department of Energy before a trigger or even a reason can actually be, can justify the action of the President. Secondly, the time is limited. It is limited in so far as other activities are concerned. It is limited within the duration of the emergency period. Secondly, that emergency period can be withdrawn or limited also by the Kalinga Council. Thirdly, Congress can withdraw or shorten that emergency period. And third, by the adjournment of Congress, the emergency powers also automatically is extinguished or stops being effective. So these are the limits in terms of the duration. There is likewise a limit on the application because you need an item to augment. You need an existing item. And I think that's the biggest departure from DAP. Because DAP, practically the executive, could use savings and fund it for even existing items. Items that did not go through the ringer of the legislative mill or the power of the purse. So we deem these limits sufficient. Again, the power, it's going to be a balance between regulating the action of the executive to make sure that they don't abuse it, but at the same time, you need to give them the necessary elbow room so they can quickly address the various problems that they face during an energy emergency crisis. Because if we did not give them the power and it remains with Congress, the presumption is it will be too slow, and by the time we're able to act, it will be too late. So that's really the balancing that we've done. That's why more than half of your suggestions we have incorporated in recognition of the standards that you feel like need to be put in place.
Do we more or less have an amount of how much we intend to raise, coming from both obligated, from unobligated, from all the discontinuance, from all the pool savings, from all the pool savings that we intend to?
From the demand side, meaning from the needs, as expounded by the different departments on what they need to be able to implement, the
Yes.
figure was at 261 billion.
261.
But on the supply side, meaning the DBM, in
Yes.
terms of scavenging for funds, they have not reached that portion yet. But if at all, if there is a policy limit today, that is the limit that they have said as to what they need.
So can't we set it, for example, from what you're saying, we set it from the demand side?
Yeah, but we don't want to do that, Mr. Speaker, because if we do that, there will be future activities or future energy crises that might be bigger or might be smaller. So we're giving them the leeway. Be that as it may, Congress will continue to review. We just feel like at this point in time, while it is well to put a limit, it is prudent, but it will run contrary to our desire to give the executive that necessary leeway. So balancing po talaga, Mr. Speaker, ang ginagawa natin.
Okay. May I ask for a report on the savings from DBM?
We undertake to give you the report, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the interpellation. Deeply appreciate the attention and the contribution, invaluable, given by Congressman Robert Nazal of Party List Bagong Henerasyon, the party list I will vote for in the next elections.
Last na, Mr. Sponsor. So, how can the legislative framework ensure that the executive branch does not on debt savings? So how can the legislative framework ensure that the executive branch does not unintentionally alter debt payment schedules to create artificial savings?
the
Oh,
debt savings as a resource will often and will refer only to gains by virtue of foreign exchange that's favorable, interest rate adjustments that take place because of positive credit rating. It will be too difficult, if I may say so, it will be too difficult and too long a process for the executive, based on experience and based on logic, that they will actually try to renegotiate all these transactions during an emergency just to be able to generate. Although the fear is there, I think it will run contrary to natural human experience.
Based on on our current run rate, yung previous experience po natin, our automatic appropriation for debt service and interest from 2023 and 24, nag-exceed po tayo ng gastos. So, from 2023, we paid 582 billion. Our budget pala was 582 billion and we ended up paying 628 billion. For 2024, it was 670 billion yung ating budget, and then 763 yung actual na binayaran natin. For 2025, do we already have that? Our budget right now is 848 billion.
We will ask, Mr. Speaker, from the Bureau of the Treasury, but obviously the trend will be the same.
Yeah, so
Meaning
that's what I'm
we
pointing
pay
at.
more than what we budget. That's why, in reality, I wanted to say earlier that as a fund source, when you talk about debt service savings, in all likelihood that's never going to happen. But if in the event that we are able to manage the foreign exchange so that it goes lower than originally priced, meaning had we entered into the obligation or the debt instrument where the exchange rate was at 60 pesos and it goes down to 55, then we should be able to use that. But like I said, this is only for purposes of at least trying to expand the areas where we can get savings.
Considering, Mr. Sponsor, that this is our current experience is contrary to, kumbaga hindi natin kailangan itong provision na to Can we just remove this? Since, as you said, hindi naman natin mamimit ito.
Well, I did not say that we will not meet it, but all
In
I'm
the
saying
future,
is,
you're saying this can happen.
But we don't know. But we don't know what happens in the future, Mr. Speaker. Again, we go back to the fact that this is a framework.
Yes.
We don't know what happens in the future if the economy, we finally become a rising middle income economy, and if the exchange rate is by some, and we see it, meaning if there is some changes in the foreign exchange that is favorable to us, we just want to give the executive again that framework against which they can dip and they can collect savings. So if today it's not possible, we don't know next year, 2 years from now, 10 years from today, we don't know if that will be possible or if in fact it can be viable. So ayaw nating isara yung pinto po doon. Today, parang malabo, pero tingin ko next year, 3 years from today, hindi natin alam.
Wala na. Mr. Sponsor, last question.
Yes, I'm always ready, Mr. Speaker.
So, yung excess revenues and new revenues, new collections, it was indicated po dito sa bill na kukunin din natin ito. So, that means does that mean wala na pong unprogrammed, lahat ililipat na for for use of the, for Kalinga?
Mr. Speaker, what we're doing here is that we are providing the executive the discretion.
So we can expect, Mr. Sponsor, that there won't be any, once this is passed, wala na pong unprogrammed. Kasi kukunin na natin lahat yun and dito siya magagamit.
It will be up to the President, meaning the President can use excess revenue collections to fund unprogrammed, or he can use, if there's an emergency, to fund this. So like I said, it is a framework during an emergency or during a crisis, we're simply giving the President all the necessary armaments to be able to address it. So we don't know how the President will behave relative to that. So anyway, the matter on program is also pending before the Supreme Court. So we will leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Thank you for including all the amendments that we proposed.
Thank you, and I wish to put on record the invaluable contribution of Mr. Speaker, of Congressman Nazal in framing the limits as well as the various provisions of the Kalinga Bill.
Thank you for being very open-minded, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you very much, President Norbert Nadal from BH Party List. Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Paolo Marcoleta of the Sagip Party List for his interpellation.
There an objection? Chair hears none. The gentleman from Sakip Party List is recognized. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Gladly, Mr. Speaker, with deep privilege to be interpellated by my friend and the better Marcoleta, if I may say so.
It is with great honor to stand along with the dashing and debonair Deputy Speaker, my idol since the 14th Congress.
Does that mean you're terminating your interpellation?
No, although most of my questions were already asked by the Honorable Nasal. So I have a reduced set of questions, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, while going over the draft bill, I would say that the bill is essentially an ayuda bill to address or to mitigate the impact of the existing fuel crisis. So it's primarily an ayuda-based legislation. Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
With due respect, I cannot conform to that position because, in fact, the ayuda portion of the bill is not even 20% of the bill. But if I may just explain, with the indulgence of my colleague, is that what we're really trying to establish here is a framework to be provided to the executive in times of energy emergencies in the future. So hindi lang po para sa taon na ito, kundi sa mga hinaharap pa. That's why nilalagay po natin, hindi nga tayo naglagay po, existing frameworks lang tayo ng assistance. Yun ang una. Kasi ang the first thing that needs to be done is obviously to stop the bleeding. What we want to do is in any crisis, particularly oil, we know for a fact that the oil crisis, there is only one basic sector that is really hit, and that is transportation. So, but if we are unable to address transportation immediately, that disease spreads to other parts of the economy, going to food because of logistics, and when food inflation increases, or that is the biggest component of economic inflation. So, what this does is actually not set aside funds. What it does is actually make the first aid or the emergency room activity more structured, less politicized, because we are requiring them to come up with a interoperable database on different sectors, fisher folk, farmers, jeepney, TODA, TNVS that are reliable and that are accurate and truthful, which will also show the economic status of each one. So each time there is an energy crisis that takes place again, government's reaction is very automatic. But the other aspects, Mr. Chair, I'd like to point out really refers to granting the administrator or the executive the power to use its savings to be able to address emergency measures, but at the same time to give them also power to suspend taxes. We placed here the power to suspend taxes not only on excise, but also on value-added tax, so that the executive will have more leeway to see how to dampen the effect on our ordinary individuals or ordinary folks. So yun po, hindi lang po siya ayuda.
Thank you very much for that reply, distinguished sponsor. What I mean by raising that question is that by giving ayuda, hindi ko naman po sinasabi ng ayuda hindi importante. Ngunit ito po ay temporary relief lang para sa ating mga nasasakupan. Ang gusto ko po sanang sagot ng ating distinguished sponsor ay kung paano natin malulutas ang supply disruption ng ating langis, dahil ito po ang pinagmumulan ng problema natin. Nung nagkaroon po ng digmaan sa gitnang silangan, essentially yung supply natin, yung supply chain ng langis ay nagkaroon ng problema. So, tinitignan ko po yung bill. Medyo ako po yung nakukulangan sa provision, sa paghahanap ng solusyon para matugunan yung problema ng paghahanap ng supply ng langis. Ang inaasahan ko sanang sagot, Mr. Speaker, sana nakapaloob din sa bill yung paghahanap ng mga alternative new sources of supply. Halimbawa, dito sa Southeast Asia, exporter naman ng Malaysia, ang Brunei, bakit di natin explore yung posibilidad na magkaroon ng mga panibagong trade agreement sa mga bansang ito, imbes na tayo ay umaasa lamang sa gitnang silangan para sa ating oil supply. Yun lamang po ang aking katanungan.
Tama po kayo. Very valid po ang point ni Mr. Speaker, ni Congressman Marcoleta. Kung titingnan po ninyo sa buong provisions po natin, paulit-ulit po tayo doon na tinutulak o minamandato ang gobyerno na mag-develop ng indigenous. Malinaw po sa Section 20, nakalagay talaga, indigenous energy, renewable energy, and electric mobility support. Itong provision po na section po na ito ay ang patungkol talaga ay kung paano ang ating bansa inuutos ng Kongreso sa executive na lumayo at maging less dependent po sa langis. So lahat po ng itinutulak natin dito ay to address, tama po yung concern ninyo, wala po itong provision na ito dati, pero inilagay po natin ito because ayaw po natin ng pansamantala lamang na pagkilos pagdating sa krisis. Gusto po natin maging resilient ang ating ekonomiya, sang-ayon po ako sa inyo, kaya nilagay po natin ito dito. So bukod sa pagtutulak ng indigenous, meaning dito lang sa Pilipinas, sa panggagalingan, binibigyan din natin ng tax incentives ang iba't ibang mga pamamaraan, ang employers, kahit po ang pamilya, ang kumpanya, kung sila po ay nagtutulak para po ang kuryente nila ay maging solar or solarization, binibigyan po natin sila. Kung ikaw po ay employer na nagpapautang ng car plan, bibigyan at papahintulutan po namin kayo na gamitin ito bilang deduction sa gross income para i-encourage po sila na wag na pong maging dependent sa krudo. So, halos lahat po dito, pati po yung ating mga tax incentives, ay pagtulak doon sa sinasabi po ni Congressman Paulo Marcoleta na ang kailangan talagang direksyon ay bawasan natin or if at all, to eliminate our dependence on oil. Because once we are able to do that, kahit ano pong gera sa Middle East, kahit anong bakbakan po nila doon, ay hindi na po tayo dapat naapektuhan or kung naapektuhan man tayo, ay hindi po ganun kabigat o lalim ang epekto.
Opo, pero hindi pa po natin masasabi na sa ngayon ay pwede na tayong makahulagpos sa ating dependence sa petroleum products. Ano po ba ang percentage ng in terms of fossil-based petroleum consumption ng vehicles as opposed to EV? Ano po bang ratio sa ngayon?
Sa public utility vehicles po na pinakaapektado ang inflation, ay wala pa hong 1% sa kabuuan ng public utility vehicles ay electric. So ito isang bagay na kailangan mas ma-address talaga natin dahil ito ang pangunahing tama pagdating sa ating ordinary na mananakay po.
Opo. Thank you, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Napansin ko po na ang ating panukalang batas ay nakatuon sa mga problemang transport sector related. Halimbawa, allowance, transportation allowance, ganyan, gas, fuel allowance, ganyan. So ito po ay nakatuon lamang sa transport sector. Pero kung tutusin natin, itong krisis na ito is all-encompassing. Apektado rin po dito ang pagtaas ng presyo ng mga bilihin, pangunahing bilihin, tulad ng pagkain, at pagtaas ng utilities tulad ng kuryente. Pwede po bang, is the distinguished sponsor open to amending this bill to accommodate other provisions, halimbawa, other relief like extension of loan payments sa mga bahay, prohibition on increase in rent sa mga bahay at sa tuition fees, halimbawa. Tuition fees, dahil apektado lahat ang middle class dito. Hindi lang, I would like to believe na hindi lang ito transport related crisis, kundi it's an all-encompassing crisis that we need to address. Na apektado lahat. Hindi lang po ang ating modality sa pagtransport, kundi yung pagkain natin, utilities natin, yung rent na binabayaran ng karaniwang manggagawa, yung tuition na ibinabayad pang matrikula ng mga magulang. Wala po ba tayong provision para sa mga yon at open po ba kayo na magkaroon ng provision para sa iyon? Dahil sa Bayanihan Bill, I believe they covered almost entirely yung pong mga hinanaing ng ating taong bayan nung panahon ng COVID-19.
Mr. Speaker, yung lahat ng sinabi ng ating kasama ay halos lahat nasa Section 15. Page 15, ito ang temporary moratorium on loan, rental, and utilities payments, where the consumer, regardless in fact of the situation of the consumer, is given a 30-day moratorium in terms of payments of principal as well as interest payments. Aside from that, the rental payments are likewise included as part of a grace period over a 30-day period. Electric bills, pag-atas sa ating mga electric utilities, water utilities, telecom, ay meron ding 30-day grace period na ibinibigay. Dahil kinikilala po natin na ang epekto po ng krisis na ito ay hindi lamang po sa transportation, kundi sa iba't iba pang sektor o bahagi ng ating lipunan. Gusto ko rin pong idagdag na maliban sa transportation sector ay malaki po sa ating mga programa ang ating ilalagay po rito ay pagdating po sa pagkain. Ito po ang Section 12 on fuel and fertilizer support na kung saan hindi po natin napagpasyahan po natin na imbis binibigyan natin ng ayuda o pera ang ating mga magsasaka at hindi tayo natitiyak na ito ba'y dinadala sa pagsasaka, ay gagawin talaga nating in the form of vouchers as well as para dating sa fuel discounts para sa kanilang mga traktora, para pagdating po sa logistics at pagdala ng kanilang mga ani para madala sa palengke, including hauling. Meron din po tayo for food producers, hindi lang po ng palay, ng mais, kundi ng aquaculture, isda, pati po livestock, manok, at saka, or poultry, at saka baboy. So, kinakover po natin sila lahat na po dito dahil alam po natin na kailangan po silang mabigyan ng atensyon tulad po ng sinasabi ng ating distinguished colleague.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Pero sa binanggit niyo po na ayuda, hindi po nabanggit yung ano dito, yung educational assistance. Lalong-lalo po ngayon, panahon ng Mayo, ilang linggo na lang, o ngayon, ongoing na po ang enrollment. And the middle class sector is bearing the brunt nitong pagtaas po ng presyo ng produktong petrolyo. Baka wala na po silang nailaan para sa pangmatrikula ng kanilang mga anak. Meron po tayo bang pwedeng ipasok dito sa educational assistance? Kasi kinover natin ang utilities, kinover natin ang pataba, kinover natin ang para sa transport sector, sa mga drivers. Halos lahat po yan, may mga anak na pinag-aaral.
Mr. Speaker, meron po tayong sa Section 11 on Paragraph A na nilalagay talaga natin for low-income and near-poor households. So hindi lang po sa 4-piece, kundi doon po sa mga taong isang hakbang na lang po ay papunta na po below the poverty line. Meron po tayong mga emergency cash transfers na ang in fact pangunahing magiging isa sa mga pangunahing purposes dyan ay for educational. So ito po ang nakikita naming isang dahilan o isang paraan para ma-address po yung sinasabi po nating concern.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Tinitignan ko rin po yung bill, wala pong specific na amount na naka-indicate sa mga emergency cash transfers, sa mga grants for fuel subsidies, fuel vouchers, fuel cards. It does not specify the inclusions. Ano po ang halaga na ibibigay in terms of fertilizer support, fuel and operating support. Wala pong specific na halaga na nakasaad dito.
Mr. Speaker, ang dahilan po dyan ay natuto na po tayo sa bayanihan na ayaw po natin na one time, big time lang po ang ating batas na ipapasa. Ang nais po natin ay mabigyan ng framework ang ating pamahalaan. Kaya't hindi po tayo naglalagay ng mga halaga because several years from today ay hindi na yun ang akma na maaaring halaga. Dalawang bagay ang kailangan i-consider is number one, ano yung actual need or the demand side, ano ba yung halaga na yun? Hindi natin ma-determine today kung ano yung need 2 years from today, kung yung ba'y sapat. Pangalawa, ay kailangan din natin makita kung ano yung available savings na pwede natin makuha para po ma-address yung energy emergency crisis. So, lilinawin ko lang po parati is, ang pinagkaiba nito sa bayanihan ay, ang bayanihan, ang buong ekonomiya ay talagang nakadapa. Walang makalabas ng sariling mga tahanan, kaya't kinailangan po natin ma-address ito. Ang thrust po ng Kalinga Bill is to address a temporary, short-term crisis, which is energy crisis. So ang ginagawa po natin is binibigyan natin ng framework para mas nakaka-react po ang ating gobyerno ng mabilisan, pero at the same time naglalagay po tayo ng limits.
Pwede naman po natin, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, na hindi naman natin sasabihin na one time lang tong assistance. Pwede natin sabihin regular emergency cash transfers to qualified low-income and near-poor households in the amount of blank, etc., etc. Ibig sabihin, pwede naman periodic tong assistance natin eh. Hindi naman common nilagay natin yung amount. Hindi naman sinasabi na ito ay one-shot deal lang o one-time, big time lang kumbaga na ayuda sa ating mga constituents. One more thing, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker. On the earmarking funds for subsidies and direct cash assistance. Section 27 of the bill imposes an additional 5% excise tax on non-essential goods and services, with the tax going towards fuel subsidies and direct cash assistance. Can the distinguished sponsor commit to an amendment that ensures that the collection by the Bureau of Internal Revenue is automatically remitted to the fund for the implementation of the Kalinga program?
Well, even more than that, Mr. Speaker, not only are we agreeing to an amendment, but in fact, the most recent version that we have distributed has already entirely scrapped that provision. So Section 27 is no longer in existence. It has, because after due consideration, we have seen that it is very difficult to implement. So, tinanggal na po namin yun.
Okay, thank you, distinguished sponsor. Mr. Speaker. Since the bill is almost entirely about distribution of assistance, can the distinguished sponsor assure na ito pong implementation o yung pamamahagi po ng ayuda will not be politicized or weaponized to favor political allies? Kasi nakalagay po sa ating provision, the LGUs can be tapped to implement the distribution of the incentives or itong mga stipends. What safeguards are in place that will make sure that the Kalinga program will not be politicized or weaponized to favor only political allies and to marginalize perceived political adversaries?
That's a very valid point, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we have placed in Section 8 as a mandate to the executive that it comes up with finally a verified database system that is interoperable, that has common beneficiary registries, and at the same time instructing the executive to develop a system of distribution that will not entail beneficiaries having to be gathered where they have to listen to politicians, so that the executive will now use the existing flow or existing electronic transfer systems. So I agree with you, Mr. Speaker, that we need to ensure that this will not be politicized, and these are the basic items that we have placed, if only to avoid it from being politicized.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Dahil gusto ko rin kasing sabihin na kami, ang aking constituents ay umiinda pagka iniipit ang release ng mga pondo. Katulad po ngayon, yung AX ko, pati yung tupad ay were put on hold. At pagka ginagawa po kasi yun, yung pag-ipit o pag-hold ng pondo, hindi po yung representante o yung partido ang nasasaktan, yung pong mga constituents. Kaya sana po hindi po maulit ito. Habang ito ating binabalangkas, maging universal yung aplikasyon nito at wala pong sisinuhin kung ikaw kaaliado ba o kalaban sa politika. Dapat po, basta't nangangailangan yung bayan na yun, kailangan matugunan po ng kaukulang ayuda.
Sang-ayon po ako dyan. In fact, na-raise na po yan ng Mr. Speaker ni Congressman Marcoleta noong nakaraan. Sabi nga po natin is part and parcel of this very specific section is really mandating the executive to come up with a database system that is not subject to political intervention. At kung ano man ang distribution system na gagawin, ay dapat electronic para automatic kapag nagko-qualify ka dyan sa interoperable, verified database system, wala na pong nakikialam. Diretso na po yan. Kung yan man po ay galing sa DA, yan man po ay galing sa Bureau of Fisheries, galing sa DSWD, diretso na po ito sa beneficiaries, hindi na po dumadaan sa politiko.
Opo, hindi na po kailangan tawagan si Secretary Rex
Opo.
or si Speaker
Opo.
para i-release ang mga pondo.
Opo, dahil hindi rin po siya magiging epektibo sa totoo lang po kung mamimili tayo. Dahil ang gusto natin pigilan dito is inflation. Ayaw natin tumaas ang presyo ng bilihin. Kapag mamimili ka at merong maghihirap na tao, lalo kung nasa transportation sector yan, maapektuhan din tayong lahat. So that's why we really have to make the response non-political as much as we can.
Thank you for that reply, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. On preventing the pass-through nature of the windfall profit tax, Section 26 of the bill introduces a 15% windfall profit tax on covered petroleum products based on net profits. This is a commendable provision since it allows the generation of internal revenue without incurring new debt. Can this representation be assured that this provision for a tax will not be a pass-through tax ultimately imposed upon consumers? And can the legislation provide for a guardrail that will protect our consumers from an additional tax on products and services?
Yes, the point is very well taken. We will make sure that this will not be something that will be passed on to the consumer. But more importantly, I think what is important here is if petroleum companies are able to partake of great profits during times of crisis, since we are not regulating prices because of the oil deregulation at the moment, then whatever income they make, they have to share with the national government, which in turn can use these for energy emergency action or programs that will be needed.
And following that question, Ms. Distinguished Sponsor, can the good sponsor of this bill include or welcome an amendment that will explicitly prohibit the inclusion of this tax in retail pump pricing? With this, any violation to this prohibition should be treated as price manipulation, which should hold entities liable for administrative and criminal penalties under the law.
I agree that it should have a penal provision. We likewise discussed that. Your point is well taken. But we were informed by the BAR that there are already the necessary measures and penal provisions under the National Internal Revenue Code that can be applied. The question you raised was a question we also raised, but the BIR said that there is no need because those penalties, as mentioned by the distinguished colleague, is already set forth in the National Internal Revenue Code.
Thank you very much, distinguished sponsor. Mr. Speaker, I think this is the final question.
I hope it's not the final nail on the coffin.
On renewable energy corporate tax incentives to help lower the utility and consumer product prices. Section 24 of the bill provides an incentive to business enterprises for a 50% special deduction from gross income for ordinary and necessary expenses incurred when shifting to renewable energy products and systems. Can the certified business enterprises who will benefit from this incentive be required to recompute and lower retail prices of products or services based on the effect of shifting to renewable energy products and systems? Considering that business enterprises will enjoy the generous incentive of the deduction, the legislation should ultimately have an effect that will help ease challenges to the cost of living.
The purpose here, Mr. Speaker, is when we provide the 50% deduction from gross income, is essentially to encourage all these businesses to incur capital outlay. Meaning otherwise, they would not be spending for these. But since we want our economy to get away from oil, we are encouraging companies, gumastos po kayo. Gastos kayo dito para sa energy saving, particularly solarization. And in exchange, kahit mapapagastos kayo, hindi scheduled, ay bibigyan kayo namin ng pagkakataon para magkaroon kayo ng deduction. So, if we penalize them or we impose additional taxes for additional income that they will make, might run contrary to the very reason why we're giving the incentive. But if only to assure our distinguished colleague, let's not forget that whatever income they make will still be subjected to corporate income tax, which currently is one of the highest in Southeast Asia. So, magbabayad naman po sila ng tax. So, gusto lang natin talaga sila ma-encourage sa gumastos para po mas maging less dependent tayo sa fossil fuel pagdating sa energy.
Opo, ang binabanggit ko po hindi po yung pag-impose ng additional tax, kundi yung pagbababa or pag-adjust ng mga presyo ng kanilang mga retail products. Kasi meron nga silang incentive eh. So, inaasahan ko na bababa rin yung presyo ng kanilang mga produce.
At this point in time, I think that's going to be, if I may, Mr. Speaker, that's going to be an administrative activity on the part of the DTI, the BIR, in terms of the e-vehicle law. There are already incentives that are put in place there, and we don't want to disrupt that. What we're simply trying to do here is really develop a framework of incentives so that we can incentivize them to leave or go to solarization.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Mr. Speaker, I have no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Congressman from the 1st District of Batangas, Congressman Leandro Leviste, for his interpellation.
The gentleman from Batangas is recognized.
Good evening again, Mr. Speaker.
Good evening, Leon. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chair, in our hearings, the DBM said that with a 20% cut on non-essential MOOE, they would generate around 25 billion pesos in savings. Is that correct?
That is correct.
May I clarify if there's been any update on these plans?
On the amounts?
Yes.
So far with the agencies reporting, because the system is the implementing agencies will submit their reports in compliance with the DBM circular. So far what they've been able to generate is 11 billion in terms of commitment.
And what percent is this cut in non-essential MOE? Is it still 20%?
Earlier we were informed that it was close to 80%.
There's going to be an 80% cut in non-essential MOE.
No. 80% of the agencies have submitted their commitment to reduce non-essential MOE. But the target there is 20 billion. And I am informed that a number of the large agencies have yet to submit their reports, which their deadline is the end of this month.
So this is on the purpose of reporting, but in the purpose of what is the requirement, there is no moving from the requirement of at least 20%.
That's a floor.
Yes.
Meaning that's the minimum that they should do.
Yes.
If they can do more, why not?
May I then clarify the purpose of having in Section 30A, line 33 of the bill, that the cut in non-essential MOE will be 10%, at least?
Yes. So the 20% is in reference to the DBM circular. So the DBM circular actually referred to 10 to 20%.
Yes.
So, but in terms of implementing the as a law, the DBM was of the distinct impression or position that we should peg it just at 10%.
Yes, I'm only referring to the DBM circular so that we have a reference on what is, in their opinion,
Potentially.
feasible.
Yes.
But after all, it is our prerogative in Congress to impose what the members of Congress see fit. And would you not agree, Mr. Chair, that the more that we can save in non-essential MOE that we can then give to the people, the better?
That is correct. But the position of the DBM is that today we can generate 20%, but again, we are creating a framework. If we put 20%, we don't know what the situation is in the future, meaning, are we in a better cash position? Will we have a bloated budget? Will there be more leeway? Based on what they're saying is if we are to codify the non-essential savings, they feel comfortable at putting it as a floor price of 10%.
To put in context, what is the non-essential MOE that we are discussing? If I'm not mistaken, it's around 150 billion pesos in line items, which 20% of which for the rest of the year that they computed was around 25 billion pesos. Is that right?
That's 150 billion, you're correct.
Yes, and this 150 billion that they identified includes 28 billion in traveling expenses, 14 billion in representation expenses, and other such similar truly non-essential expenses. These are not essential expenses. By definition, they are the non-essential expenses.
So line 36 on page 25 specifies what these are.
Yes, and
foreign and local traveling, expenses, training, seminars, workshops, scholarships and conferences, representation expenses, fuel, water, electricity, and other utility expenses, supplies and materials expenses, professional services, consultants and technical assistants, and general services, advertising expenses, printing and publication expenses, and other similar MOOE items.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And that is a total of 150 billion pesos.
We are informed, yes, that is correct.
Of which, as mentioned, traveling is around 28, and representation is around 14, and there are seminars and these other expenses that you have discussed. And I would like to ask if it would be reasonable that we ask agencies to impose a larger cut on their non-essential MOE, considering that I think it appears on its face unnecessary that amidst an economic crisis, we maintain at most 90% of the 150 billion pesos of non-essential MOE.
Well, first, many of these items have already been expended, considering that the crisis took place in the last part of the first quarter. They've been already obligated or in fact spent. Secondly is the DBM is of the position that the 20% based on their circular today is really just the floor. In fact, some agencies are submitting more than that based on what they are receiving from the field. So agencies are encouraged to even come up with a higher amount. But obviously, I think many agencies will feel like it's going to be a tug of war, because many of the agencies will feel like that what may seem non-essential is very essential to them, particularly in terms of training, in terms of talent development, of talent retention. But as we said, there is an emergency, there is a national crisis, then certain things will have to be prioritized, and this is effectively not being prioritized at the moment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm trying to be constructive, and I think that this is a point that everyone would agree on if asked that amidst the crisis, is it really essential that we spend 28 billion pesos on traveling expenses? And rather than cutting the traveling expenses budget, for example, if it's 28 billion, by 2.8 billion, can we cut the traveling expenses of 28 billion pesos by a little more than 10%?
We will, that's part and parcel of what's happening in the field today. I just need to stress also that traveling expenses based on what I discovered, because I was of the impression that it referred to traveling abroad. In fact, a bulk of it is really transportation domestically. More than 94% or 95% in fact is travel domestic, meaning gasoline expenses for appraisers, individuals who are required to really travel from one point to the other. So, yun po ang pinanggagalingan. Pero, patuloy po natin silang kukulitin dyan kung ano pa po pwede nilang magawa. But, again, like I said, it's also going to be dictated on the demand side, how much is actually needed for us to effectively address the energy crisis. Then the executive will have to keep shaking the tree so that more fruits will fall. And again, it becomes a political activity on the part of the executive.
Yes. In our previous committee hearing with you, Mr. Chair, I gave the example and you concurred that we should in fact impose cuts on the seminars that the DILG has barangay officials attend, which I learned from the officials from my district. They spend maybe 40,000 pesos per barangay captain to attend a seminar. And I think if we put it in context of these concrete examples, we can see that these are not really essential. And by the very definition of this bill, these are the non-essential expenses. We don't need 40,000 pesos per barangay captain to attend seminars amidst this economic crisis. So could I ask that you be open, Mr. Chair, that we increase the cut on non-essential MOOE from 10% as proposed in this bill?
Just to address the point of our colleague, Mr. Speaker, is that in fact, the DILG has already imposed a restriction on many of these seminars of our local government officials. Many of these gatherings have already been canceled, national conventions for that matter, or even regional conventions. In light of the call of the President as well as the DBM to be able to set aside these items. So it's already happening as we speak.
Yes, and I'm sure they will also argue that this bill's mandatory cut on non-essential MOE is unnecessary because they will do it beyond this required amount anyway. But as you were saying, you need to shake the tree to impose cuts that they otherwise would not do. And so I am asking if you would not agree, and I hope you would agree, that we can ask for more than at least 10% on the cut on non-essential MOOE. And that I hope you can express your position as a member of Congress, and one that is not necessarily the same as these other agencies, because certainly incentive of an agency is to protect their budget. The incentive of us as members of Congress is to serve our constituents.
I'm personally inclined to agree with the position. But as in fact, let's not forget that the executive does not in fact need this provision. They can do it on their own and they're already doing it. We are simply putting in the provision here as a manifestation of the strong sentiment of Congress that this is one item that needs to be reduced. And they're already doing it. In fact, it's more than 10%. But I don't want us to get out of the thinking that this is a framework. We don't want to codify limits that are only applicable today. The Kalinga is a framework that will be used for the next years. And if we do that, we might be tying the hands of the executive. So, but like I said, the executives in fact already in agreement with you. They're already doing 20%.
I keep on wanting to ground this in real examples so that we can appreciate how easy it is to cut it by more than 10% and why cutting it by much more is very reasonable. I don't want to go into the details of how Congress spends its 18.58 billion pesos MOOE for 2026, but I think we have first-hand experience that certainly there is room to cut the MOOE of agencies across the Philippine government, starting here in our own House of Representatives. So I'm asking, Mr. Chair, if in the period of amendments, you will agree that we increase the at least 10% cut in the non-essential MOOE.
Like I said, it's something that is worth considering. We will consult with the DBM, and at the appropriate time, we will address the concern.
But if I'm not mistaken, the period of amendments will follow this today, and I would like then, hopefully this to be adopted in the period of amendments today, that we increase the non-essential MOE cut from 10%. If I can just give a number now on the floor, I think given we've grounded this 150 billion pesos of non-essential MOE onto things that are really non-essential, as identified by the DBM, then even 50% of a cut on non-essential MOOE is reasonable. But if you'd like to counter-propose a lower number after this interpellation, then I'm open. But I'm not doing this because the savings goes to me. It's savings for the country. And I hope all of us would agree that we should cut as much of the non-essential MOOE as we can. And I hope we can discuss what the precise number should be after this interpellation. Doesn't need to be now on the floor.
Like I said, we will consider it at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask again about the suspension on the VAT and excise tax, but maybe I can also discuss this matter with Chairman Kimbo outside of this interpellation, because I'm hopeful that at least on the increase in the cut on the non-essential MOOE, he can agree today to increase it by some amount more than 10%.
I'm absolutely open to it. We will confer with the DBM on what is going to be realistic, considering that a huge sum of that MOE has already been spent by the executive.
Yes, but the percentage is for the remaining expenditure for the year. Whatever
Yes.
is remaining.
I'm absolutely open to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is now closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments.
There's a motion to open the period of amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move to proceed with individual amendments. And may I
Yes,
recognize...
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to Representative Arthur C. Yap from the Murang Kuryente party list for his individual amendment.
The Honorable Arthur Yap is recognized. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, gandang gabi po. To our distinguished Chairman, Chairman Kimbo.
Magandang gabi po, Mr. Speaker. Sa distinguished pinakamagaling na NFA General Manager, pinakamagaling na Secretary of Agriculture, pinakamagaling na Gobernador ng the Great Province of Bohol.
Mr. Speaker, baka maniwala po ako.
Ayuda na yun, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat po. Mr. Speaker, with the indulgence, with the permission of the Honorable Chairman, would he accept certain amendments into our bill, sir?
Please proceed, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, Roman numeral 1 under section 3, number 1, on page 3, line 28, replace the word farmers with agricultural, Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept the proposed amendment.
Majority.
We move to approve the proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to approve the amendment. Is there an objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority. Please proceed.
On number 2, immediately following that, on the same page, line 29, insert the word production before the word aggregation, Mr. Speaker.
This is line 29, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
We accept the proposed amendment.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
There's a motion to approve the amendment. Is there an objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, on page 4, line 45, insert the phrase or Maritime Industry Authority, Marina, after the word LTFRB, Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
Considering, Mr. Speaker, that it was actually out of inadvertence that we failed to put Marina as one of those issuing CPCs, we accept the proposed amendment.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the proposed amendment. I move to approve the proposed amendment.
There's a motion to approve the amendment. There an objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. George, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, under Section 5, Declaration of a State of National Emergency, subsection C, on page 6, line 32, replace 30 days of supply with the phrase 7 days of supply for LPG, 15 days for other refined oil products, or 30 days for crude oil. The new provision will read as follows. C. National fuel inventory levels falling below 7 days of supply for LPG, 15 days for other refined oil products, or 30 days for crude oil, as determined and certified by the DOE. Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept the proposal, considering that the original phrasing is too general and in fact does not distinguish the sensitivity of each and every fuel category. So we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
there's a motion to approve the amendment. There's an objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, under Section 12, Fuel and Fertilizer Support, on page 13, line 6, replace the section title with Fuel, Fertilizer, and Agricultural Financing Support Measures. Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
there's a motion to approve the amendments. There's an objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Please continue.
Mr. Speaker, on the same page, line 22, insert a new subsection which shall read as follows. Letter C, financing support through low-interest loans, credit guarantee programs, credit risk-sharing facilities, and insurance support mechanisms including yield-based, parametric, index-based remote sensing-enabled, and climate-resilient insurance, and other financial assistance necessary to sustain agricultural production and agri-based MSME operations. Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept the proposed amendment.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
there's a motion to approve the amendments. There's an objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Please continue.
Mr. Speaker, under sections 16, line 14, on page 16, line 14, insert the word CDA after the word authority. Mr. Speaker.
Sponsor?
We accept the proposed amendment.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
there's a motion to approve the amendments. There's an objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Please continue.
On the same page, line 16, insert the phrase "and cooperatives" after the word "enterprises." Mr. Speaker.
Sponsor?
We accept the proposed amendment.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
there's a motion to approve the amendments. There's an objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Please continue.
Mr. Speaker, on the same page, line 41, insert the words "and CDA" after the word DTI. Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
For consistency, Mr. Speaker, we accept the amendment.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
there's a motion to approve the amendments. There's an objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Please continue.
Mr. Speaker, on the same page, line 41, insert the words "and cooperatives" after the word MSMEs.
What does the sponsor say?
Again, for consistency, we accept the proposed amendment.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
there's a motion to approve the amendments. Is there an objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for accepting these amendments.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Sergio C. Dagoo from the APEC party list for his individual amendments.
the Honorable Sergio Dagoc is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. For the distinguished sponsor, accept some individual amendments.
Gladly, I will listen to my erudite colleague.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, under Section 8, page 10, line 42, after the last paragraph, insert a new paragraph worded as follows. All concerned agencies and local government units shall comply with the requirements of the section and ensure that the beneficiary data management and verification system is fully operational with initial beneficiary list validated, cross-matched, and made available to implementing agencies within 15 days from the declaration of a state of national emergency pursuant to Section 5 of this Act, provided that any agency or local government unit that fails to comply with this deadline without justifiable cause shall be subject to the penalties provided under this Act, and the Council is hereby authorized to issue show cause orders and administrative directives to compel immediate compliance.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept the proposed amendment, subject to style. There are matters here which we feel like needs to be harmonized, but we accept.
Thank you. Subject to style and formatting.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
there's a motion to approve the said amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Please continue.
Under Section 13, page 14, line 18, Section 3, after the word operators, insert the phrase including domestic and inter-island shipping or boat operators, subject to style and formatting.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept the proposed amendment.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
there's a motion to approve the said amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Please continue.
Under Section 26, on page 23, line 21, this representation would like to humbly propose to delete the entire Section 26 of the same bill. Kasi baka ipatong lang nila yung 15%, magiging 27% na yung VAT natin. Hindi naman natin, mahirap natin i-monitor yung implementation. So, I am proposing, distinguished sponsor, to delete the entire section.
What does the sponsor say?
Can we suspend, can we move that proposal to the latter part of your other proposals? So as I confer with our colleagues from the DOF and the DBM.
Gladly.
With the indulgence,
Gladly.
Mr. Speaker. Do you have other proposals?
Yes, there is another.
Can we go to the next one first, please?
On page 27, line 36, after Section 31, insert a new provision. This is the penal clause. For the interest of time, distinguished sponsor, I have submitted a copy to the COMSEC. If this is accepted, subject to style and formatting.
What does the sponsor say?
We regret that we cannot accept the proposal for the reasons that we will need to harmonize many of these penalties relative to other existing provisions, and that we feel like it will be too coercive on the part of, and it may result into a cruel or unjust penalty.
I accede to the distinguished sponsor, Mr.
Can
Speaker.
we, Mr. Speaker, can we go back to the previous proposal on Section 26?
Please proceed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. My proposal is to delete the entire section.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept the proposal.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
there's a motion to approve the said amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, ako po'y nagpapasalamat sa ating butihing sponsor. Lalong nadagdagan yung kagalang-galang na pagtingin ko sa kanya. Maraming salamat, distinguished sponsor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
session is suspended.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Iris Marie de Mesa Montes from the 4K party list for her individual amendments.
Mr. Speaker,
There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Honorable Montes is hereby recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may this representation be allowed to propose some amendments?
Gladly, Mr. Speaker.
Under Section 23, on page 21, line 5, after the word suspension, insert the phrase or reduction. The new Section 23 title shall read as follows: Suspension or reduction of value-added tax and excise tax on petroleum products.
We accept, Mr. Speaker. We accept the proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
What does the Majority Leader say?
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
There is a motion to approve the proposed amendments. There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority. Yes, continue. Please continue.
On the same page, line 7, after the word suspend, insert the phrase or reduce.
For consistency, we also accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the Majority Leader say?
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
There is a motion to approve the proposed amendments. There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
On the same page, lines 18 to 26, replace the paragraph with a new paragraph, which shall read as follows: The suspension or reduction of the applicable VAT and or excise tax rates under sections 106 and 148 of the NIRC of 1997 as amended may be extended for another period not exceeding 30 days when the conditions warrant, provided that the aggregate period of the suspension or reduction shall not exceed 60 days. Provided further that the VAT and excise tax on petroleum products imposed under sections 106 and 148 of the NIRC of 1997 as amended shall revert automatically without need for further legislative or executive action upon the lifting of the declaration of national emergency or expiration of the suspension or reduction period, whichever comes.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the Majority Leader say?
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
There is a motion to approve the proposed amendment. There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Please continue.
On the same page, line 28, after the word suspension, insert the phrase or reduction.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the Majority Leader say?
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
There is a motion to approve the proposed amendment. There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Please continue.
On the same page, line 38, after the word suspension, insert the phrase or reduction.
What does the sponsor say?
For consistency, we accept.
What does the Majority Leader say?
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
There is a motion to approve the proposed amendments. There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Please continue.
On the same page, line 41, after the word suspension, insert the phrase or reduction.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the Majority Leader say?
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
There is a motion to approve the proposed amendments. There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Please continue.
That would be all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Paolo Marcoleta from Sagip Party List for his individual amendments.
The Honorable Paolo Margoleta from Sagip Party List is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished sponsor, may I propose an amendment pursuant to my earlier interpellation regarding the inclusion of educational relief in the form of a moratorium on the payment of tuition fees for private schools of not less than 60 days.
What does the sponsor say?
gusto ko rin po sana moratorium on increase on tuition fees for the entire school year 2026.
Where
to
specifically,
2027.
Mr. Speaker, is the distinguished gentleman seeking to insert the proposed amendment?
Perhaps it would be apt to include it under section 11 under household relief and consumer protection.
I think for consistency, Mr. Speaker, it's best to take it up in Section 15 on temporary moratorium on loan, rental, and utilities payments. If the purpose of the distinguished gentleman is to include within the ambit of the moratorium period the suspension of payment of tuition fees that falls due during that period of time or during that emergency period, or moratorium period, which applies to banks, applies to other subsections here, we accept.
So to include the private learning institutions, schools.
Tuition fee for that matter without distinction.
Thank you very much.
What does the majority leader say?
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
There's a motion to approve the proposed amendments. Is there any objection? Chair is none. Motion is carried.
Thank you very
Please
much,
continue.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Congressman Leandro Leviste from the 1st District for his individual amendment.
The gentleman from Batangas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, sa Section 30A, iminumungkahi ko na ang mandatory cut sa non-essential MOOE ay itaas mula 10% tungo sa numero na tatanggapin mo ngayong gabi. Kung maaari po, ang aking unang panukala ay not less than 50%.
Yun ang unang panukala. Ano ang huling panukala? Maaari
Okay.
ba nating malaman?
Sige, Mr. Chair. Ito naman po ay hindi para sa atin, ito po ay para sa bayan, di ba? Kaya
Tama.
kung mas mataas, mas maganda. At sa kasalukuyan, ang 10% sa non-essential MOOE ay baka mga 12 billion pesos. At ang 20% ay mga 25 billion pesos. Siyempre, mas maganda kung 50% para mga 55 billion pesos o 60 billion pesos ang matitipid natin. Pero kung 20%, at least 25 billion pesos ang
Doble
matitipid
yun.
natin.
Doble na yun.
Doble na, pero malaki pa rin ang naiiwan na non-essential MOE. Yung 60 billion pesos na 50% cut, kaya Mr. Chair, hindi kaya. Anong tingin po ng DBM?
Hindi nila, sa tingin nila, mahirap, maaaring itali natin masyado, lalo yung mga future undertakings or future budgets, masyado siyang mataas at this point in time. At sa tingin ko ay acceptable ang 20%.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair, at pumapayag kayo na idoble ang 10 maging 20, ang 12 maging 25 billion. Kung maari po na lang, kung pwedeng mag-commit ang DBM na magbigay na rin sila ng best efforts. Kahit na hindi nakalagay dito na not less than 50%, kung nakalagay dito not less than 20%, pero sana makukuha natin ang kanilang commitment na makakatipid tayo ng 50% or more sa non-essential MOOE sa halaga ng 60 billion pesos kahit hindi po ito minamandate sa Kalinga Act. Sa tingin po ba natin, ito po ba ay kaya?
We're in the period of amendments. Just make the necessary proposal, distinguished colleague.
50% ayaw nyo po.
That's not acceptable because it's unrealistic because even with 20%, they're having difficulty already.
Okay. Sa aking pananaw,
What is the proposal, Mr. Speaker?
Okay, sa aking pananaw po, reasonable na magpanukala na ibaba ng 50%, ngunit para matapos tayo ngayong araw, papayag po ako kung ang inyong panukala ay 20% at nais ko lang i-manifest na sana sa mga susunod na pagdinig mag-report din ng DBM ng mas mataas pa na savings kaysa sa 20% po lamang. Anyway, nakalagay naman po dito, not less than X percent.
I believe the amendment, Mr. Sponsor, is for 20%. And
So,
what does sponsor
to
say?
formalize the amendment, if I am correct, distinguished colleague, Mr. Speaker, wishes to amend line 33 by stating an amount not less than, instead of 10%, is to replace that with the words 20% of the covered line items, just for formality. Am I correct, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker?
Mr. Chair. Dahil yan ang sinasabi na posible ngayong gabi, my proposal is to have not less than 20%.
So we accept the proposal with the condition that we specify that this refers to this particular fiscal year. Because like I said, it is difficult to project what happens in the years that will come. If we have a better budgeting system, it will be more difficult to tie their hands down, but we accede to the proposal of my best friend, my son, Congressman Leandro Leviste.
What does the majority leader say?
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
There is a motion to approve the proposed amendment. There is any objection? There is none. Motion is carried.
Maraming
Please
salamat
continue.
po, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat sa aking prodigal son.
Salamat po.
Sa aking mahal na son.
Thank you po.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to propose individual amendments, I move to terminate the period of amendment.
There is a motion to terminate the period of amendment. There any objection? Chair is none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the guests of the Honorable Marlo C. Bangcoro of the 1st District of Zamboanga. I'm sorry. I withdraw the motion.
Apologies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill 9305 as amended.
Move to suspend, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. No, terminate. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to reconsider the termination of the period of amendments.
There is a motion to reconsider the termination for the period of amendments. There is no objection. Here is none. Motion is carried. Please proceed, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Chair Miro to sponsor the measure.
The sponsor, Chair Miro, is hereby recognized.
We are open to more amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Rolando M. Valeriano from the 2nd District of Manila for his individual amendments.
The gentleman from Manila is hereby recognized.
Thank you,
Please
Mr.
proceed, sir.
Speaker. Mr. Otto, I have some proposed amendments, and are you willing to?
Yes, proceed please.
On section 30B, page 26, line 17, delete the word "or" after the word "unobligated" and replace it with a comma.
We accept the proposal of the kingpin of the city of Manila.
What does the Majority Leader say?
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
There is a motion to amend, and there is no objection. Chair is none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
That's all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to propose any individual amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
There is a motion to terminate the period of amendments. There is any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on House Bill 9305 on second reading as amended.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill 9305 as amended. All those who are in favor say aye. All those who against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 9305 is hereby approved for second reading as amended.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Congratulations.
Maraming salamat po.
Congratulations, Chair.
Maraming salamat sa 12 fellow co-chairs ko din po nakasama namin. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the guest of the Honorable Marlo C. Bangcoro of the 1st District of Zamboanga, Sibugay, and they are LGU officials from that province. They are Vice Mayor Gerald Acosta, Sangguniang Bayan Member Alan Balida Escamilan Sr., Sangguniang Bayan Member...
Before we proceed with, could we request all those who were called for recognition to please rise? Please continue, Majority Leader.
Sangguniang Bayan Member Mujahid C. Jajuri, Board Member Eufemio Javier, Board Member Pepito Yanga, Board Member Hershey May Senarlo, Maria Belia Javier, Maria Yvonne Palma, Maria Esperanza Corazon D. Rillera Hajiula, Jesse Lagas, and Abdurao Abison.
To the guest of Attorney Marlo Bangcoro from the 1st District of Zamboanga, Sibugay, LGU officials from the province of Zamboanga, Sibugay, led by Vice Mayor Gerald Acosta. Sir, maayong pag-abot diri sa Balay, Baloroonan. Ikumusta ko, Boyet Tiambaw? Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for today, I move that we consider House Bill number 8392 as considered in the committee report number 144, submitted by Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms, copies of which have been distributed to the members. For this purpose, may I request the Secretary General to be directed to read the title of the bill.
There is a motion to consider House Bill 8392. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill 8392, an act declaring National Election Day as regular non-working holiday, amending for the purpose Section 26, Chapter 7, Book 1 of Executive Order Number 292, otherwise known as the Administrative Code of 1987.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open a period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to open the period of sponsorship and debate for House Bill 8392. There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize J.C. Abalos of 4-Piece Party List to sponsor the measure.
The Honorable J.C. Abalos is hereby recognized to sponsor House Bill 8392.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, and to our guests in attendance, magandang gabi po. The Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms, to which were referred House Bills number 102, House Bill number 3101, House Bill number 3102, has considered the same and recommends that the attached House Bill number 8392, entitled An Act Declaring National Election Day as Regular Non-Working Holiday, amending for the purpose Section 26, Chapter 7, Book 1 of Executive Order 292, otherwise known as the Administrative Code of 1987, be approved in substitution of House Bills numbered 102, 3101, and 3102, with Representatives J.C.M. Abalos, Arnie B. Fuentebella, Noel Bong N. Rivera, Javier Miguel Lopez Benitez, Sarah Jane Elago, Maximo B. Rodriguez Jr., Esmael G. Mangudadatu, and Zia Adyong as authors thereof. Mr. Speaker, ang araw ng halalan ay isa pong special non-working holiday. Hindi po katulad ng mga ibang araw tulad ng Labor Day, Independence Day, National Day, and the like. Sa kasalukuyan, Mr. Speaker, ang araw ng halalan na nagaganap tuwing ikalawang Lunes ng Mayo ay special non-working holiday lamang by virtue of a presidential proclamation typically issued days before the election day itself. Ayon po sa ating labor code, Mr. Speaker, ang mga papasok sa trabaho ay mabibigyan lamang ng additional 30% ng kanilang sahod at ang mga hindi papasok naman sa trabaho sa araw ng eleksyon ay hindi mababayaran dahil po sa no work, no pay policy. Mr. Speaker, evidently there is a practical flaw in the fundamental exercise of democracy that should and can be addressed through this legislation. I believe that voters should be free from any fear or burden in order to vote. That in the minds of every voter, they should never have to make a choice between the future of our nation and the ability to earn a day's wage to support their family. Mr. Speaker, this measure seeks to remedy this by making national elections a regular holiday, thereby allowing Filipinos the right to full payment of wages every election day and would help ensure their participation in the democratic process. Voters shouldn't have to rush through the process, and they would be able to give thoughtful consideration to their choices and to have ample time for the undecided to study the qualifications of all candidates. Mr. Speaker, maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the gentleman from Kamanggagawa Party List, Elijah San Fernando, for his manifestation.
The gentleman from Manggagawa Party List, Representative Elijah San Fernando, is hereby recognized. Sir, you have the floor.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Speaker, sa ating buting sponsor. Ang kinatawang ito po ng mga manggagawa ay tumatayo para suportahan ang isang simple, ngunit napakahalagang panukalang batas na may malaking impact ho sa buhay ng ating mga manggagawa. Ang kasalukuyang polisiya po talaga ay no work, no pay. Madaling sabihin sa mga manggagawa na santabi niyo muna, isang araw lang naman para bumoto. Pero para po sa isang minimum wage earner na may 3 anak, may binabayarang utilities, kuryente, tubig, renta sa bahay, ang isang araw po na hindi pagpasok ay may malaking impact sa kanilang pang-araw-araw na buhay bilang isang manggagawa. Kaya nga po, itong itinutulak na panukalang batas ng ating butihing sponsor ay higit na makakatulong para ma-exercise ng ating mga kababayan, lalong higit ang mga manggagawa at ordinaryong Pilipino, ang kanilang karapatan sa pagboto. Ang karapatan po sa pagboto ay hindi lang naman tungkol sa pipili ka ng leader, sa halalan, kundi ito ay pumapatungkol sa kung paano ginagawa ng gobyerno ang lahat upang maging ganap na maisakatuparan ng bawat isang manggagawa ang kanyang karapatan. Kaya po, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, ang kinatawan po ng mga manggagawa ay buong-buong sumusuporta sa panukalang batas na ito at hinihikayat ang bulwagang ito na suportahan din ang itinutulak na panukalang batas para maging holiday ang araw ng halalan. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Sponsor, Ginoong Speaker. Mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Majority
Mr. Speaker,
Leader.
ako po ay nagpapasalamat kay Representative Elijah San Fernando ng Kamanggagawa Party List. Isa po siyang tunay na representante sa kapakanan at karapatan ng bawat manggagawang Pilipino. Maraming salamat po, distinguished colleague.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Representative ACT Teachers Party List, Representative Antonio Tino for his manifestation.
The gentleman from ACT Teachers Party List, Representative Antonio Tino, is hereby recognized. Sir, you have the floor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Actually, with the permission of the sponsor, isang manifestasyon lang po ito ng buong pagsuporta sa pagsasabatas ng House Bill number 102. Isa pa nga ito sa mga unang-unang bill na na-file sa kongresong ito, no? At matagal na pong advokasya ng kagalang-galang na sponsor na si Congressman J.C. Abalos. Napakahalaga po at napakaganda ng panukala na gawin ng regular non-working holiday ang araw ng eleksyon, yung national elections. Bakit? Katulad naman ng nasabi, para matiyak na ang bawat Pilipino ay meron talagang pagkakataon na makaboto. Yun ang pinaka-basic. Pero para sa mga manggagawa, no, na siyempre kailangang kilalanin at irespeto natin ang karapatang bumoto ay yes, working holiday ang election day, pero ano po ang nagagawa kapag maging non-working regular non-working holiday na po ito? Ibig po sabihin ay may dagdag na kompensasyon na matatanggap, no? Ang mga manggagawa, ang mga empleyado, manggagawa sa pabrika, mga empleyado, huwag nating kalimutan ang mga public school teacher natin na inaasahan nating magsilbi sa eleksyon. So meron na nga silang, yes, meron silang honorarium, pero ngayon, pag napasa ang batas na ito, ay entitled pa rin sila sa nakatakda sa ating mga labor laws kaugnay sa dagdag na kompensasyon kapag regular non-working holiday. Kaya, di ko na po pahahabain. Buong-buo po ang suporta natin sa panukalang ito at sana ay mabilis na aprubahan ng kapulungan ito. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, at pagbati po sa sponsor.
Thank you very much. What does the sponsor say?
Mr. Speaker, ako po ay nagpapasalamat sa kagalang-galang Congressman Tonsi Tino ng ACT Teachers Party List sa kanyang suporta sa ating panukalang batas. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, lastly, we would like to recognize a representative of 4K Party List, Representative Iris Marie de Mesa Montez for her manifestation.
The gentle lady from 4K Party List, Representative Iris Marie de Mesa Montez, is hereby recognized. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kakababaihan Kabalikatan para sa Kapakanan at Kaunlaran ng Bayan, or 4K, manifests its full support to the proposed measure declaring Election Day as a regular non-working holiday. By ensuring that every Filipino voter has the time, space, and freedom to cast their ballot without burden of work obligations, we affirm that suffrage is not a privilege but a constitutional right that must be accessible to all. Declaring it a regular holiday removes barriers for our workers who often struggle to balance livelihood with civic duty. It is a recognition that democracy thrives when participation is universal. Sa madaling salita po, ang araw ng halalan ay dapat maging tunay na araw ng bayan. Sa pamamagitan ng pagdideklara nito bilang regular non-working holiday, ginagawang konkretong hakbang ang inklusibong pamamahala, isang garantya na walang Pilipino ang mapapag-iwanan sa pagboto. Mr. Speaker, may I therefore reiterate our support for the bill and urge our colleagues to do the same for the empowerment of every Filipino voter. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much. What does the sponsor say?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to express my full gratitude and appreciation to the manifestation of Representative Iris Montes of 4K Party List. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other members who wish to interpolate nor manifest, we'd like to end or terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to terminate sponsorship and debate for House Bill 8392. There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open a period of amendments.
There is a motion to open period of amendments for House Bill 8392. There are an objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual and committee amendments, we move to terminate the period of amendments.
There is a motion to close. There is a motion. There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 8392.
There is a motion to vote on House Bill 8392. Those who are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against say aye. The ayes have it. House Bill 8392 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for today, I move that we consider House Bill number 8702 as contained in Committee Report number 233 under the Committee on Public Order and Safety. And may I direct the Secretary General read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 8702.
House Bill number 8702, an act increasing the compulsory retirement age for uniformed personnel of the Philippine National Police from 56 years old to 57 years old, amending for the purpose Section 39 of Republic Act number 6975, otherwise known as the Department of the Interior and Local Government Act of 1990, as amended.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to open the period of sponsorship and debate for House Bill 8702. There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Ronaldo Villariano from the 2nd District of Manila to sponsor the measure.
The gentleman from Manila is hereby recognized to sponsor House Bill 8702.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleagues, this representation is honored to sponsor Committee Report number 233 on House Bill number 8702 entitled An Act Increasing the Compulsory Retirement Age of Uniformed Personnel of the Philippine National Police or PNP from 56 years old to 57 years old, amending for the purpose Section 39 of Republic Act number 6975, otherwise known as the Department of the Interior and Local Government Act of 1990 as amended. Mr. Speaker, the PNP is the country's premier law enforcement institution tasked with maintaining peace and order, protecting lives and property, and ensuring public safety. The demands of policing require not only adequate training and resources, but also a highly experienced workforce capable of addressing the increasingly complex challenges of crime, terrorism, cyber threats, and community security. Currently, uniformed PNP personnel are required to retire compulsory at the age of 56. However, many police officers at age 56 remain physically fit, mentally sharp, and fully capable of contributing to the PNP's mission. Raising the retirement age to 57 allows the organization to maximize the expertise, leadership, and institutional knowledge of its senior officers while providing additional time for knowledge transfer to younger personnel. Furthermore, increasing the retirement age will help ease the growing fiscal pressures on the government's pension system. By extending service for one more year, the state defers pension payouts while simultaneously continuing to benefit from the services of trained personnel. It must be emphasized that in the previous Congress, the PNP Organizational Reform Bill included this very provision, but the measure was vetoed for reason unrelated to the proposed increase in retirement age. The President's veto message did not object to this particular reform, which highlights the soundness and urgency of its passage today. Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleagues, this representation seeks your support for the immediate approval of this measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sponsor. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we would like to recognize Representative Romeo M. Aco for his manifestation.
The gentleman from the 2nd District of Antipolos City, Representative Romeo Acop, is hereby recognized. Sir, you have the floor.
Good evening. May I manifest that I am not Representative Romeo Acop. I am Representative Philip Conrad Acop. Thank you.
Let me correct myself. Congressman Philip Acop.
Thank you.
Sir, you are recognized, and my apologies.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I rise today to express my full and unequivocal support of House Bill number 8702, entitled An Act Increasing the Retirement Age for Uniformed Personnel of the Philippine National Police from 56 years old to 57 years old, amending for the purpose of Section 39 of Republic Act number 6975, otherwise known as the Department of Interior and Local Government Act of 1990, as amended. This measure is deeply personal to me. This bill was among the priority legislative advocacies of my father, the late Honorable Romeo M. Acop, whose life was defined by decades of dedicated service to the Philippine National Police and to the Filipino people. Long before he entered Congress, he served with honor in the police service, and throughout his public life, he remained a steadfast advocate of the welfare, dignity, and professional development of our uniformed personnel. He understood the realities faced by our police officers, not merely from policy discussions, but from lived experience. He knew the sacrifices demanded by the profession, the pressures carried by those in uniform, and the immense value of experience and leadership within the ranks of the PNP. It is therefore with profound respect for his legacy and with full conviction in the merits of this measure that I stand before this chamber today in support of House Bill number 8702. Mr. Speaker, this proposed adjustment from 56 to 57 years old is modest, measured, and reasonable. Yet despite its modesty, its impact will be meaningful and far-reaching. First, this measure recognizes the continuing capability and value of experienced police officers. Many officers who reach the age of 56 remain physically fit, mentally sharp, and professionally effective. Indeed, it is often at this stage in their careers that they possess the greatest institutional knowledge, operational wisdom, and leadership maturity. Allowing them to continue serving for an additional year enables the Philippine National Police to retain invaluable experience and expertise that would otherwise be lost prematurely. Second, the House Bill number 8702 promotes institutional stability within the PNP. Continuity in leadership and personnel is critical to effective law enforcement and public safety operations. By slightly extending the retirement age, we help ensure smoother transitions, preserve institutional memory, and strengthen organizational capacity. More importantly, this bill sends a clear message to our men and women in uniform. that this institution recognizes their continuing capacity to serve, and that their dedication is honored not only in rhetoric, but through meaningful legislation. Mr. Speaker, this bill is not simply about extending tenure. It is about valuing service, strengthening institutions, and recognizing the enduring contributions of those who dedicate their lives to maintaining peace and order in our country. In supporting this measure, I also honor the lifelong advocacy of my late father, an advocacy rooted in service, discipline, and deep respect for the men and women of the Philippine National Police. For these reasons, I respectfully manifest my strong support for House Bill number 8702, and I urge my esteemed colleagues in this august chamber to likewise support this passage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Would the sponsor care to comment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po sa suporta at natatandaan ko, one of the author is yung father niya po, si Congressman Ronnie Acop.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no members who wish to interpolate or manifest, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate. There is an objection. Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There is a motion to open the period of amendments for House Bill 8702. There is an objection. Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, may we recognize Representative Victoria Yu of the 2nd District of Zamboanga del Sur.
The gentlewoman from the 2nd District of Zamboanga del Sur, Honorable Jaisal Victoria Yu, hereby recognized. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, may I propose the following amendments? First, on Section 1, Page 1, Line 5, after the closing parenthesis, replace the colon with period and delete the words provided that.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the Majority Leader say?
We move to approve, Mr.
There is a
Speaker.
motion to approve the amendment. There is an objection. Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the same
Sorry. Please continue, Honorable Victoria.
on the same section, lines 7 to 10, delete the phrase, "The incumbent chief of the PNP shall be compulsorily retired at the age of 56."
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted, Mr. Speaker.
What does the Majority Leader say?
We move to approve, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to approve the proposed amendment. There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Please continue.
Mr. Speaker, lastly, the section shall now read as follows. Section 1, Section 39 of Republic Act Number 6975 is hereby amended to read as follows. Section 39, compulsory retirement for uniformed personnel of the PNP shall be upon the attainment of age 57.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the Majority Leader say?
We move to approve, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to accept the amendment. There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Please continue.
Mr. Speaker, there are no more amendments.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual amendments, no committee amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
There is a motion to terminate the period of amendments for House Bill 8702. There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
I move that we vote on second reading House Bill 8702.
There is a motion to vote for second reading House Bill 8702 on second reading as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 8702 as amended is approved on second reading. Congratulations, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for today, I move that we consider House Bill number 9000 as considered in Committee Report number 251, submitted in the Committee on Legislative Franchises, copies of which has been distributed to the members. For this purpose, may I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
There is a motion for the Secretary General to read the title of House Bill 9000. 9000.
House Bill 9000, an act granting the Times Broadcasting Network Corporation a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain radio and television broadcasting stations in the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to open the sponsorship and debate on House Bill 9000. There an objection? She hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Jeffrey Ferrer of the 4th District of Negros Oriental.
The Honorable George Jeffrey Ferrer is hereby recognized to sponsor House Bill 9000. Please continue, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ma'am, narinig ko Oriental yung sinabi mo. I'm Negros Occidental. Well, anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, and distinguished colleagues. Good evening. House Bill number 9000 is contained in Committee Report number 2516 to grant franchise to Times Broadcasting Network Corporation to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain radio, television stations in the Philippines for 25 years. Times Broadcasting Network Corporation has complied with the required documentary submission. During the committee deliberation, all members present conveyed their full support for the approval of the measure and signified their intention to be included as co-authors. Since the franchise application of Times Broadcasting Network Corporation was determined to be complete and in order, the measure was approved on March 18, 2026. Given the foregoing, I respectfully urge the approval of this measure. Salamat po.
Thank you very much, Congressman George Ferrer. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no interpellators, may we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to terminate sponsorship and debate for House Bill 9000. There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There is a motion to open the period of amendments for House Bill 9000. There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individuals nor committee amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
There is a motion to terminate the period of amendments for House Bill 9000. There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 9000.
There is a motion to approve and vote on second reading House Bill 9000. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 9000 is approved on second reading. Congratulations, George.
Salamat po, Mr. Speaker. My good friend, George.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for today, I move that we consider House Bill number 9001 as considered in the Committee Report number 252, submitted by the Committee on Legislative Franchises, copies of which has been distributed to the members. For this purpose, may I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
There is no objection. Chair is none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 9001.
House Bill 9001, an act granting the Cagayan de Oro Media Corporation a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain radio and television stations in the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to open the period of sponsorship and debate for House Bill 9001. There is an objection. Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the chair. I recognize Representative Ferrer of the 4th District of Negros Occidental for his for his sponsorship.
There is objection. Here is none. Motion is approved. The chairperson of the Committee on Franchise, Congressman George Ferrer, is hereby recognized to sponsor this House Bill 9001.
Again, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, colleagues. House Bill number 9001, as contained in the committee report number 252, seeks to grant the franchise of Cagayan de Oro Media Corporation to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain radio and television station in the Philippines for 25 years. Cagayan de Oro Media Corporation has complied with the required documentary submission during the committee deliberation. All members present conveyed their full support for the approval of the measures and signified their intention to be included as co-authors. Finding the franchise application of Cagayan de Oro Media Corporation to be complete and in order, the committee approved the franchise application of Cagayan de Oro Media Corporation on March 18, 2026. In light of the foregoing, I respectfully seek the approval of this measure. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much,
Colleagues.
Chair George Ferrer, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no members who wish to interpolate nor manifest, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to terminate sponsorship and debate on House Bill 9001. There any objection? Chair is none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There is a motion to open the period of amendments on House Bill 9001. There any objection? Chair is none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual nor committee amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
There is a motion to close the period of amendments for House Bill 9001. There is no objection. Chair is none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 9001.
There is a motion to vote on House Bill 9001 on second reading. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those who against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 9001 is approved on second reading. Congratulations, George. Majority
Thank you very
Leader.
much, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 9010 as contained in Committee Report number 257 submitted by the Committee on Legislative Franchises, copies of which have been distributed to the members. For this purpose, may I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
There is no objection. Chair is none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 9010.
House Bill 9010, an act granting First Gas Pipeline Corporation a franchise to construct, install, own, operate, and maintain pipelines for the transportation and distribution of natural gas, petroleum, and petroleum products throughout the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to open the sponsorship and debate on House Bill 9010. There is an objection. Here is none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Ferrer of the 4th District of Negros Oriental for his sponsorship speech.
The gentleman, the chairman, Congressman George Ferrer, is hereby again recognized.
Thank
Go
you
ahead,
very
sir.
much again, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, good evening. House Bill number 9010 is contained in committee report of number 257, seek to grant the franchise to First Gas Pipeline Corporation to construct, install, own, operate, maintain pipelines for the transportation and distribution of natural gas, petroleum, and petroleum products throughout the Philippines for 25 years. During the committee deliberation, it was highlighted that granting a new franchise for the First Gas Pipeline Corporation is an important step in protecting our country's energy security. It will also help lessen the impact of unpredictable global energy prices on consumers and support the Philippines in moving toward a more stable energy infrastructure. The principal author of this bill explained that the recent disruption in the global flow of oil and gas, particularly in the Middle East, highlight the need for us to strengthen our energy security. Since the Philippines relies heavily on imported fuel, the disruption of the global supply chain quickly leads to the higher electricity cost and may affect the steady and reliable supply of power that households and businesses depend on. Because of this situation, there is a clear and urgent need to continue developing and improving our domestic energy infrastructure. In this context, the decision we make today about our energy infrastructure are not just for the present, but our long-term investment in the stability of our economy and the well-being of Filipino families. The approval of this franchise will be help ensure a more stable and reliable energy supply, protect consumers from sudden increase in global fuel prices, and support our country's gradual shift toward a more resilient energy infrastructure. First Gas Pipeline Corporation has complied with all the required documentary submission. During the committee deliberation, all members present expressed their full support for the approval of the measure and manifested their intention to be included as co-author. Having found the franchise application of First Gas Pipeline Corporation to be complete in order, the committee approved the measure on March 18, 2026. In view of the foregoing, I respectfully and earnestly seek the approval of this measure. Madam, mugit niya salamat.
Thank you very much, Chairman Jeffrey George Ferrer. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no members who wish to interpolate, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to terminate sponsorship and debate on House Bill 9010. There is an objection. Here is none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments.
There is a motion to open the period of amendments for House Bill 9010. There is an objection. Here is none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual nor committee amendments, I move to terminate the period of amendments.
There is a motion to terminate period of amendments for House Bill 9010. There is an objection. Here is none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 9010.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill 9010. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say aye. The ayes have it. House Bill 9010 is approved on second reading.
Thank you very much,
Congratulations,
Mr. Speaker.
Jeffrey George
Thank you,
Ferrer.
colleague.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move to consider House Resolution number 1003 as contained in Committee Report number 270. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution 1003.
House Resolution 1003, resolution urging the Department of Budget and Management to guarantee full and sustained funding in the National Expenditure Program for the 52 infrastructure flagship projects identified by the Department of Economy, Planning and Development for completion during the Marcos administration.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 1003.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution 1003. There any objection? Here is none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move to consider House Resolution numbers 370 and Privileged Speech number 33. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of said resolutions.
Session suspended. Ayos na start. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 1003 as earlier stated.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution 1003. Those in favor say aye. All those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 1003 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Resolution numbers 370 and privilege speech number 33 as contained in Committee Report 234. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
The Secretary General is directed to read House Resolutions 370 and privilege speech number 33.
House Resolution 370 and Privilege Speech Number 33 under Committee Report Number 234 on the status of the implementation of Republic Act Number 11315, otherwise known as the Community-Based Monitoring System Act.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution numbers 370 and privilege speech number 33 as contained in said Committee Report 234.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolutions 370 and privilege speech number 33. Those who are in favor say aye. Those who are against, and the findings, let me correct myself, and the findings, and those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolutions 370 and privilege speech number 33, including its findings, is considered as adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Resolution numbers 326, 370, and 491 as contained in Committee Report 258. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolutions numbers 326, 370, and 491.
House Resolution Numbers 326, 370, and 491 contained in Committee Report 258 on the occupational safety and health violations and labor rights abuses committed by business process outsourcing companies.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt the findings and recommendations as contained in Committee Report 258.
There is a motion to adopt adopt the findings and recommendations as contained in Committee Report numbers 326, 370, and 491. Those who are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolutions number 326, 370, and 491 is adopted, including its findings, recommendations as contained in the committee report. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider bills under the calendar of business for Thursday and Friday.
There is a motion to consider House bills for Thursdays and Fridays. Are there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Please proceed, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to our rules, I move for the omnibus consideration of the following local bills. Under the Committee on Legislative Franchises, House Bill number 9002, under Committee Report number 253, House Bill 9003, under Committee Report 254, House Bill 9004, under Committee Report 255, and House Bill 9005, under Committee Report 256. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the bills.
Is there any objection? Hearing none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the bills.
House Bill Number 9002, an act granting a legislative franchise to Camarines Sur 2 Electric Cooperative Inc., Casureco 2, to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain a distribution system for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the city of Naga and municipalities of Bombon, Calabanga, Canaman, Magarao, Milaor, Minabalak, Pili, Siruma, and Tinambak, province of Camarines Sur. House Bill Number 9003, an act granting a legislative franchise to Camarines Norte Electric Cooperative Inc., Canoreco, to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain a distribution system for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in all municipalities of the province of Camarines Norte. House Bill number 9004, an act granting a legislative franchise to Pangasinan One Electric Cooperative Inc., Panelco 1, to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain a distribution system for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the city of Alaminos and municipalities of Agno, Anda, Bani, Bolina, Burgos, Dasol, Infanta, and Mabini in the province of Pangasinan. House Bill number 9005, an act granting a legislative franchise to Camarines Sur 1 Electric Cooperative Inc., Tasorico 1, to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain a distribution system for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the municipalities of Libmanan, Cabusao, Sipoco, Tragay, Lupi, Pamplona, Pasacao, San Fernando, Gainza, and Camaligan, province of Camarines Sur.
You're the leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate and that the respective explanatory notes be considered as the sponsorship of the said measures.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. You're the leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate on the said measures, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of sponsorship and debate is now closed. You're the leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments and approve the committee amendments, if any, as contained in the respective committee reports of the aforementioned bills.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendments now closed. You're the leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to vote on second reading the aforementioned bills.
There's a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 9002, 9003, 9004, 9005. All those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 9002, 9003, 9004, and 9005 are now approved on second reading. You're the leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the omnibus consideration of the following local bills under the Committee on Health: House Bill number 9214, under Committee Report 271, and under the Committee on Local Government, House Bill number 9216 under Committee Report 272, House Bill 936 under Committee Report 273, House Bill 122 under Committee Report 274, House Bill 1049 under Committee Report 275, House Bill 982 under Committee Report 276, House Bill 1069 under Committee Report 277, House Bill number 1076 under Committee Report 278, House Bill number 1278 under Committee Report 279, House Bill 1414 under Committee Report 280, House Bill 1540 under Committee Report 281, House Bill 2053 under Committee Report 282, House Bill 6433 under Committee Report 283, House Bill 2658 under Committee Report 284, House Bill 2224 under Committee Report 285, House Bill 1695 under Committee Report 286, House Bill 685 under Committee Report 287, House Bill 688 under Committee Report 288, House Bill 494 under Committee Report 289, House Bill 611 under Committee Report 290, House Bill 671 under Committee Report 291, House Bill 2953 under Committee Report 292, House Bill 2939 under Committee Report 293, House Bill 7030 under Committee Report 294, House Bill 3273 under Committee Report 295, House Bill 3572 under Committee Report 296, House Bill 3717 under Committee Report 297. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General read the title of the bills.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the bills.
House Bill 9214, an act renaming the Dr. Jose N. Rodriguez Memorial Hospital in the city of Caloocan, Metro Manila to Dr. Jose N. Rodriguez Medical Center and Sanitarium, repeating for the purpose Batas Pambansa Bilang 94. House Bill 9216, an act declaring September 11 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Ilocos Norte in commemoration of the birth anniversary of former President Ferdinand Edrelin Marcos, to be known as President Ferdinand Edrelin Marcos Day. House Bill 936, an act declaring July 22 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of General Santos in commemoration of its Bilaan Day celebration. House Bill 122, an act declaring March 17 of every year as Homonhon Landing Day, a special non-working holiday in the province of Eastern Samar in commemoration of Ferdinand Magellan's landing in Homonhon. House Bill 1049, an act declaring March 7 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Tagum, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 9193, entitled an act declaring March 7 of every year a special working holiday in the city of Tagum, province of Davao del Norte. House Bill 982, an act declaring August 13 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Ilocos Norte to commemorate the birth date of Master Weaver and Ilocano icon Magdalena Gamayo, to be known as Magdalena Gamayo Day. House Bill 1069, an act declaring December 15 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Amulong, province of Cagayan, in commemoration of its founding anniversary. House Bill 1076, an act declaring August 18 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Solana, province of Cagayan, in commemoration of its founding anniversary, to be known as Agao Nak Solana. House Bill 1278, an act declaring August 6 of every year as a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Pilar, province of Sorsogon, in commemoration of its founding anniversary. House Bill 1414, an act declaring November 17 of every year as Araw ng Carmen, a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Carmen, Surigao del Sur. House Bill 1540, an act declaring December 12 of every year as a special non-working holiday in the municipality of San Juan, Batangas. House Bill 2053, an act declaring June 16 of every year as a special non-working holiday in the city of Baybay, province of Leyte, in commemoration of its Charter Day. House Bill 6433, an act declaring May 21 of every year as a special non-working holiday in the city of Malabon, in commemoration of its founding anniversary. House Bill 2658, an act declaring December 13 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of General Trias, province of Cavite, to be known as the General Trias City Charter Day. House Bill 2224, an act declaring April 21 of every year as a special non-working holiday in the city of Calamba, province of Laguna, in commemoration of its cityhood anniversary. House Bill 1695, an act declaring February 11 of every year as a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Ibaan, province of Batangas, in celebration of its founding anniversary. House Bill 685, an act declaring March 8 of every year as a special non-working holiday in the province of Davao de Oro. House Bill 688, an act declaring August 1 of every year as a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Compostela, province of Davao de Oro. House Bill 494, an act declaring October 5 of every year as Araw ng Del Gallego, a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Del Gallego, Camarines Sur. House Bill 611, an act amending Republic Act number 10776, entitled an act declaring May 8 of every year as Hermosa Day and a special working holiday and no class day in schools in the municipality of Hermosa, province of Bataan. House Bill 671, an act declaring January 23 of every year as special non-working holiday in the municipality of Tanay, province of Rizal. House Bill 2953, an act declaring April 3 of every year Leon Kilat Day, a special working holiday in the municipality of Bacong, Negros Oriental. House Bill 2939, an act declaring June 16 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Iligan in commemoration of its Charter Day anniversary, to be known as Adlaw sa Iligan. House Bill 7030, an act declaring May 14 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Tumawini, province of Isabela, in celebration of its patronal fiesta. House Bill 3273, an act declaring February 1 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Camarines Norte, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 9090, entitled an act declaring February 1st of every year as Jose Maria C. Panganiban Day, and a special working public holiday in the province of Camarines Norte. House Bill 3572, an act declaring June 15 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Jiabong, Samar, in commemoration of its Charter Day anniversary. House Bill 3717, an act declaring October 2 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Solano, province of Nueva Vizcaya, to be known as Solano Day.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate, and that the respective explanatory notes be considered as the sponsorship of the said measures.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is now open, and the explanatory note be considered as the sponsorship speech. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate on the said measures, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is now closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments and approve the committee amendments, if any, as contained in the respective committee reports of the aforementioned bills.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
There any objection? Chair hears none. Period of amendments now closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to vote on second reading the aforementioned bills.
There's a motion for the omnibus approval of the aforementioned bills. All those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The said House bills are now approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 9157, printed copies of which were distributed to the members. And pursuant to these rules, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 9157 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 9157, an act establishing a national framework for the development, regulation, and operation of facilities utilizing waste-to-energy and other waste treatment technologies. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 9157. Abalo sa Batia Sidri, ako Pacosta, Diong Advincula, Garaw, Agyaw, Alano, Alba, Albano, Almario Chino Miguel, Almario Dennis, Almonte Alvarez, Jose Alvarez Mercedes, Amante Amatong, Angara, Angeles Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison Munir, Muslim Munir Jr., Arena Sargancia, Sisio Atay, de Aumentado, Ayon, Bagao, Balindong, Badis Naglaris, Bangkoro, Barba, Barbers, Marondo, Barzaga, Basco, Bautista Claude, Bautista Johan Munich, Bautista Lim, Beltran, Vinitis Alfredo, Vinitis Alver Miguel, Venus Ching, Venus JB, Biron, Bocobo, Bolivia, Bondok, Briones, Begtang, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Cawagdan, Carrie Castro, Caiton, Celeste Sendanya, Sinisa Chan, Chan Franz, Norbert Auslito, Almario, Chan Jr., Chuo, Chuatay, Changalao, Coco Pilar, Kuwangko, Jaime Eduardo Mart, Kuwangko Mark, Coliantes, Corvera.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no and I reserve my right to explain my vote later. Thank you.
Cruz Agata, Cruz Ricardo, Cruzado, Cuwa, Dagok, Dalog, Liang Hinang Daza de Jesus de Lima de Venecia, Defensor de Gama, Del Mar, de Los Santos, de Macua, de Maguila, Dimaporo Imelda, Dimaporo City Amina, de Ocno, Dionisio Domingo Domogan, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul de Lago, Emmanuel Vergariza, Escudero,
Mr. Speaker, I vote no and I reserve my right to explain my vote later. Thank you.
Espina, Estrella, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Jeffrey, Flores Fortes, Frasco, Fresnetti, Fentibella, Galang, Galeas, Gerbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Ortigo, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angela, Gordiola Garin, Gachalian, Gato, Glepa, Go Gomez, Gonzales Alexandra, Gonzales Eliza Michaela, Gonzales Christopher Shin, Gonzales Roy, Guriseta, Gico Ginto, Gulias Gutierrez, Hernandez Charisan, Hernandez Dennis, Hernandez Ferdinand, Hernandez Ramil, Ofer Racim, Moribata, Ismula, Iway Javier, Ko Antonio, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Ko Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lagbas, Lagdameo, Jose Manuel, Lagdameo, Monica Minoria, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sonny, Lara, Lazating, Ledesma, Legasyon, Ligarda, Legaspi, Leviste, Libanan, Lopez, Loria, Loyola, Luisa, Romayag, Makapagalaroyo, Makasayat, Maceda, Madarona, Malapitan, Mangudadato, Manikis, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miraflores, Momo Montes, Nava, Nazal, Nisay, Nolasco, Womenal Henry, Womenal Sancho, Fernando, Olivares, Songchuan, Ordanes, Soreto, Ortega, Ono Dizon, Pardenos, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual Veres, Pimentel Plaza, Plato, Pope, Pinoisia, Sagabas, Omarian, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjola, Ridon, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Elohio, Rodriguez, Maximo, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romaldo, Sandro, Julian, Romaldo, Ferdinand, Martin, Romaldo, Sierra Marie, Romaldo, Romero, Roque, Sagarbaria, Calurun, Salceda, Sally, Salvacion, Salvador Salvami, San Fernando, Santos Maria Alana, Samantha, Santos Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronan, Singson Mian, Solon, Soriano, Suwon, Swansing Bella Vanessa, Swansing Bella Angela Suarez, Suntay Italiado, Tan Neyman, Tan Joseph, Tan Kit Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Semir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chay Tanwatko, Tariela Tudoro, Tereng Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tino, Tolentino, Tuwan, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Yotor, T, Umali, Ungab, Uy De Carlo, Uy Roberto Valeriano, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Veloso, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Villa, Villa Fuerte, Mega Luis, Villa Fuerte, Vincenzo, Renato Luigi, Villanueva, Villarica, Violago, Yam Suan, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap Jack G. Snell, Yatko Inares, Yu Jaisel Victoria, Yu Joseph Kim, Yulo Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call in consideration and third reading of House Bill Number 9157. Asidro Amalio Chino Miguel, Angara Arbison Munir, Aumentado Bagao, Barbes Bautista Claude, Mondok Chua, Kuwangko Hamed Ward Mark, Kuwa, Diang Hirang de los Santos Duterte Omar Vincent, D. Ian Paul Estrella, Robert Raymond M. Garcia Karen Hope, Go Gomez, Gorizeta Ginto, Hernandez Charis Ann, Hernandez Dennis, EY Lacson, Levise, Lumayag, Marañon, Mercado Navan Ortega, Panotes Plaza, Puno, Rivillera Monjolo, Rodriguez Maximo, Romualdez Andrew Julian, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Sally, Tanre Dots Michael, Tutor Unga, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villago Yap, Christopher Sunya, Zamora Maria Carmen Zubiri.
With 255 members voting in the affirmative, 6 in the negative, and 3 abstention, House Bill Number 9157 now approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Rene Co to explain her vote.
The Honorable Rene Co is recognized. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ang representasyong ito ay bumoboto ng no sa House Bill Number 9157 o Waste to Energy Act. Mr. Speaker, we've seen this film before. Nakita na natin kung gaano mapanlin lang ang mga green bills, quote-unquote, katulad na lamang ng House Bill Number 9157. Kung kaya't inuulit po ng kabataan, this is greenwashing. Waste to energy is greenwashing. Ginagamit lang nito ang lengguwahe ng mga environmentalists upang itago ang agenda na payamanin ang mga waste industrialists at wasakin ang mga komunidad at kalikasan. Ayon sa ulat ng Reuters noong 2024, umiiwas na sa iskemang waste to energy ang mga bansa sa Europa kung saan nanggaling yung gantong klaseng iskema. For example, and I quote, Denmark is now decommissioning 30% of its 26 incinerators, both to improve recycling rates and cut down emissions associated with incineration. Habang papalayo ang mga bansa sa waste to energy, pilit naman itong pinapasubo sa mga Pilipino ngayon. Mr. Speaker, the sponsors argue that we are drowning in trash. The Filipino youth are killed because of the flooding caused by overflowing garbage. And I agree. Marami na ang namatay dahil sa patuloy na kapabayaan ng pamahalang ito. However, profiteering doesn't become justified just because it's conveniently aligned with what is right. Gaia, an international environmental group, has flagged businessman Ramon Ang as one of the possible investors of waste to energy. Mr. Speaker, nakita natin kung paano sinamantala ng Petron ang kamakailan lang na krisis na dulot ng langis dahil sa gera sa West Asia. Kaya alam natin ang panganib ng hakbang na ito sa mga komunidad. Mr. Speaker, inuulit muli ng representasyong ito ang pag-aaral ng Center for Environmental Concerns na ang waste to energy ay 1. Masama para sa kalusugan ng tao dahil carcinogenic o nakakadulot ng cancer ang toxins at fumes na nilalabas nito. Ikalawa, masama ito para sa kapaligiran dahil nilalason at inuusukan ang hangin, tubig at lupa. Ikatlo, masama ito para sa likas yaman dahil kinukonsinti at hinihikayat pa nito ang patuloy na ekstraksyon ng krudo at produksyon ng plastic. Ikaapat, masama ito para sa klima dahil lumilika ito ng mas maraming carbon emissions kaysa mga planta ng natural gas o fossil fuels. Ikalima, masama ito para sa ekonomiya dahil napakamahal ng pagtatayo ng mga pasilidad nito habang napakaliit ng kuryenteng nalilikha. At panghuli, ika-anim, masama ito para sa kabuhayan dahil tinatanggalan ng trabaho ang mga waste workers at pinapalayas ang mga komunidad kung saan itatayo ang mga pasilidad tulad ng sa Smoky Mountain sa Maynila. Mr. Speaker, we all know how it goes. Quote-unquote, environmental friendly bills are passed on the expense of the people it's supposed to serve. Again, tumitindig ang kabataan sa botong no. Kami ay tumitindig laban sa mapanlinlang na Waste to Energy Act. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Sara Elago to explain her vote.
Honorable Sara Jane Ilago is recognized. You have 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, no ang boto ng Gabriela Women's Party sa House Bill number 9157 o Waste to Energy Act. Naniniwala ang kinatawan na ito na hindi matutugunan ng panukalang batas ang problema sa basura tungo sa tunay na zero waste management. Mas may hikayat pa nga na mag-produce ng basura para lamang may magamit sa mga WTE facilities. Sa Section 6, hindi masisigurado ang continuous emission monitoring system na hindi maapektuhan ang kalusugan ng mga nakapalibot na community sa magiging waste-to-energy facility. Kung ma-monitor man nila ito, malamang ay huli na at nagkaroon na ng masamang epekto sa kanilang kalusugan. Sa Section 70 naman, ikukulong din ito ang LGU sa feedstock agreement sa loob ng hindi bababa sa 20 years at hindi agarang mapapaikli o mataterminate dahil lamang sa pagbabago ng administrasyon o polisiya ng mga local government units. Walang plano para sa maayos na transisyon ng pangkabuhayan ng mga waste workers na posibleng mawala ng hanap buhay. Mr. Speaker, wala ring malinaw na provisions sa mismong panukalang batas para sa magiging compensation kung sakaling magkaroon ng damages, temporary man o permanent, sa mga manggagawa sa facilities, sa mga naninirahan malapit dito at sa ating kalikasan. Kaya naman, Mr. Speaker, no ang boto ng Gabriela Women's Party sa House Bill number 9157.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we immediately transmit to the Senate House Bill number 9157 that we have just approved on third reading.
Is there any objection? Here's none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider on third reading House Bill number 763, printed copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to our rules. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Here's none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 763, thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 763, an act increasing the number of Board of Directors of the Mactan-Cebu International Airport Authority, amending for the purpose Section 6 of Republic Act number 6958, otherwise known as the Charter of the Mactan-Cebu International Airport Authority. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 763. Abal Sabante Asidria Ako Pacosa, Adyong Advincula Agaraw, Agyaw, Alano, Alba Albano, Almario Chini Miguel, Almario Dennis, Almonte Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Amante Amatang ang Angara, Angeles, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison Munir, Arbison Munir Jr., Arena Sargansha, Asistio, Atay, Aumentado, Ay, Bagaw, Balindong, Balines, Morales, Mangcoro, Barba, Barbers, Barono, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista Claudia, Bautista John Munich, Bautista Lim, Beltran, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Xavier Miguel, Bernos Ching, Bernos JB, Biron Bucobo, Bolilia, Bondong Briones, Bulog Begtang, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Kawagdan, Cari, Castro, Caiton, Caleste, Sendayan, Siniza, Chan Jan Franz Norbert Tosilito Almario, Chan Junior Chua Chuatay, Chugalaw Coco Pilaw, Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Coanco Mark Coliantes Covera Cruz Agata Cruz Ricardo, Cruzado Cuba de Goog, Dalog de Hiring Daza de Jesus de Lima de Venecia, Defensor de Gama del Mar de los Santos, de Mapo de Maguila, de Maporo Milda, de Mapor City Amina, de Ocno, Dionisio Domingo Domogan, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul de Lago Emano Envergairiza, Escuderos, Pares Espina Estrella, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Jeffrey, Flores Fortes, Frasco, Fresneti, Fendebele, Galang Galeos, Garbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Osorto, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angela, Guardiola Garin, Gachalian Gato, Glepago Gomez, Gonzales Alexander, Gonzales Eliza Micaela, Gonzales Christopher Sheen, Gonzales Roy, Goriseta Gico Ginto, Gulius Gutierrez, Hernandez Charisan, Hernandez Dennis, Hernandez Ferdinand, Hernandez Ramil, Hofer Racimo, Rebata Ismo de Iway Javier, Ko Antonio, Ko Elisa, Will Wilton, Kongun, Ko Labad-Labad, Lakson Lagbas, Lagdameo Jose Manuel, Lagdameo Meniquez Min Maria, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sanli, Lazar, Dasin, Ledesma, Legasyon, Ligardo, Legaspi, Levis, Libanon, Lopez, Loria, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapag-Alaroyo, Makasahid, Museta, Madrona, Malapitan, Mga Dadato, Maniquis, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Masura, Matibang, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Mero Flores, Momo, Montes Nava, Nazal, Nisay, Nolasco, Maminal Henry, Mumina Sancho, Fernando, Olivares, Songchuan, Ordani, Soreto, Ortega, Juan Dizon, Padirnos, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual Perez, Pimentel Plaza, Plato, Pope, Promisia Sagabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Rimudi, Revilla Bryan, Revilla Ramonjolo, Ridon, Rivera, Robbins, Rodriguez Eloy, Rodriguez Maximo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romualdez, Andrew Jr., Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Ada Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Sagabari, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sally Salvacion, Salvador, Salvamis, San Fernando, Santos Maria Alana, Samantha, Santos Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mian, Salon Soriano, Suwon, Swansing Bella Vanessa, Swansing Miguel Angela Suarez, Suntay, Talyado, Tan Eamon, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Taryado, Teodoro, Teneng Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tino, Valentino, 2-1, 2-4 Jocelyn, 2-4 Ralph Wendell, 2-Pas Authority, Umali Ungab, Uy de Carlo, Uy de Roberto, Valeriano Vargas, Vargas Alfoto, Veloso, Veloso, Tuazan, Vergara, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villafuerte, Vincenzo, Renato, Luigi, Villanueva, Villarica, Villago, Yam Suan, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap John G. Snell, Yatko Inares, Yu Joseph Victoria, Yu Joseph Kim, Yulo, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill Number 763. Asidra Almario Chino Miguel Angara Arbis Manir Armentado Bagao Barbers Bautista Claude Bondok Chua Coanco Jaime Eduardo Marcoa de Hirang de los Santos Duterte Omar Vincent D. Ian Paul Estrella Garcia Karen Hope Go Gomez Garceto Guido Hernandez Charisan Hernandez Dennis Iway Lacson Levis Mike Maranyon Mercado Nava Ortega Parotes Plaza Puno Revilla Ramonjolo Rodriguez Maximo Romualdez Andrew Julian, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yada Marie, Sari, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tutor Ungap, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora Maria Carmen Zubiri.
With 258 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 abstention, House Bill Number 763 now approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider on third reading House Bill Number 4706, printed copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to our rules, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill Number 4706 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 4706, an act amending Republic Act Number 9418, otherwise known as the Volunteer Act of 2007, to declare the month of December as National Volunteer Month and December 5 as National Volunteer Day and for other purposes. Roll call of members in consideration of third reading of House Bill Number 4706. Abala Sabante, Isidre Ako Pacosta, Adyong Advincula Agaraw Aguiao Alano Alba Albano Almario Chino Miguel Almario Dennis Almonte Alvarez Jose Alvarez Mercedes Amante Matong Ang Angara Angeles Aquino Kino Magsaysay Arbison Manir Jr. Arenas Arrogancia Asisto Atay de Aumentado Ayon Bagao Balindong Baños Nograles Bangcoro Barba Barbers Barondo Barzaga Bascul Bautista Claudia Bautista Joan Monich Bautista Lim Beltran Benitez Alfredo Benitez Javier Miguel Bernos Ching Bernos JB Beron Bocobo Bolilla Bodok Briones Bulut Bigtang, Cagas Calderon, Calixto Cawagdan, Cari, Castro, Caiton, Celeste, Sandanya, Seniza, Chan, Jan, France, Norbert, Joselito, Almario, Chan Junard, Chua Chuatay, Chongalauco, Copilar, Coangco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Coangco Mark, Poliantes Corbera, Cruz, Agatha, Cruz, Ricardo, Cruzado, Hua de Gook, Dalog de Hirang, Daza de Jesus, de Lima de Venecia, Defensor de Gamo del Mar de los Santos, de Macua, de Maguila, de Maporo, Imelda, de Maporo City, Amina Jokno, Dionisio, Domingo de Mogan, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Umar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, Difosino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Elago Emano Enverga, Erisa Escudero, Espadas, Espina Estrella, Fair Antonio, Fair Jeffrey, Flores Fortes Frasco, Frestedi Fentebella, Galang Galeos, Garbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angela Guardiola, Garin Gatchalian, Gato, Glepago, Gomez, Gonzalez Alexandria, Gonzalez Liza Micaela, Gonzalez Christopher Sheen, Gonzalez Roy, Goriseta Guico, Ginto Gulias, Gutierrez, Hernandez Charisse Ann, Hernandez Dennis, Hernandez Ferdinand, Hernandez Ramil, Hoofer Hasim Horibata, Ismula, Iway Javier, Co Antonio, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Punghun, Ko Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lagbas, Lagdameo, Jose Manuel, Lagdameo Muni, Kizmin Maria, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lezatin, Ledesma, Legacion, Legarde, Legaspi, Levisa, Lebanon, Lopez, Loria, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal, Arroyo, Makasait, Maseta, Madrona, Malapitan, Mga Dadato, Maniquez, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miraflores, Momo, Montes, Nava, Nazal, Nisay, Nolasco, Omanal, Henry, Omanal, Sancho, Fernando, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Oreto, Ortega, Owano, Dizon, Padiernos, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Play Po, Primicias, Agabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Rehencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Ridon, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Elohio, Rodriguez, Maximo, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romualdez, Andrew Julian, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yadamarie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sagarberia, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salvacion, Salvador, Salvame, San Fernando, Santos Maria, Alana, Samantha, Santos, Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson, Rochelle, Singson, Ronald, Singson, Mian, Solon, Soriano, Swansing, Villavanesa, Swansing, Michaela, Angela Suarez, Suntay, Taliado, Tan Iman, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Shai, Tan Watco, Tariela, Theodora, Tereng, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tino, Tolentino, Tuan, Tulfo, Jocelyn, Tulfo, Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Authority, Umali, Unga, Boy de Carlo, Oy, Roberto, Valeriano, Vargas, Alfonso, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Villa, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villaferte, Vincenzo, Renato Luigi, Villanueva, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap John Chisnell, Yatco, Inaris, U. Jazel Victoria, U. Joseph Kim, Yulo, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 4706. Asidre Almario Chino Miguel Angara, Arbison Munir, Aumentado Bagao, Barbers, Bautista, Claude Bondok, Chuach, Cohuangco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Cuba de Hirang de los Santos, Duterte Umar Vincent, Tian Paul Estrella, Garcia Karen Hope, Go Gomez, Goriseta Gintu, Hernandez Charis Ann, Hernandez Dennis, Iway Lacson, Levista Lumayag, Marañon, Mercado, Nava, Ortega, Panotes, Plaza, Puno, Revilla, Remoncholo, Rodriguez Maximo, Romualdez Andrew Julian, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yadamarie, Sally, Tan Reynolds, Michael Tutor, Ungab, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zubiri.
With 263 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 abstention, House Bill numbers 4706 now approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 8420, printed copies of which were distributed to the members in accordance with our rules. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there an objection?
And thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there an objection? Chair is none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 8402 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 8420, an act defining technology facilitated violence against women and their children, providing protective measures and prescribing penalties for violations thereof, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 9262, otherwise known as the Anti-Violence Against Women and Their Children Act of 2004. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8420. Habla sa Bante Isidro Ako Pacosta, Adyong, Advincula, Garo, Aguiao, Alano, Alba, Albano, Almaricino Miguel, Almayo, Dennis, Almonte, Alverso, Alvers, Mercedes, Almante, Almontong, Angara, Angeles, Aquino, Kinabagsaysay, Arbison Munir Jr., Arena Sargancha, Sisio, Atayde, Mentado, Ayon, Bagao, Balindong, Banjis, Negrales, Moncora, Barba, Barbers, Baranda, Bazaga, Basugog, Bautista Claude, Bautista Johan Munich, Bautista Lin, Beltran, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Xavier Miguel, Bernas Ching, Bernas JB, Biron, Bocobo, Bolivia, Bondok, Briones, Bulutpigtang, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Cawagdan, Carrie, Castro, Clayton, Celeste, Sandanya, Sinisa, Chan Jan, Franz, Norbert, Alcito, Amario, Chan Jr., Chua, Chotay, Changalao, Coco, Pilar, Kawang, Jaime, Deral, Mark, Wangko, Mark, Colianes, Covero, Cruz Agata, Cruz, Ricardo, Cruzado, Cua, Dagok, Dalog, Leang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Lima, De Venecia, Defensor, De Gama, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Macua, De Maguila, Dimaporo, Imelda, Dimaporo, City Amina, Diokno, Dionisio, Domingo, Dumagan, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, De Lago Emano, and Vargas Escuderas, Pares Espina Estrella, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Jeffrey, Flores Fortes, Frasco, Fresnetti, Fendiba, Legaran, Gales, Gilbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Artur, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angela, Guardiola Garin, Gachalian, Gato, Glepa, Go Gomez, Gonzalez Alexandra, Gonzalez Alisa Micaela, Gonzalez Christopher Shing, Gonzalez Roy, Moriseta Gico Ginto, Gilias Gutierrez, Hernandez Charisan, Hernandez Dennis, Hernandez Ferdinand, Hernandez Ramil, O for Racing, Moribata Ismola, Iway Javier, Ko Antonio, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kung Hun, Ko Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lagbas, Lagdamay Jose Manuel, Lagdamay Mariquez Maria, Lagdan, Lagod Daphne, Lagod Sani, Lara Lazating, Ledesma, Legasio, Legardo, Legaspi, Levista, Libanon, Lopez, Loria, Loyola, Luis, Lumayag, Makapagalaro, Makasayad, Makaseta, Madrona, Malapitan, Mga Dadato, Maniquis, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Mira Flores, Mom Montes, Nava, Nazal, Nisay, Nolasco, Mamel Henry, Mamel Sancho, Fernando, Olivares, Angchuan, Ordanes, Oreto, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Pardianos, Panlian, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Po, Primicia, Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Hensha, Rimulya, Revilla Brian, Revilla Monjolo, Ridon, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Elohio, Rodriguez Maximo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romaldo San Julian, Romaldes Ferdinand Martin, Romaldo Seda Marie, Romaldo Romulo, Roque, Zagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salvacion, Salvador, Salvame, San Fernando, Santos Maria, Elena Samantha, Santos Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mian, Solan, Soriano, Suwan, Swansing Vera Vanessa, Swansing Gala, Angela Suarez, Santay, Taliado, Tan Iman, Tan Joseph, Tan Kit Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chay, Tan Watko, Teriela, Teodoro, Tereng, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tino, Tolentino, Tuan, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Yotor, Tio Mali, Unga, Buidicardo, Uy Roberto, Valiano, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Veloso, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villafuerte, Vincenzo, Renato, Luigi, Villanueva, Villarico, Villalago, Yamsuan, Yep Arthur, Yep Christopherson, Yep Eric, Yep John Gisnel, Yep Cainares, Yep Jason Victoria, Joseph Kim, Yulo Zamora Mina Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 8420. Asidre Almario Chino Miguel, Angara Arizumni, Armentado Bagao, Barbers Bautista Claude, Bodok Chua, Kawang Kwan by Eduardo Marcoa, Diang Hirang de los Santos, Duterte Omar Vincent, Di Ian Paul Estrella, Garcia Caron Hope, Go Gomez, Garceto Ginto, Hernandez Charisan, Hernandez Dennis, Y Lacson, Levis, Lumayag, Marañon, Mercado Nava Ortega, Panotes Plaza, Puno, Revillera Monjolo, Rodriguez Maximo, Romaldo Sandro Julian, Romaldo Ferdinand Martin, Romaldo Seda Marie, Sally, Tan Reynolds Michael, Teodoro Unga, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora Maria Carmen Zubiri.
With 265 members voting in the affirmative, none in the negative, and with one abstention, House Bill 84202 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 8699, copies of which were distributed to the members in accordance with our rules, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
There any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for
Conservation. Roll call of members in consideration third reading of House Bill number 8699. Abalos, Abante, Asidre, Aqua, Pacosta, Adiong, Advincula, Agaraw, Agiao, Alano, Alba, Albano, Almario, Chino, Miguel, Almario, Dennis, Almonte, Alvarez, Jose, Alvarez, Mercedes, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Angeles, Aquino, Kino, Magsaysay, Arbison Manir Jr., Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisio, Atay, de Aumentado, Ayon, Bagao, Balindong, Baños, Nograles, Bangcoro, Barba, Barbers, Baron de Barzaga, Bascu, Bautista Claudia, Bautista Johan Munich, Bautista Lim, Beltran, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier, Miguel, Bernos Ching, Bernos JB, Biron, Bucobo, Bolilla, Bondok, Briones, Bulit Pigdang, Cagas Calderon, Calixto Cawagdan, Cari, Castro, Cayton, Celeste, Sandanya, Siniza, Chan Jan Franz Norbert Joselito Almario Chan Junior Chua Chua Tai Chungalaw Ko Pilar Coanco Jaime Eduardo Mark Coanco Mark Coliantes Corvera Cruz Agatha Cruz Ricardo Cruzado Cua De Gook Dalog de Hirang Dazo de Jesus de Lima de Venecia Defensor de Gama del Mar de las Santas de Macua de Megida de Mapor Imelda de Mapor City Amina Diokno Junicio Domingo Domogan Duterte Harold James Duterte Omar Vincent Duterte Paulo Di Faustino Michael Carlos D. Ian Paul Elago Emano Enverga Iris Escudero Espares Espina Estrella Fer Antonio Fer Jeffrey Flores Fortes Frasco Fresnedi Fontebella Galang Caleos Corbin Garcia Albert Garcia Dante Garcia Jose Arturo Garcia Karen Hope Garcia Maria Angela Guardiola Green Cachalian Gato Glepa Go Gomez Gonzales Alexandria Gonzales Eliza Micaela Gonzales Christopher Sheen Gonzales Roy Guriseta Guico Ginto Gulias Gutierrez Hernandez Charis Ann Hernandez Dennis Hernandez Ferdinand Hernandez Ramil Hofer Hasim Horibata Ismula Iway Javier Ko Antonio Ko Eliza Ko Wilton Kung Hun Ko Labat-Labat Lakson Lagbas Lagnameo Jose Manuel Lagdameo ni Kizmin Maria Lagman Lagon Daphne Lagon Sani Lara Lezatin Ledesma Legacion Legarde Legaspi Levisa Lebanon Lopez Gloria Loyola Luistro Lumayag Makapagal Arroyo Makasait Maseta Madrona Malapitan Mga Dadato Maniquez Marañon Marcoleta Marcos Marquez Mastura Matibag Matugas Mendoza Mercado Revilla Miraflores Momo Montes Nava Nazal Nisay Nalasco Omenal Henry Omenal Sancho Fernando Olivares Ongchuan Ordanes Oreta Ortega Juan Odison Padiernas Panaligan Pancho Panotes Pascual Perez Pimentel Plaza Plato Pope Primicious Agabas Pumaren Puno Kimbo Rama Rector Rehencio Remuno Revilla Brian Revilla Monjolo Ridon Rivera Robes Rodriguez Elohio Rodriguez Maximo Rodriguez Rufus Roman Romualdez Andrew Julian Romualdez Ferdinand Martin Romualdez Yeda Marie Romualdo Romulo Roque Sagarberia Sacaluran Salceda Sally Salvacion Salvador Sapame San Fernando Santos Maria Alana Samantha Santos Mark Anthony Shimura Singson Rochelle Singson Ronald Singson Mihan Colon Toriano Suan Swansing Bella Vanessa Swansing Michaela Angela Suarez Suntay Taliado Tan Iman Tan Joseph Tan Keith Micah Tan Reynolds Michael Tan Samir Tan Stephen James Tanchay Tanwat Ko Tariela Teodora Tereng Teves Tiangco Tieng Pino Tolentino Tuan Tulfo Jocelyn Tulfo Ralph Fundel Tupas Tutorti Umali Ungab Uy de Carlo Uy Roberto Valeriano Vargas Vargas Alfonso Veloso Tuazon Vergara Villa Villaferte Miguel Luis Villaferte Vincenzo Renato Luigi Villanueva Villarica Villago Yamsuan Yap Arthur Yap Christopherson Yap Eric Yap John Chisnell Yatco Inares UJ Zel Victoria U Joseph Kim Yulo Zamora Maria Carmen Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call in consideration of House Bill number 8699. Asidre Almario Chino Miguel Angara Arbison Munir Amentado Bagao Barbers Bautista Colade Bondok Chua Coanco Jaime Eduardo Mark Hua Dayang Hirang de los Santos Duterte Omar Vincent Ian Paul Estrella Garcia Karen Hope Go Gomez Goriseta Ginto Hernandez Charis Ann Hernandez Dennis Iway Lacson Leviste Lumayag Marañon Mercado Nava Ortega Panotes Plaza Puno Revilla Ramonjolo Rodriguez Maximo Romualdez Andrew Julian Romualdez Ferdinand Martin Romualdez Yeda Marie Sally Tan Reynolds Michael Tutor Ungab Villaferte Miguel Luis Villago Yap Christopherson Zamora Maria Carmen Zubiri.
With 266 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 abstention, House Bill number 8699 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 8869, printed copies of which were distributed to the members in accordance with our rules, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
There an objection? Here is none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 8869, an act providing for free professional examinations to qualified indigents and members of the indigenous peoples and indigenous cultural communities. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8869. Abalo Sabante Asidre Ako Pacosta Yung Advincula Agaro Agao Alano Alba Albano Amari Chinibel Amari Dennis Almonte Alverso Alverso Mercedes Amante Amatong Ang Angara Angeles Aquino Magino Magsaysay Arbison Munir Arbison Munir Jr. Arena Sargasha Sisio Ataydo Mentado Ayon Bagao Balindong Manos Nograles Mangcoro Barbara Barbers Baranda Barzaga Basco Bautista Claude Pristam John Monich Bautista Lin Beltran Benitez Alfredo Benitez Avia Miguel Venus Ching Venus JB Viron Bocobo Bolivia Pondok Briones Bulit Bigtang Kagas Calderon Calixto Kawagdan Characters to Kaiton Celeste Sandaño Sinisa Chan Jan Franz Norbert Musilito Armario Chan Jr. Chua Chua Tai Changalaw Coco Pilar Cordo Juanco Jaime Eduardo Marco Juanco Marco Lantes Covera Cruz Agata Cruz Ricardo Cruzado Cua Tagwag Dalog, Dayang Hirang Daza, De Jesus de Lima, de Venecia, Defensor de Gama, de Galmar, de Los Santos, de Macua, de Maguila, de Mapore Imelda, de Mapore Sica Amina, de Ocno Dionisio Domingo de Mogan, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paolo, de Faustino, de Faustino Michael Carlos, de Ian Paul Lago, Emano Enverga Arias, Escudero, Espares, Espina Estrella, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Jeffrey, Torres Fortes, Frasco Fresnedi, Fedebala Galang, Galeas Gilbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Ortega, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angelo, Guardiola Galing, Gatchalian, Gato Glepa, Go Gomez, Gonzales Alexandra, Gonzales Alisa Michael, Gonzales Christopher Sheen, Gonzales Roy, Mariseta Gico, Ginto Gales Guterres, Hernandez Cherisan, Hernandez Dennis, Hernandez Ferdinand, Hernandez Ramil, Co Forresti, Moribata Ismola, Iwa Javier, Co Antonio, Co Isa, Co Wilton, Punghud ko, Labad-Labad Lacson, Lagbas, Lagdameo Jose Manuel, Lagdameo Minisiyad Minlay, Lagman Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sonny, Lara Resisting Ledesma, Legasyon, Lagardo, Legaspi, Lewis, Libanon, Lopez, Lorio, Loyola, Luis, Lumayag, mga Pagalaroyo, Makasayad, Museo, Madarona, Marapitan, Magandadato, Manikis, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marstura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Mero Flores, Momo, Montes, Nava, Nazal, Nisa, Lasco, Mominal Henry, Mominal Sancho Fernando, Olivares, Ongchon, Ardano, Soreto, Ortega, Juan Dizon, Padiones, Panaligan, Pancho Panates, Pascual Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Pueto, Pope, Numesia, Sagabas, Umaran, Puno, Kimo, Rama, Recto, Ruhensha, Rimulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Monjolo, Ridion, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Hilohi, Rodriguez Maximo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romaldo, Sandro, Gilgin, Romaldo, Ferdinand, Martin, Romaldo, Ciada Marie, Romaldo, Romulo, Rocco, Zagalbaria, Calderon, Salceda, Salis, Salvation, Salvador, Salvamis, San Fernando, Santos Maria, Alana, Samantha, Santos, Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson, Rachel, Singson, Ronald, Singson Mian, Salon, Soriano, Suwon, Sonsing, Bela, Vanessa, Swansing, Miguel Angelo, Suarez, Tuntay Talyado, Tan Iman, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Semir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chay, Tan Wati, Toriado, Toriado, Tereng, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tinut, Martin, Tuan, Tufo Josely, Tufo Ralph Wendell, Tufo Authority, Umadi Ungab, Uy Carlo, Uy Roberto, Valeriano Vargas, Vargas Afonso, Veloso, Veloso Tuazan, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villafuerte, Vincenzo, Renato, Luigi, Villanueva, Villarico, Villaviam Swan, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap John Gisnel, Yap Nares, Yu Jose Victoria, Yu Joseph Kim, Yuli Zamora, Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration of third reading of House Bill number 8869. Asidre Almajo, Chil Mendel, Angara Albis Munir, Amentado Bagaw, Barbas Bautista Colodi, Mondok, Chua, Coanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Pua de Anghiran de los Santos, Duterte Omar Vincent, D. Ian Paul, Estrella Garcia Karen Hope, Po Gomez Garceta Ginto, Hernandez Cherisan, Hernandez Dennis, Iway Lacson, Levis, Ilomayag, Marañon, Mercado, Navarro, Ortega, Panotes Plaza, Puno, Revilla Monjolo, Rodriguez Maximo, Romaldo Sandro Julian, Romaldo Ferdinand Martin, Romaldo Ciada Marie, Sally, Tanri Deds Michael, Tutor Unga, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villago, Christopherson, Zamora Maria Carmen Zubi.
With 266 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 abstention, House Bill number 8869 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 8876, copies of which were distributed to the members of the House pursuant to our rules, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
There any objection? Here is none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 8876, an act providing for a 5-year validity period of the professional identification cards of all professionals under the Professional Regulation Commission. Roll call of members in consideration of third reading of House Bill number 8876. Abalos, Abante, Isidre, Acop, Acosta, Diong, Advincula, Agaraw, Aguiao, Alano, Alba, Albano, Almario, Chino, Miguel, Almario, Dennis, Almonte, Alvarez, Jose, Alvarez, Mercedes, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Angeles, Aquino, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison Manier Jr., Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisio, Atayde, Aumentado, Ayon, Bagao, Balindong, Banyos, Nagrales, Pancoro, Barba, Barbers, Baron, De Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Claudia, Bautista, Johan Monich, Bautista, Lim, Beltran, Benitez, Alfredo, Benitez, Javier, Miguel, Bernas, Ching, Bernas, JB, Biron, Bocobo, Bolilla, Bondok, Briones, Bulit, Bictang, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Cawagdan, Cari, Castro, Caiton, Celeste, Sandanya, Siniza, Chan, Jan, Franz, Norbert, Joselito, Almario, Chan, Junard, Chua, Tai, Chungalauco, Copilar, Coanco, Jaime, Eduardo Mar, Coanco Mar, Coliantes, Corbera, Cruz, Agatha, Cruz, Ricardo, Cruzado, Cua, de Goc, Dalog, de Hirang, Daza, de Jesus, de Lima, de Venecia, Defensor, de Gamo, del Mar, de Los Santos, de Macua, Dimaporo Imelda, Dimaporo City, Amina, Diokno, Junicia, Domingo, Dumogan, Duterte, Harold James, Duterte, Umar Vincent, Duterte, Paulo, Difosina, Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Elago, Emano, Enverga, Elisa, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Fair, Antonio, Fair, Jeffrey, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Krista Di Fontebella, Galang, Galeos, Garbin, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Dante, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Karen Hope, Garcia, Maria Angela, Gordiola, Green, Gatchalian, Gato, Glepago, Gomez, Gonzalez, Alexandria, Gonzalez, Eliza, Micaela, Gonzalez, Christopher Sheen, Gonzalez, Roy, Guriseta, Guico, Ginto, Bullies, Gutierrez, Hernandez, Charis, Ann, Hernandez, Dennis, Hernandez, Ferdinand, Hernandez, Jamil, Hoofer, Hasim, Horibata, Ismula, Iway, Javier, Ko, Antonio, Ko, Elisa, Ko, Wilton, Hunghun, Ko, Labad, Lacson, Lagbas, Lagdameo, Jose Manuel, Lagdameo, Monique, Esmin, Maria, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Ledesma, Legacion, Legarda, Legazpi, Levisa, Lebanon, Lopez, Loria, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal, Arroyo, Makasait, Maseda, Madron, na Malapit, mga Odotato, Maniquis, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miraflores, Momo, Montes, Nava, Nazal, Nisay, Nolasco, Omanal, Henry, Omanal, Sancho, Fernando, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Oreto, Ortega, Juan Odison, Padiernos, Panalican, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Pope, Primicias, Agabas, Pumarin, Uno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Rimulya, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Ridon, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Elohio, Rodriguez, Maximo, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romualdez, Andrew, Julian, Romualdez, Ferdinand, Martin, Romualdez, Yadamari, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salvacion, Salvador, Salvame, San Fernando, Santos, Maria, Alana, Samantha, Santos, Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson, Richelle, Singson, Ronald, Singson, Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Swansing, Bella Vanessa, Swansing, Michaela, Angela, Suarez, Suntay, Taliado, Taniman, Tan Joseph, Tan Pete, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Dan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chaitan, Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Tering, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tino, Tolentino, Tuan, Tulfo, Jocelyn, Tulfo, Ralph, Wendell, Tupa, Torti, Umali, Ungab, Uy de Carlo, Uy Roberto, Valeriano, Vargas, Alfonso, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Villa, Villaferte, Miguel, Luis, Villaferte, Vincenzo, Renato, Luigi, Villanueva, Villarica, Villago, Yam Swan, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap John Chisel, Yatco Inares, UJ Zel Victoria, U Joseph Kim, Yulo, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call in consideration of third reading of House Bill number 8876. Asidre, Almario Chino Miguel Angara, Arbison Munir, Almentado Bagao, Barbers, Bautista Claude, Bondok Chua, Coangco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Cua de Angirang de los Santos, Duterte, Omar Vincent, Ian Paul, Estrella Garcia Karen Hope, Go Gomez Goriseta Quintu, Hernandez Charis Ann, Hernandez Dennis, Iway Lacson, Levisa Lumayag, Marañon Mercado, Nava Ortega Panotes Plaza Puno, Revilla Monjolo, Rodriguez Maximo, Romualdez Andrew Julian, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yadamari, Sally Tan Reynolds, Michael Tutor, Ungab, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora Maria Carmen Zubiri.
With 266 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 abstention, House Bill number 8876 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the cluster of electric cooperatives, I move to consider on third reading House Bills number 8619 and 8620, and for this purpose may I direct the Secretary General to read the title of the bills and thereafter call the roll of members for nominal voting.
There is no objection. Here is none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the bill, thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 8619, an act granting the condonation of the unpaid interest, penalties, and surcharges on the overdue obligations of the Maguindanao Electric Cooperative, Inc. to the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation. House Bill number 8620, an act granting the condonation of the unpaid interest, penalties, and surcharges on the overdue obligations of the Nanao del Sur Electric Cooperative, Inc. to the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 8619 and 8620. Aabalo Sabante, Asidre Ako, Pacosta, Diong at Vincula Garaw Aguiao, Alano Alba, Albalbano, Almario Chino Miguel, Almario Dennis, Almonte Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Menendez, Amante Amotong, Angara Angeles Aquino, Kinawagsaysay, Arbison Manir Jr., Renan Sergasan, Asisio Atayde, Aumentado Ayon Bagao Balindong, Vanes Morales, Mancoro Barbara Barbers, Morona Marzaga Basco, Bautista Claudio, Bautista Johan Munich, Bautista Lim, Beltran, Benitez Lafredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Bernus Chen, Bernus JB, Viron, Bucobo, Bolivia, Bondong Briones, Bulbigtang, Cagas Calderon, Calixto Cawagdan, Cari Castro, Caiton, Celeste, Sandanya, Siniza, Chan, John, Franz Norbert, Facilito Mario, Chan Jr., Chua Chuatay, Changalao, Coco, Pilaw, Juan Jaime Eduardo Mort, Juan Comar, Coliantes Cabrera, Cruz Agata, Cruz Ricardo, Cruzado, Cuadagog, Dalog, Dayong Hirang, Daza, Daisus, Day Lima, de Venecia, Defensor de Gamo, Del Mar, de Los Santos, de Mapua, de Maguila, de Maporo Imelda, de Mapores, de Amina, Diokno, Dionisio, Domingo de Mogan, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul de Lago, Emmanuel Enverga, Arisa Escudero, Espares Espina Estrella, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Jeffrey, Flores Fortes Frasco, Fresnetti, Frente Villa, Galang Galeas, Garbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Sortiro, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angela, Guardiola Garin, Chalian, Gato, Glepa, Go Gomez, Gonzalez Alexandria, Gonzalez Elisa Mecala, Gonzalez Christopher Sheen, Gonzalez Roy, Garcia Tagico, Ginto, Luis Gutierrez, Hernandez Charisan, Hernandez Janis, Hernandez Ferdinand, Hernandez Ramil, Ufarasi Moribata, Ismo de Iway, Javier, Co Antonio, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Pong Yun Ko, Kalabad-labad, Lakson, Lagbas, Nagmamayo Sir Manuel, Nagmamayo Maricas Min Maria, Lagman, Lagondap, Lagonsani, Lara Lazatin, Ledesma, Legasyon, Legarda, Legaspi, Levisa, Libanan, Lopez, Loria, Leola, Luis Tro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Makasahit, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Magandato, Maniquis, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miraflores, Momo, Montes, Nava, Nazal, Nisa, y Velasco, Waminal Henry, Waminal Sancho Fernando, Olivares, Songchuan, Ordanes, Soreto, Ortega, Juan Dizon, Padenos, Panaligan, Pancho Panates, Pascual, Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Po, Primicia, Sagabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Hecha, Rimulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Joy, Rodon Rivera, Robles, Rodriguez Eloy, Rodriguez Maximo, Rodriguez Rufus, Romaldo Sandro Julian, Romaldo Ferdinand Martin, Romaldo Ciada Marie, Romaldo Romulo Roque, Sagarbaria, Sacolor, Saceda, Sales, Salvation, Salvador, Salvames, San Fernando, Santos Maria Alana Samantha, Santos Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson Michelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mian, Solon Soriano, Suwan, Swansing Bella Vanessa, Swansing Micaela Angela Suarez, Tonta Italiado, Tan Iman, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Rios Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chay Salvatko, Teriela, Teodoro, Tereng Teves, Tiangco Teng, Tino, Tolentino, Tuan, Tufo Jocelyn, Tufo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Yotor, Tio Mali Ungab, Udecardo, Udeberto, Valeriano Vargas, Vargas, Safonso, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara Villa, Villafreto Miguel Luis, Villafreto Vincenzo, Renato Luigi, Villanueva, Villarico, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap John Gisnal, Yatco Inares, Yu Jason Victoria, Yu Joseph Kim, Yulo Zamora Mena Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration of third reading of House Bill numbers 8619 and 8620. Asidro Almario Chino Miguel, Angarabi Sumunir, Armentado Bagao, Barbers, Bautista Claude, Bondok Chua, Cojuanco Almedo, Eduardo Mark, Coa de Hirang de los Santos, Duterte Omar Vincent, Ian Paul, Estrella Garcia, Karen Hope, Go Gomez, Gorizeta Guindo, Hernandez Charisan, Hernandez Dennis, EY, Lacson, Leviste, Lumayag, Marañon, Mercado Navano, Ortega, Panotes Plaza Puno, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Rodriguez Maximo, Rodriguez Andrew Julian, Romaldes Ferdinand Martin, Romaldes Ciada Marie, Sally, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tutor Ungab, Violago Yap Christopherson, Ramona Maria Carmen Zubiri.
With 259 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 abstention, House Bill number 8620 is hereby approved on third and final reading. And with 260 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 abstention, House Bill number 8619 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the cluster of land transportation offices, I move to consider on third reading the following House bills. House Bill number 8722, House Bill number 8723, House Bill number 8724, House Bill number 9150, House Bill number 9151, House Bill number 9152, House Bill number 9153, House Bill number 9154, and House Bill number 9155. And for this purpose, may I request the Secretary General to read the titles of the bills and thereafter call the roll of members for nominal voting.
There any objection? Here is none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 8722, an act upgrading the district office of the Land Transportation Office in the Municipality of San Luis, Province of Aurora, from a Class D to a Class B district office and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8723, an act upgrading the district office of Land Transportation Office in the City of Ormoc, Province of Leyte, from a Class D to a Class A district office and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8724, an act upgrading the Land Transportation Office District Office in the city of Dagupan, province of Pangasinan from Class B to Class A and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9150, an act upgrading the district office of the Land Transportation Office in the city of Iriga, province of Camarines Sur from a Class D to a Class B district office and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9151, an act converting the extension office of the Land Transportation Office located in the municipality of Sablayan, province of Occidental Mindoro to a regular district office and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9152, an act converting the extension office of the Land Transportation Office in the municipality of Giwan, province of Eastern Samar into a regular LTO district office and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9153, an act converting the extension office of the Land Transportation Office located in the municipality of Candelaria in the province of Quezon into a regular district office and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9154, an act converting the Land Transportation Office Extension Office in the municipality of San Agustin, province of Romblon into a regular district office and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9155, an act converting the Land Transportation Office Extension Office in the municipality of Rojas, province of Oriental Mindoro into a regular district LTO district office and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 8722, 8723, 8724, 9150, 9151, 9152, 9153, 9154, and 9155. Abalos, Abante, Isidre, Acop, Acosta, Adiong, Advincula, Agaraw, Aguiao, Alano, Alba, Albano, Almario, Chino, Miguel, Almario, Dennis, Almonte, Alvarez, Jose, Alvarez, Mercedes, Amante, Matong, Angara, Angeles, Aquino, Kino, Magsaysay, Arbison Manir Jr., Arenas, Aragancia, Asiso, Atay, de Aumentado, Ayon, Bagao, Balindong, Baños, Nograles, Bangcoro, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista Claude, Bautista Johan Monich, Bautista Lim Beltran, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Bernos Ching, Bernos JB, Biron, Bocobo, Bolilia, Bondok, Briones, Bullet Bigdang, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Cawagdan, Cari, Castro, Caiton, Salasa, Sandanya, Ceniza, Chan, Jan, Franz Norbert, Facilito, Almario, Chan, Junard, Chua, Tai, Chungalaw, Coco, Pilar, Coangco, Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Coangco, Mark, Colantes, Corbera, Cruz, Agatha, Cruz, Ricardo, Cruzado, Cua de Gook, Dalog de Hirang, Daza de Jesus, de Lima de Venecia, Defensor, de Gama del Mar de los Santos, de Macua, de Maguila, de Maporo, Imelda, de Maporo City, Amina Diokno, Junicio, Domingo de Mogan, Duterte, Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, D. and Paul Alago Emano, Enverga, Eris, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Fair, Antonio, Fair, Jeffrey, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresna, Di Fontebella, Galang, Galeos, Garbin, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Dante, Garcia, Arturo, Garcia, Karen Hope, Garcia, Maria Angela, Guardiola, Green, Gatchalian, Gato, Glepago, Gomez, Gonzalez, Alexandria, Gonzalez, Eliza, Micaela, Gonzalez, Christopher Sheen, Gonzalez, Roy, Guriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gulles, Gutierrez, Hernandez, Charis Ann, Hernandez, Dennis, Hernandez, Ferdinand, Hernandez, Ramil, Hofer, Hasim, Horibata, Ismula, Iway, Javier, Co Antonio, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Kung Hun, Ko Labad, Lakson, Lagbas, Lagdameo, Jose Manuel, Lagdameo, Monique, Yasmin, Maria, Lagman, Lagon, Daphne, Lagon, Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, Ledesma, Legacion, Legarde, Legaspi, Livisa, Lebanon, Lopez, Loria, Loyola, Luis Lumayag, Macapagal, Arroyo, Makasait, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, mga Dadato, Maniquez, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miraflores, Momo, Montes, Nava, Nazal, Nisay, Nalasco, Omanal, Henry, Omanal, Sancho Fernando, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordenas, Oreta, Ortega, Uano, Dizon, Padiernos, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Po, Primicias, Agabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Moncholo, Redon, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Elohio, Rodriguez, Maximo, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romualdez, Andrew Julian, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Zeta Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sagorberia, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salvacion, Salvador, Salvame, San Fernando, Santos Maria, Alana, Samantha, Santos Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson, Richelle, Singson, Ronald, Singson, Mihan, Solon, Soriana, Suan, Swansing, Bella Vanessa, Swansing, Michaela Angela, Suarez, Suntay, Taliado, Tan Iman, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Nils, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chai, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Tereng, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tino, Tolentino, Tuan, Tulfo, Jocelyn, Tulfo, Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Authority, Umale, Ungab, Uy, Carlo, Uy, Roberto, Valeriano, Vargas, Alfonso, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Villa, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villaferte, Vincenzo, Renato, Luigi, Villanueva, Villarica, Villago, Yamson, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap John Gisnal, Yatko Inares, Yu Giselle Victoria, Yu Joseph Kim, Yulo, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call in consideration third reading of House Bill numbers 8722, 8723, 8724, 9150, 9151, 9152, 9153, 154, and 9155. Asidre, Almario, Chino, Miguel, Angara, Arbison, Munir, Aumentado, Bagao, Barbers, Bautista, Claude, Bondok, Chua, Coangco, Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Cua, Dayang, Hirang, De Los Santos, Duterte, Omar Vincent, D. and Paul, Estrella, Garcia, Karen Hope, Bo, Gomez, Gariseta, Ginto, Hernandez, Charis Ann, Hernandez, Dennis, Iway, Lacson, Levisa, Lumayag, Parañon, Mercado, Nava, Ortega, Perontes, Plaza, Puno, Revilla, Moncholo, Rodriguez, Maximo, Romualdez, Andrew Julian, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Zeta Marie, Sally, Tanner, Nils, Michael Tutor, Ungab, Villago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora, Maria Carmen, Zubiri.
With 260 members voting in the affirmative, none in the negative, and one abstention, House Bills number 8722, 8723, 8724, 9150, 9152, 9153, 9154, and 9155 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider I move that we vote on reading House Bill number 8700 and may request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill and thereafter.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Before we consider House Bill 8700, let me include with the 260 members voting in the affirmative and none in the negative and one abstention, House Bill 9151. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to reiterate my motion that we vote on third reading House Bill 8700 and may I request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll of members for nominal voting.
There is no objection. Chair is none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 8700, an act providing for the establishment of an indigenous training center in the city of Valencia, province of Bukidnon, and appropriating funds therefor. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8700. Abalo Sabante, Asidre Ako Pacosta, Diong Advincula, Garaw Agyao, Alano, Alba Albano, Almario Chino Miguel, Barrio Dennis, Almonte, Alberto Serra, Alvarez Mercedes, Almate Amatong, Angara, Angeles Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison Munir, Mr. Munir Jr., Arena Saragansha, Sisto Atay, Diong Mentado Ayon, Bagao, Balintong, Bandis Nogres, Mongcoro, Barbara, Barbers, Baranda, Barzaga, Bascog, Bautista Claudia, Bautista Johan Monich, Bautista Lin, Beltran, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Bernus Ching, Bernus JB, Piron Bukobo, Bulilia, Bondok, Briones, Budegtang, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Cawagdan, Carrie, Castro, Cayton, Celeste, Sendanya, Siniza, Chan, Jan, Franz, Norbert, Tosilito, Armario, Chan, Junad, Chua, Chuatay, Changalao, Coco, Pilar, Kuwang, Kwame, Eduardo Mark, Kuwang, Kumar, Coldantes, Corvera, Cruz Agata, Cruz Ricardo, Cruzado, Cuba, Dawak, Dalog, Yang Hirang, Daza, Jesus, Dilima, de Livenecia, Defensor, de Gamo, Del Mar, de los Santos, de Macua, de Magida, de Mapor, Imado, de Mapor, City Amina, Yokno, Junicio, Dumogan, Domingo, Duterte, Haro, James, Duterte, Omar, Vincent, Duterte, Paulo, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Dian Paul, Elago, Emano, Enverga, Risa, Escudero, Esparza, Espina, Estrella, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Jeffrey, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnetti, Fendevella, Galang, Galeas, Garbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Arturo, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angela, Guardiola, Garin, Gachanian, Gata, Glepa, Go Gomez, Gonzales, Alexandria, Gonzales, Arisa, Mercado, Gonzales, Christopher Shing, Gonzales, Roy, Gorizeta, Gico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hernandez, Charissa, Hernandez, Dennis, Hernandez, Ferdinand, Hernandez, Ramil, Oforasi, Moribata, Ismola, Iway, Javier, Co, Antonio, Co, Elisa, Co, Wilton. Punghun ko, labad-labad lakson lagbas, Lagamayo si Manuel, Lagdamayo Monicas Maria, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Ledesma, Ligasyon, Ligard, Ligaspi, Livisi, Libani, Lopez, Loria, Riolo, Ruiz, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Makasayat, Macedo, Madrona, Malabitan, Magonadata, Malikis, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura, Matibang, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miro Flores, Momo, Montes, Nava, Nazal, Nisay, Nolasco, Waminal Henry, Waminal Sancho, Fernando, Olivares, Songchuan, Ordanes, Oreto, Ortega, Oano, Dizon, Padianos, Panilian, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Po, Primicia, Zagabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kibo, Rama, Rector, Hensha, Rimulya, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Redon, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Elohoyo, Rodriguez Maximo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romualdo, Sandro Julian, Romualdo, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdo, Seda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Garbaresa, Calor, Salceda, Salis, Salvacion, Salvador, Salvador, San Fernando, Santos Maria Alana Samantha, Santos Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson Richard, Singson Ronald, Singson Mian, Solon Soriano, Suwon, Sing Vanessa, Sing Michelangelo Suarez, Tontay Talyado, Tan Amon, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Ernest Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chat, Tan Watko Talyado, Doro, Tereng, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tino, Tolentino, Tuan, Tufo Jocelyn, Tufo Ralph Wendell, Lupas Yotor, Tio, Mali Ungam, Uy De Carlo, Uy Roberto Valiano, Vargas, Alfonso, Veloso, Tuason, Regala Villa, Villaforte Miguel Luis, Villaforte Vincenzo, Renato Luigi, Villanueva, Villarico, Villago, Yam Suan, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap John Gisnal, Yatko Henares, U. Jaisal Victoria, U. Joseph Kim, Yulo Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 8700. Asidre Almario Chino Miguel, Angara Albis Munir, Mentado Bagao, Barbers Bautista Claudia, Bondok Chua, Juan Coadme Eduardo Mark, Cua, Diang Hirang de los Santos, Estrella Omar Vincent, Ian Paul, Estrella Garcia Karen Hope, Go Gomez Garcia Ginto, Hernandez Charisan, Hernandez Dennis, Iway Lacson, Levis Lumayag Marañon, Mercado Nava, Ortega Parates Plaza, Puno, Revilla Jamonjolo, Rodriguez Maximo, Romadas Andrew Julian, Romadas Ferdinand Martin, Romadas Yana Marie, Sally, Stan Reynolds Michael, Tutor Unga, Villago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora Maria Carmen Zubiri.
Thank you. With 261 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 abstention, House Bill number 8700 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to immediately transmit to the Senate all the bills we have just approved on third reading.
There is a motion to transmit to the Senate all those who bills approved for third reading. There is no objection. There is none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our rules governing inquiries and aid of legislation, I move to refer the following House resolutions to the appropriate committees. House Resolution 981 to the Committee on Energy, House Resolution 982 to the Committee on Energy, House Resolution 983 to the Committee on Population and Family Relations, House Resolution 986 to the Committee on Population and Family Relations, House Resolution 987 to the Committee on Ways and Means, House Resolution 988 to the Committee on Transportation, House Resolution 993 to the Committee on Ecology, House Resolution 995 to the Committee on Energy, House Resolution 996 to the Committee on Labor and Employment, House Resolution 999 to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, House Resolution 1000 to the Committees on Public Information and Information and Communications Technology, House Resolution 1024 to the Committees on Energy and Legislative Franchises. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There is no objection. Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The aforementioned House resolutions are referred to respective committees. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to our rules governing inquiries and aid of legislation, I move to refer the following speeches to the appropriate committees. The speech of Representative Asidre delivered on May 12, 2026 to the Committees on Public Information and Information and Communications Technology. The speech of Representative Mendoza delivered on May 12, 2026 to the Committee on Labor and Employment. The speech of Representative Ismula delivered on May 12, 2026 to the Special Committee on West Philippine Sea. The speech of Representative De Lima delivered on May 13, 2026 to the Committee on Natural Resources. And the speech of Representative Ko delivered on May 13, 2026 to the Special Committee on ASEAN Affairs.
There is no objection. Chair hears none. The referral of privileged speeches to the appropriate committee is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the change of referral of the following measures. House Bill number 8743 from the Committees on Tourism and Natural Resources to the Committee on Natural Resources. House Bill number 8995 from the Committee on Tourism to the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities. House Bill number 1305 from the Committee on Youth and Sports Development to the Committee on Agriculture and Food. House Bill number 2092 from the Committee on Health to the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation. And House Bill number 684, 1269, 2125, 3033, 3841, 6035, 6150, 6622, 6910, and 7877 from the Committee on Local Government to the Committees on Local Government and Basic Education and Culture.
There any objection? Chair is none. Motion is carried to change the referral of these mentioned committees to the mentioned committees. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to include additional co-authors to House Bill number 9305 and House Resolution number 1003 as contained in the list to be submitted by the Committee on Rules.
There is a motion to include additional co-authors for House Bill number 9305 and House Resolution 1003 as contained and submitted by the Committee on Rules. There any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to proceed with additional reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading as well as communications and committee reports.
There is an objection. Here is none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions for first reading and as well as communications and committee reports for referral to the appropriate committees.
Additional reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill 9306, an act strengthening the Presidential Broadcast Service, Bureau of Broadcast Services as the government last mile emergency communications lifeline, designating its essential facilities as critical emergency communications infrastructure, establishing a national emergency broadcast resilience program, and appropriating funds therefor. By Representative Roman.
Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill number 9307, upgrading the classification of Cabuyao District Office of the LTO in Cabuyao, Laguna from Class B to Class A District Office. By Representative De Maguila.
Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 9308, an act strengthening public office accountability and transparency, mandating for the purpose the digitalization and verification of the statement of assets, liabilities, and net worth, and appropriating funds therefor. By Representative Benitez Alfredo.
The Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill number 9309, an act postponing the November 2026 Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 12232. By Representative Benitez Alfredo.
The Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill number 9310, an act recognizing the right of patients to designate a healthcare agent through a healthcare proxy, promoting advanced care planning and providing for supported healthcare decision-making in the healthcare system. By Representative Montes.
Committee on Health.
House Bill number 9311, an act streamlining the registration and licensing of Minahang Bayan and ensuring environmental protection and responsible mining in the utilization of mineral resources, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 7076, otherwise known as the People's Small-Scale Mining Act of 1991.
Committee on Natural
Representative Yap
Resources.
Eric. House Bill number 9312, an act promoting local participation in the development and operation of indigenous potential and renewable energy resources, granting qualified local government units, communities, electric cooperatives, and distribution unities the right of first refusal over energy projects within their jurisdictions and for other purposes. Representative Yap Eric.
Committee on Energy.
House Bill number 9313, an act establishing an environmental service premium for local government units hosting critical watersheds, providing for the inclusion of critical watershed areas and the computation of the national tax allotment, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 7160, otherwise known as the Local Government Code of 1991, and for other purposes. By Representative Yap Eric.
The Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 9314, an act providing for the partial transfer of supervisory powers over electric cooperatives to the Cooperative Development Authority, retaining the technical and specialized functions of the National Electrification Administration, amending for the purpose Presidential Decree number 269 as amended. By Representative Yap Eric.
The Committees on Energy and Cooperative Development.
House Bill number 9315, an act prohibiting usurious lending to farmers, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. By Representative Yap Eric.
The Committee on Agriculture. Food.
House Bill number 9316, an act providing for the tithing, protection, and management of public school sites under the Department of Education and for other purposes. By Representative Yap Eric.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 9317, an act to further capacitate the Department of National Defense and its bureaus, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. By Representative Yap Eric.
The Committee on National Defense and Security.
House Bill number 9318, an act providing for the establishment of an e-learning center in every city and municipality and appropriating funds therefore. By Representative Yap Eric.
The Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 9319, an act strengthening the field offices of the Commission on Elections by upgrading and creating certain positions, amending for the purpose Section 53 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 881, otherwise known as the Omnibus Election Code of the Philippines as amended, and providing funds therefore. By Representative Yap Eric.
The Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill number 9320, an act maintaining tariff protection on selected agricultural products, ensuring their exclusion from tariff elimination under the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership and similar agreements, providing safeguards and support for local vegetable farmers and for other purposes. By Representative Yap Eric.
The Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 9321, an act converting the former Legazpi City Airport into the Legazpi City Business Hub, providing for its development, management, and administration, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. By Representatives Garbin and Chan Jan Franz Norbert Tosilito.
The Committee on Government, Enterprises, and Privatization.
House Bill number 9322, declaring March 17 of every year as a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Antequera, province of Bohol, to be known as the Antequera Charter Day in commemoration of its founding anniversary. By Representative Yap John G. Snell.
The Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 9323, an act increasing the personal economic relief allowance, PERA, granted to government employees from 2,000 pesos to 5,000 pesos and appropriating funds therefore by Representative Yap John G. Snow.
Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill number 9324, an act institutionalizing the Bohol Island State University School of Medicine and appropriating funds therefore by Representative Yap John G. Snow.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 9325, declaring Sitio Puntod and the surrounding coastal areas in the municipality of Albuquerque, province of Bohol, a heritage zone to preserve, promote, and support the sustainable development of traditional salt-making practices in the area and appropriating funds therefore. Representative Yap John G. Snow.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 9326, an act strengthening condominium registration by requiring condominium project developers to include in the enabling or master deed as-built floor area plans duly signed and sealed by licensed geodetic engineers, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 4726 or the Condominium Act by Representative Yap John G. Snow.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill number 9327, an act expanding mental health coverage under the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation by establishing a mental health voucher program and appropriating funds therefore. By Representative Marcos.
To the Committee on Health.
Committee report. Committee report numbers 321 and 322 submitted by the Committee on Basic Education and Culture on House Bill numbers 9360 and 9377. Committee report number 323 submitted by the Committees on Higher and Technical Education, Appropriations and Ways and Means on House Bill number 9382. Committee report number 324 submitted by the Committee on Economic Affairs on House Resolution 1042.
The all aforementioned committee reports are referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, I move to reconsider the election of Representatives Roger Gaviola Mercado and Dale B. Corvera as Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations.
There is a motion to elect Congressman Dale Corvera. Reconsider the election of Congressman Dale Corvera and Roger Mercado. There is no objection. There is none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, I move to nominate and elect to the Committee on Population and Family Relations Chairperson Representative Edwin Ongchuan, Vice Representative Roger G. Mercado.
There is a motion. There is no objection. There is none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, I move to nominate and elect to the Special Committee on Southern Tagalog Development Chairperson Representative Loreto S. Amante, Vice Representative Ramil Laurel Hernandez.
There is a motion by the Majority Leader. There is no objection. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on part of the majority, I move to nominate and elect. Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation, Vice Chairperson, Representative Jeffrey Soriano, Member, Josefina Talado, and Representative Zali Villa. On the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Vice Chairperson Josefina Talado and Representative Ana Victoria Veloso Tuazon. Committee on Health, Member, Representative Conrad Docbong Acop. Committee on Housing and Urban Development, Member, Representative Salvador A. Plato. Committee on Information Communications Technology, Member, Representative Bella Swansing. Committee on Justice, Vice Chairperson, Representative Attorney J.P. Padiernos. Committee on Labor and Employment, Member, Representative Conrad Docbong Acop. Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs, Member, Docbong Acop. Committee on Poverty Alleviation, Representative Docbong Acop. Committee on Public Order and Safety, Member, Representative Docbong Acop. Committee on Revision of Laws, Member, Representative Faustino Michael Carlos T.D. III. Committee on Science and Technology, Member, Representative Conrad Docbong Acop. Committee on Senior Citizens, Member, Representative Docbong Acop. Committee on Tourism, Member, Representative Docbong Acop. Committee on Transportation, Member, Representative Docbong Acop. Committee on Ways and Means, Member, Representative Joseph Kim Yu. Committee on Women and Gender Equality, Member, Representative Javier Miguel Lopez Benitez. Special Committee on Globalization and WTO, Member, Representative Lollipop Owano Dizon. Representative Janice Digamo. Representative Isabella Tagabaria. Representative Daphne Lagon. Special Committee on Persons with Disability, Member, Representative Doc Bong Akop. Special Committee on Southern Tagalog Development, Member, Doc Bong Akop. And I would like to add, Committee on Senior Citizens, Member, Representative Roy Gonzalez. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion to
Mr. Speaker.
elect the aforementioned the members to the aforementioned committees. Are there any objection? There is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adjourn session until May 25, 2026, Monday at 3 p.m.
There's a motion to adjourn on Monday, May 25, 2026 at 3 p.m. There any objection? There is none. Motion is carried. Session adjourned. Thank you.